be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Oh, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but then I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. Jesus Christ. Inachu, thank you so much for gifting. I can't count. I can't see things. 20 tier 1 subs to my community on this lovely, lovely day. Thank you so much. I hate to say this, but could this be the work and product of Smugbug being a guest? Smug, where are you? Oh my god. Out of nowhere, he appears.
Ah, I'm here. Hello.
Oh my, on time for once.
Eventually you will learn to unmute yourself on Discord.
I am unmuted on Discord.
Very excited for that day. No, I
I'm
don't think
unmuted.
So. Wait, really?
Yes,
Oh,
you're gaslighting me. Do you
I am
see
gaslighting
this?
you.
Jesus.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry,
What has
I'm girl
gotten into
bossing and
you?
gatekeeping as well. I'm gonna girl boss and gatekeep today as well. Let's look out for that one. This is why you encourage the insane ones, by the way. Thank you, Inachu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See,
Yes.
the insane ones have money. Otherwise, they would be in asylums. That's how that works.
I mean, when you donate to Straighterade, that cures you of insanity. So if anybody's struggling with that, just so you know. So welcome everybody to episode, I don't know what, of Introducing Sociology with Straighterade and Smugbug. Please give a little intro, Smug, to explain what we do here.
I help Aaron react to things that are terrible and strange and awful about the culture. I'm here to serve as a very, very stupid man audience insert, and you guys can operate through me because I have no brain. So you just fill my head filled with your terrible, goopy ideas, and then I will present them very, very badly to Erin, and then she'll strawman you, and that's how the right, I mean, liberalism wins.
A man?
Yeah, good. Well, always.
You're a man.
Look at the last couple times.
You're a man.
They should run a snail.
You're a man.
I could be. Okay, look, snails have a complicated thing going on. We don't have to do this. We don't have to hash this out every single fucking time. Okay.
Well, if you keep making it an issue, then we absolutely do.
You're the only one that makes gender an issue. It's your side that doesn't. Sorry, I'm coming in hot.
I'm a conservative. I don't know what this is referring to, honestly. More gaslighting, perhaps. So,
wow.
You guys, you're in for a treat this Friday. We have the anti-Semitism trifecta. It's a trilogy, really. So we have Candace Owens, episode 2 of Bride of Charlie Kirk, on the expose on Erika Kirk, where we dive into the... You know, I don't even know what you... Like, episode 1 was just going into, like, her family tree and, like, just, again, generational humiliation. I'm excited for episode 2. Anna Kasparian, using the G word. Do you know what this refers to? Smug.
I'm assuming the worst slur in the English language, which is gamer.
Correct. Went, and she doubled down on this, unfortunately, on
Christ,
X, the Everything app. Hard R.
Damn,
and
that's not good.
Then we also have... What's his name? What is this guy's name? Tyler Oliveira video. And I
don't know anything about this guy.
Exposed that. Well, it's what we're starting with. I exposed New Jersey's Jewish invasion. Are you excited for this?
See, I thought the Jews had already won New Jersey, so this is news to me. I thought we were well and truly behind on this one. I did miss episode 1 of the Charlie Kirk thing, so you will have to recap me at the start of that.
That
but
is
I'm sure that will benefit the audience as well.
Very unfortunately. Okay, so this has 3.5 million views.
Ooh.
This came across my feed because our other resident favorite, Shipley Donuts, aka Nick Shirley, as some of you may know him, he was obviously very hyped about this video, to no one's surprise. YouTuber touted by JD Vance and other Republicans endorsed probe into quote-unquote Jewish invasion. So this was reported on 2 days ago. YouTuber Nick Shirley, whose video about alleged daycare fraud that was heavily promoted by prominent Republicans such as Vice President JD Vance. That's one way to put our vice president literally saying this man deserves a fucking Pulitzer. I'm not kidding when I say that. He actually did say that.
No, that's based. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Approvingly replied to a post promoting a quote-unquote documentary about a quote-unquote Jewish invasion. Look how far deep the conspiracy runs. The fact that, like, even this outlet will deny that this is going on. They have to put these things in quotations. It's insane. In December, Shirley posted a 42-minute video in which he visited several state-subsidized daycares, blah, blah, blah. We all know, baselessly claimed. Did you know there's somebody on the internet lying? So he just replies, expose it all. In response to this.
You know, that could be exposing anything. Or maybe he means expose it all. You
Perhaps.
know?
Yes, could be.
I mean, it's Nick Shirley. Like he's a well-respected journalist.
Can you please read this?
Hello, Goyim. I have released a 73-minute-long documentary. Oh no, on New Jersey's Jewish invasion.
So we're going to learn.
Oh my god! Fuck yeah, AI slop. Okay, can I just take a wild guess? Okay, I'm gonna make some predictions. I saw 9 million views on the YouTube channel. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Here's my assumption about thumbnails you will find if you go to his main page. Him bullying homeless people and occasionally giving them money. Something with like a lot of black people around him, maybe in a prison, maybe in like I don't know, some terrifying neighborhood. Am I wrong? Am I crazy wrong? Poop throwing festival.
Okay, inside Canada's Indian invasion. Gee, wonder why this got less coverage. Truly an enigma. Inside the New York town invaded by welfare-addicted Jews. Okay, so this has been his beat for like a minute.
Hey,
Inside
my giant black compatriot. Look, right there, found it. Murder capital of America. Okay, so yeah, there's just a billion of these slop channels.
Just Silk, I'm actually going to ban you.
Oh no.
Just Silk, basically anything that Just Silk types, you may as well be reading it with the Alex Jones clip going Jew, 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 like over and over again, like playing in your head in the background. Yeah. Murder capital of America. Okay, so but like these are the most recent. So popular. What is he known for? I investigated the country where every drug is legal. I'm guessing this is Amsterdam or something.
Yippee!
Oh wait, no, there's a leaf. So this is Canada, I guess. I investigated the city of real life zombies. So slop. I investigated the city that banned police with the chop. This was 2 years ago. So it wasn't the chop. I don't know what this is. The country that legalized all drugs.
Copenhagen?
Tesla, UFOs, most obese city in America. I dug a secret underground bunker using only a spoon.
Uh-huh. That's cool. I mean, that's more Mr. Beast.
Okay,
style.
but these are the most popular, like oldest 7 years ago. Oh my god. So he's been at this for a minute.
Mr. Beast with racism. He hasn't deleted any of his old videos.
This is Mr.
No.
Beast shit. I was Mr. Beast's 6 millionth subscriber. Okay, now the fact that like we know where this is heading, that he put like 6 million. Okay, I think.
But the 7 million gets him 2.5 million views, but the 6 million doesn't. Someone explain the algorithm to me.
I don't know.
I still don't know.
I actually learned something pretty demonic recently, which is that Mr. Beast, when he was doing those like counting to 100,000 videos, that he was like watching anime the entire time. Just with subtitles on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
and he was like, everybody thought I was just like staring at a wall, but I was like watching a TV show. But he said the reason why he decided to do it is because he was like, I felt like it was a waste of time to watch TV or like movies without making money. So I decided to do this so I could make money while doing it. And it's that's actually kind of like weird to me.
To be fair, I was also watching anime the entire time I was doing the Ponscum podcast, so that's fair enough.
Okay, so this is, I exposed New Jersey's Jewish invasion 3 days ago. 3.5 million views. This is so awesome. Let's do this. This is actually like, I've seen parts of this. This is like kind of a masterclass in propaganda, unfortunately. That's not me saying it's a good video. It's me saying that like, and I have said this before.
The average American.
Yeah, the people consuming this, again, average American moron will be watching this and find this persuasive. The other thing is that like this particular type of bigotry, anti-Semitism, is like, I don't know if this, like the Chinese finger trap of bigotry. Basically, like the more you resist it, the worse it gets. And like whatever you try to do to oppose it, you're inflaming it. You're just like pouring gasoline on the fire.
Which is why the only solution to anti-Semitism has always been anti-Semitism.
Correct. Which is what we aim to provide here.
Come here and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place, you don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
Tyler, that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got like
public safety,
I'd say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People trying to live a quiet life.
You go to Israel, these leftists say, go back to Brooklyn. You go back to Brooklyn, these people say, go back to Israel.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not to come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing.
You say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Care to contest that?
Well, I mean, the Orthodox Jewish community, it can be pretty racist. Yeah, that's
as you'll see in this video. In fact.
Oh no! Oh dear. Okay, but I love that. This is okay. This is what I understand intersectionality to be. Okay, it's to go to the Jews and find out that they hate black people, and to use the woke pro-black agenda to make people hate Jews. That's the right wing understands intersectionality. Actually, I think they've cracked it. I think they figured it out. It's beautiful, really, in its own way.
Yeah, Smug, do you denounce anti-Goyism?
You're gonna have to give me a hard definition. You're gonna have to define your terms, please, before we start this debate on
what is this pedantry? This is how I know that he does not, because the last thing Smugbug ever wants to do is to define a single fucking term. So that's how you know that he's completely fine with it.
Elon Musk has 12
What's wrong with anti-Goyism? Every time they trust the Goys, what happens to them? Look.
I haven't. Let me watch the documentary and then I can give you an answer. Okay, you're asking an uneducated rube. By the end of this hour and 15 minutes, I will have an answer to your question. Okay.
Okay.
He pays for them. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
I'm arguing that the government said.
That's our money. I pay taxes.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Should I call the cops on you? Okay, that's it.
We may be in a corrupt hellhole. So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when we do so.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, home to one of the largest and fastest growing Orthodox Jewish...
All I know about this guy is that he apparently tried to prove San Francisco is a theft problem and he failed at it. Well, if you actually think that like the purpose of these videos is to do anything other than line his pockets, then yes, you will fail at that. But the purpose is just to get clicks and money and attention, and at that it just succeeds by every single metric. So
communities
he's stealing minutes of your life.
Correct, and I'm allowing it.
From 6 to 10 kids per family, causing the community's rapid growth to spill into the neighboring towns of Jackson, Toms River, Brick, and Howell, causing non-Jewish residents to fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You are the vice chairman.
There's something truly sinister about this like nice looking guy like waving at this camera or whatever, like not realizing it's going to be used in this. I already hate this.
The tactics.
I mean, I hated it before I clicked it, but seeing it play out makes me angry.
I would liken it to organized crime.
Am I crazy, or is the Orthodox Jew schedule quite regimented, which means they all just kind of bust out into the streets all at once, and so it always looks like there's way more in the community than they are? Because if they're not there, yeah, as in, you know, like they got like a synagogue and shit, right? So like they all spill out into the streets at the same time, so it's very easy to get action shots of like streets filled with Orthodox Jews, because they're all attending the same religious, the same tactic gets used with Muslims in London, right? Like, but it just, you can make an area look, tactics, yeah. This is media literacy 101. Okay, I suspect that this video has an agenda, Aaron.
Cabal against the Muslim cabal.
Actually, we've been trying to do that in the Middle East for quite some time. It's not been going super great. I don't know if you've heard. The cabals do not like each other.
The only cabal I'm up to date on is Mexicans, other Mexicans, unfortunately. So I can't speak to the behaviors of this particular ethnicity, but I will be enlightened.
Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016. How did you get a relationship with the White House?
Grow up.
The White House.
I think I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about Jackson. Jackson is a test case. If it isn't squashed soon,
shoot, Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Nick Shirley, it sounds like his mom had to drive him to school. Like at first I was like, wait, what is the insult here? I think, do you mean like the short? Usually people will accuse him of like needing to have ridden the short bus. I think that's what you're getting at, right, Ben?
It's because he can't handle public transport. Like he needs to be driven around. It
could be. I mean, I would love to live in a society where like anything other than using public transit is like shamed to this extent.
I'm doing the three fingers up for this one being a European. Right. Because the concept of public transport existing is not an American virtue. Clearly not American.
Well, that's what he was trying to insult him. He was trying to insult him on that basis. But again, there's Americans watching, so unfortunately it will fail. But thank you so much for $5.
Going to take over the entire country.
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved, people connected to the President of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there
why are we zooming in on the Jew around his neck?
You know
why. What was that?
You know why.
He's one of us.
No, there's clearly not. I think it's going to be
a fight.
This man has no neck. It's a hot dog neck, motherfucker. Look at the.
I was halfway through coffee, and you actually got me.
I'm sorry. Look at this build,
Holy
dude.
shit! This man looks like he's being squeezed out of 3 tubes of toothpaste at the same time. He's being
At any moment, this man looks like he's literally about to implode.
He's gonna pop. He's gonna pop into 6 smaller Jewish men, and then they're gonna scuttle out and.
Not. I think it's gonna.
Yeah, like again, they should have had him like just put on a trench coat to see the possibilities that could have been.
This is what it looks like when this is what it looks like when a programmer works out. This is the only build that's achievable for a
just
software
sort of
engineer who goes
expand.
to
You
the
don't
gym.
really get more muscular.
Yeah.
You kind of like saturate like a sponge.
Fight.
Look at the drawn-on chin. What a hero. Meticulous.
Mogged.
There are women with a less steady hand on their facial aesthetic. That man is really locked in.
Yeah, women yearn to look like this.
He's hyperstitioning a chin. Look, he's manifesting it.
Clearly not. I think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around Lakewood. There are near Lakewood, outside of Lakewood, and all these towns around Lakewood. There are housing developments. Well, Goyim live there. There are no Yidden there yet, but all these housing developments. Someone.
Oh my God! You're smiling too. Aaron, you're smiling too. Why do we love watching? Why do we love watching Jewish people do anything? Are we secretly anti-Semitic? Because I just love watching an old Jewish man talk about literally anything. This was half of Bernie Sanders' appeal to me.
True.
It's just I don't know why. It's captivating. I can't explain it. Curb Your Enthusiasm is like a generational triumph, and it's just an old Jewish man talking all the time. That's it.
So just, and to quickly summarize what Smug just said, basically anytime Jewish people are talking, it's like they're casting a spell.
It really is. Yeah, honestly, on me specifically, it works. I'm happy to say.
Around, we saw what happened in Lakewood itself. There are a lot of other opportunities if people want to take that jump and become a shtickle pioneer.
As the Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the Township Committee, Planning Board, Zoning Board, and School Board, financially depleting the public school system for
Wait, what did this headline say?
Township
Hold
Committee,
on.
Planning Board, Zoning Board, and School Board, financially.
NJ school budget deficits prompt plea for legislative action.
That's irrelevant.
I was about to say, this is like complete. This is not like a city like a committee thing. This is like a statewide like in general education's underfunded.
Depleting the public school system for
also current complaints. Okay, complaint number 1. The Jews are doing too much free work for the town. Next, they're doing too much volunteering.
Complaint 2, how dare these people think that they have a right to participate in the community that they live in and, populate and pay, like, spend money and,
their kids
like,
go to
who do they think they are?
Yeah.
Overwhelming local infrastructure and turning a once quiet town into
overwhelming local infrastructure. So many Jews. The garbage is broke.
I was gonna say, it shows like a dumpster.
Awesome. Yeah,
over-trafficked Jewish enclave prioritizing Jews over non-Jews. Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like David Badner saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while. And
Little Palestine into Little Israel in New York. They've done it again. Oh no.
And someone has to step up to the plate.
Miller News. Thanks for meeting up.
Not touching that.
Notice, man.
My Canadians, no, we here. We outside. We outside.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first start of it, and then every year it just started to grow.
He didn't even introduce this resident expert that he's talking to, aka just like a random like black guy who I guess has particular insight into this or something.
Exponentially.
Hey! It's me!
And obviously the race and ethnicity of everybody, as far as I can visibly ascertain, is necessary to draw attention to.
Wait, I have a theory. Okay, so the black men are swinging rightward in America,
young
right?
black
The gender
men,
gap
but yes.
Young black men, the kinds of young black men who are on social media consuming this kind of content, right? And the far right has been looking for ways to incorporate them. You had Kanye's very, very infamous song. They just played it at the club recently. Still
he
has
just
cultural
apologized for that, though.
Right? I know, which is crazy. I could
took out,
spend
like,
hours talking about Kanye.
Like a
obviously,
$50,000 ad in the Wall Street Journal saying he apologizes to Jews everywhere.
Yeah, crazy flip. But that's fine. Like we know he's mentally ill. He's a channeler. He's not like an operator. But so they're looking for mechanisms to like kind of like incorporate young black men into the far right movement, which I argue, and I think this is one of our fundamental disagreements, is that I do believe that the fascism in America that is emergent is post-racial, right? Like I do think you're going to find lots of young black men in a fascist movement in America.
What do you mean by post-racial? Because I was very like I had a knee-jerk reaction to this of like, no, this is not true. But if it just means incorporating enough to build durable electoral majorities, as well as like more that you can like cynically push to the front and like fend off accusations of racism or whatever, then in that sense it's post-racial or whatever. If you mean like as far as like what the implications of these politics are going to be, it's very much not going to be post-racial.
So Nazism was obviously racist, right? Very, very racialized. But Francoism wasn't really in quite the same way. And neither was Italian fascism. Like, there are multiple strains. And I think that the American fascism that's emerging is much less focused on race than it is on... I mean, I believe that the core of fascism is gender relations. But so it's mainly going to be around that. And there are lots of reasons for young black men to be particularly susceptible based on things that are occurring in their community that have kind of distanced them from young black women. So I think it's kind of hard to... like, obviously it's racist. Like, obviously it's racist and misogynistic and whatever, but that's kind of part of the appeal. But what I mean by post-racial is that, like, race is not the character of, like, the sort of citizenship, the identitarian politics that they're trying to build. Like, even though they talk about, like, none of them are fucking white, right? Like, Fuentes is Mexican.
Have you ever
Andrew
seen
Tate
Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Do you remember a part where the drill sergeant is like, I believe inside every Vietnamese, there's, like, an American that's, like, trying to, like, get out?
Yeah, that's liberalism.
Correct, right? But like, as far as what you're just like, that is sort of the like
the
sense
dream
of inclusion that I get from MAGA, as far as like extending it out to minorities and like non-white people, which is that if you're willing to kind of get on board with the nationalist angle and throw all dignity to the wayside, then you can be part of the team. But you have to. There is obviously. Maybe you disagree with this. I obviously see this. One, it's a racist movement. And two, they are going to make you, like any sort of like self-preservation, dignity, concern for your race within this movement is like not going to be tolerated whatsoever. You have to basically, to the extent that you can like express any sort of like affinity for like an identity or do any id pull, it has to be just because you're American, nothing else. Or Christian.
Look, as a young black man in the movement, you have to be okay with white boys calling you the N-word. Like, but as a young black man in that movement, you care less as well because you think that woke has gone too far, and you think that one of the ways that woke ended up going too far was, you know, the liberal fucking putting the N-word on the pedestal, right? So you basically become fine with it. Like I know black guys who are fine in racist groups who are totally fine with being called the N-word constantly, and obviously I think that's
as I said, you must abandon all dignity, correct?
I agree. You have to, but please, you have to abandon all dignity, whether you're black or whether you're white, right? I mean, like, fuck. Look at groypers.
Somebody said that they thought what I was going to bring up is that you're all equally. When he says you're all equally worthless, which is
yeah, the defining feature of groypers is to like sort of emasculate themselves and kind of put, accept that they're disgusting, horrible frog creatures as part of the hazing ritual of joining the group, right? So I don't think that's necessarily a barrier that suggests that it's racialized. I think that race is a component, but I don't think that that's what they're going to build the identity on. I think they're going to build it on. Well, I really, if you look at what things like Stephen Miller are doing, obviously he is true through and through racist.
He's a Jewish Nazi. He's like actually a Jewish Nazi, in my opinion.
his planning looks a lot more like citizenship as it's more like it's more like a Starship Troopers fascism. Yeah, it's a state based, right? It's a little bit more like you've got Fuentes pushing the sort of Francoist angle, the Catholicism, that kind of like the religious side of it, and then you've got the Stephen Miller pushing the sort of citizenship angle. The end result is obviously going to be a second class tier of people who will obviously be very heavily overly represented in non-white populations, but I don't think the whiteness will be the key fixture of what's happening like it was for ethnicity won't be the key fixture in the way that it was for the Nazis.
And for as many supposed benefits that you're going to accrue by aligning yourself with this emergent fascist movement in this country, there will be 10 times as many like cons and setbacks to it, but in ways that are very difficult to perceive on an individual level, or at least attribute directly to like political actors, because it's sort of just like the mundane product of like poor regulation and policy that people will see as like, it must be individual personal failure, not an externality or a design of something that like I voted for.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think also some very, very, very stupid people who may exist in your chat, but I can't confirm or deny, but some very stupid people might think, I'm saying that the black people who join the fascist movement are going to like have a better time than black people who don't, and so there's not gonna. No, everyone in the fascist movement suffers, white people included and especially, right?
Right.
Fascists are all fucking miserable. They all destroy their lives in order to do this. They all make themselves completely incompatible with basically all women on the planet, other than Erika Kirk.
This is something that like the left struggles with, as far as like dismantling patriarchy, because there are, I think, people on the left that are like, but we're having to ask men to give up their privileges, and you're not going to be able to do that. Like, it has to be done in ways that don't really like and you said that they should like, how do I put this into words? Like, they're almost like buying into and reifying mythology surrounding patriarchy as if it doesn't harm men just as much.
Yeah.
So like yes, there are privileges.
We have it worse than you, Aaron. We have it worse than you.
Okay, chill. Oh wait. Ben Riley, $5. Thank you so much.
Oh, nice.
And they put, I mean, he's the kind of kid that you think that thinks you can divide by zero just by drawing a line through it. Do we endorse this characterization of Nick Shirley?
I'm with it. I think that's fine.
We're here for it. And Captain Caps, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime.
I was joking, but what I mean is that men obviously have a position of power, but that power isolates them and makes them miserable in just the same way as it makes women miserable. Now, the way that men end up miserable is not generally not having like, I don't know, direct violence enacted on them in the way that women have to put up with. So it is like a physically less bad.
No, it's like
but men kill themselves more often.
Yeah,
they're fucking isolated from society. Yeah, exactly, right. But the harm to men is usually more abstracted, which makes it more tolerable and less recognizable to men, because men are stupid, so they don't notice that they're all dying for stupid reasons because they're sad. They think it's woke that's killing them or something.
It is,
or getting drafted,
or that,
because they all bitch about that.
Yo, they on Tyler.
But the Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income.
Crazy that there's anyone on this planet that's not happy and just ecstatic to see this obnoxious YouTuber roll into their fucking town.
Yeah.
And if they were on welfare in Curious Joel.
How many kids
sorry, correction. Men don't kill themselves more often. Or sorry, unalive.
What?
More often, they're better at doing it. That's what it is. Women attempt more, but men are more successful or something. Unfortunately.
Sure, but I don't get me into the details of that, because you won't.
He says you won't win the debate over male suicide.
No, it's not. No, I'm not saying you would win the debate. I'm saying you'll force me to say things that will make me even less popular with your chat.
Most people have out here.
And I won't be right.
18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to...
Wait, what did they do? He put scripture out. God blessed them, and God said to them, be fertile and increase, fill the earth and master it, and rule the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, and all the living things that creep on earth. This is from the contemporary Torah, Genesis 1.
I'm sure that's real.
Multiple and fruitful.
Well.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you, too?
Also, yes.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
It's... I'm not saying anything.
Are you Tyler?
I'm Tyler.
Are you trying to...
They tried to frame that last clip like this was anything other than what seems to be a language barrier, and like this guy like hiding a nefarious secret or something like that. I don't think he it seems like he probably exclusively speaks like Hebrew or Yiddish. He doesn't know what he's saying.
I mean, so far this is like all clip chimping. Like,
yeah,
I'm getting zero context from any of these conversations. It's like indecipherable garbage. There's like no information to be gleaned here. It's just vibes.
Are you trying to do another anti-Semitism video?
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that. Life circumstance, different culture.
Do we get a conversation?
So
is this all still intro?
Like, listen, I know you're frustrated.
You have to keep in mind that the viewership for these are people whose attention spans are not longer than like a 15-second TikTok. So there must be a jump cut every single, like 10 to 15 seconds.
Do you know the first people I debated on racism were guys who literally watched like 400 hours of lectures from like an ancient old white racist that was so dull and boring, and they literally had to like force themselves to become racist through sheer force of will. And I respected that, Aaron. I respected the perseverance. But now the Mr. Beastification of racism has gone too far. This is unacceptable. Now your racism is frictionless. You used to have to work really hard to be a racist in the modern age.
True.
And now you just slip into an algorithm. The old racists were better. I'll say it. The old racists were better. They were harder working.
What, some of the things we focused on? Is that kind of what I'm getting at? Sure. So give me some examples of how things were misconstrued. Yeah, what did I get that was wrong?
So it's not necessarily misconstrued. Well, it is misconstrued. There's a lot of it that's, you'll cut a lot of it, cut out different words, make it sound a lot worse than it is. There's a lot of people here that are on welfare. A lot of people are in Section 8. A lot of people that are on a bunch of different WIC, food stamps, stuff like that.
Sure.
If you go to any low-income communities, you're going to see that. They're all going to be on the different welfares.
Okay, so they were on welfare.
Yeah,
okay.
No bit of denying that.
Okay.
But again, it's the way you say it, it's the way you twist it, the way you...
How did I twist it?
Not twist it. Again, twist is the wrong word.
I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Growing up in an
This
extremely...
guy being like way too nice to this asshole.
Yeah.
Dude, no.
Ah, the insufferable hug. See, you say I misrepresent, and then they do that, like, come on.
I'm not saying they're all good people. It's like I said, wherever you go, there's going to be the idiots. There's always going to be the assholes wherever you go.
I totally get it.
You talk about the community.
I mean, like the absurdity of trying to pretend like these people are like living lavishly when he just said they're recipients of some of the hardest to access welfare programs in this country because you have to be that far below the poverty line to even qualify.
It feels like you're trying to create a narrative that you did
like
not
these
find.
are people that are fine like with a subsistence existence, some of them, so they can study the Torah all day and just live their sort of like Orthodox lifestyle where they of their own free will and volition, to the extent that exists within like these areas where there's like high levels of like religious indoctrination that is not really questioned, who like are voluntarily like, again, not using like electricity for multiple days on end.
You found people that are on welfare that have a lot of kids, but your headline did wrote welfare addicted Jews.
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Welfare dependent, welfare reliant, welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it to survive, and without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait.
That's
to bait click. That's an addiction.
That's an
okay.
Bait click.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
The Goyim were grateful someone was
Epicone.
finally bringing up their town's issues.
I show you. They take all my money, these people.
You think they take the money?
Good, man.
Bienvenidos a Monsiland, con mi amigo. All right, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
What
like
do you mean
the
by
area.
so-so?
Huh? Because they're acidics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
This guy's woke.
It's a lot. They get
Deal with the bigotry that you have like a real man and just leave them alone. He's
Also,
like, I except I do not like this race and ethnicity of people, so I say I don't interact with them. Simple as.
Yeah, this is the old school based kind of racism. I don't talk to them, they don't talk to me. Who will live and die separate.
get away with everything. They get the Section 8, they get everything, the free housing, and
Do you think most
You won't go into Southern America into some trailer park and do the same interview. I wonder why. Truly an enigma why he will not focus on, that area of American life in Appalachia.
people work out here in the Hasidic community? No. How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing too.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I gotta ask you that. It's the most important question.
I don't want to talk about it.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass. That's why so
someone
much
has a
traffic,
question, Aaron.
Accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video
Do you think
good?
this is a... There's a question for you. Do you think that this is a think tank of political interest, or if it's just audience capture?
You know, I don't know. Watching Just Silk, he was like, somebody could be funding this. But I'm trying to think because, like, the biggest MAGA benefactors are typically Zionists. So this isn't really, I mean, like, you could make this argument that, like, in this roundabout way, because Israel benefits from anti-Semitism and Jewish peril, and, like, it encourages migration to Israel, that, like, they would fund ventures like this. But that just seems to me, like, very, very convoluted. And I don't think that's the first inference you should draw. Like, I looked up, like, who funds, like, Tucker Carlson's network, because he's leaning into this, and it was this, like, random billionaire, but he just seems to be somebody who, like, it doesn't, I mean, I'm sure he's a political agenda, and I'm sure it's conservative, but it wasn't overt to the extent. It was, like, some guy who was, like, a get your money up, not your funny up type, like, investment dude who was like, yeah, Tucker Carlson's network makes money, therefore I will invest in it, and less like an ideological project. So, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that there's, like, money behind this, but I don't know, when you have like 8.9 million views and, like, you major kind of, like, splash on YouTube by doing, like, Mr. Beast Slop, like, it was always gonna kind of lead there, right?
I think I think you're right. I truly don't think that there's because I've poked around as well. I truly don't think that there's an institution that's really funding this. I think what this is right wing, not infighting, but, like, I guess cannibalization. Like, there's just inside the right wing ecosystem, there's a lot of audience to be gained by appealing to the anti-Israel stuff, and Candace Owens knows it. Fuentes has known it for years.
Tucker knows.
Tucker Carlson pivoting. Charlie Kirk was fucking pivoting. Like, it just is. It's clear that there is, like, audience. It's not audience capture. It's like audience expansion.
Yeah.
You know, you're bringing more people in. Right, you can only hate on black people for so long and keep the same audience. You need to throw in a little spice, a little diversity, and then you'll get access to more people.
It's kind of like the winking and nodding that PewDiePie did. It's like, do I think that these people necessarily, like, again, first and foremost, I think they're just they want attention and money, and this will get you attention and money. But I also think that they know that they, like you're saying, that they can expand their base, because while they probably won't go so far as to be, like, overtly political in the sense that they align themselves with the America First movement or groypers or MAGA or whatever it is, it's like he's their guy, right? He's, like, their Mr. Beast, right? He's the based Mr. Beast, not the cocktail Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over, like, the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo school board. And
so where is this from?
Okay, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo.
Orthodox Jews accused of controlling NY Town's education system. Tensions are running high in Rockland County over the $3.2 million sale of Hillcrest Elementary School to a New Square yeshiva. This looks like Haaretz, or some sort of Jewish publication, because it says Jewish World here. I don't know. Like, I can't take anything that he's saying at face value as far as, like, what the context could be for, like, some of these conversations or whatever, because he, like, massively distorts stuff.
Holy shit. Okay, so I've just Googled this. There are 3 stories. There's one in The Guardian, one in the New York Times, one in the Haaretz, you were right. But 2006, 2010, this is like 20 years ago. The Guardian one's 2020?
Yeah, this is old. This is like, this looks like...
This is the... God, yeah, this happened ages ago. They pulled the date off this article.
2022.
Tellingly.
There was, like...
Oh, yeah.
There's one, like 2006. This is an article that is literally 20 years old.
Wait, okay. A school board composed mostly of Orthodox Jewish parents has favored students in private religious schools over mostly black and Latino students in public schools. Civil rights groups have alleged in federal court. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if this is a Jew thing or a white thing. This sounds like what happens in a lot of neighborhoods. Anyway, no.
This is okay. So this is from 2010. This is from 2010. Okay. The article that he is citing is from 2010, and he gave the impression that like what she just said in any way related to this when it doesn't. And he didn't make the he didn't disclose that like, oh, this is something that's been happening for a while or whatever. He made it sound like this is like a recent thing.
Take a quick look at this Guardian article. Maybe it'd be good to get the actual context and see how it gets misrepresented. Because
no, the Haaretz article is literally what he's looking at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, but the
what, you can't
the Guardian
trust
article
them
goes up to
is that what we're getting at
the
here,
Guardian
Smug?
article. The Guardian article goes up to 2020 and gives you the whole history. And the Guardian is a fairly reputable organization.
Okay, fine.
That has less bias.
Board accused. Less bias, you say, huh? So you don't trust Jews to tell their own stories? Is that what we're getting at?
I love Haaretz.
Although I do think that this is better to look at because, like, this is the reporting of something that was emerging, and now this is like a retrospective.
Yes.
So let's see.
That's why I think that's useful. Yeah.
Sure it was. Board accused of gutting public school funding in favor of private yeshivas. Civil rights group alleged school board election system in East Ramapo, northwest of New York City, disenfranchises minorities. Before I even get into this article, this is reminding me that Curtis Lewa was accused of being anti-Semitic. Which he has said like anti-Semitic things, even though he's like half Jewish. Doesn't matter, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
But he got in trouble because apparently sometimes these schools, especially when they're like in these areas or whatever, they try to skirt like state guidelines as far as like curriculum requirements, reading requirements, and they want the curriculum to be heavily skewed towards a more obviously religious education than anything like that. And he said something along the lines of like the literacy standards need to like not be interfered with or something like that. And that was he was accused of being anti-Semitic on that basis, something like that. A school board composed mostly of Orthodox Jewish parents has favored students in private religious schools over mostly Black and Latino students in public schools, civil rights groups have alleged in federal courts. The groups, including the ACLU and NAACP, blame a school board election system that is common across the U.S. and that, they say, disenfranchises minorities. This is something that has since been reformed, like the way that New York City decides to do how to elect school boards now has like changed since then, because this was an issue that transcended just the Jewish population or whatever. Like in general, moneyed interests were like getting behind individuals and basically guaranteeing that they were going to assume the roles in these like supposedly free and fair, but there was so much rigging going on. Since 2005, the East Ramapo School Board, which covers a few small towns and an hour's drive northwest of New York City, has been controlled by members who represent private yeshivas or Jewish religious schools, according to a report by the New York State Education Department. The vast majority of the 26,500 children who attend private schools in the district are white. In contrast, 91% of the 9,000 or so children enrolled in public schools are Black and Latino. In 2009, the board began gutting the public school system. The report states, between 2009 and 2014, the board fired over 450 staff, including 160 teachers, 3 guidance counselors, and all social workers. It also cut budgets for athletic and extracurricular activities in half. Children have had to attend classes with no teachers, which the school called study hall or homeroom, said Terry Rodriguez, a parent with 3 children in the school district. Her son, 17, was in one of these classes for his first 3 months at Spring Valley High School. My children weren't getting the proper education they need, she said. But as public schools suffered, funding for the private yeshivas went up. Between 2010 and 2014, spending for private school buses increased from $22 million to $27.3 million. The school board also increased funding for special ed in private schools by 33%, while laying off 15 special ed teachers in public schools, according to the NYSED report. School board reps declined requests to comment, citing the ongoing litigation. Yehuda Weissmandl, the board's former president, said in a 2014 statement that the board had no choice but to cut the public school budget owing to declining funds. Yet while there was a decline in state funding after the 2008 recession, the report found that no meaningful effort had been made, quote, to distribute pain of deep budget cuts fairly among private and public schools. It's frustrating, and I think the community is really at a boiling point, said Antonio Luciano, a resident who ran for a seat on the school board in 2010 and 2011. The former NYPD lieutenant had promised to restore the budget for public schools, but was defeated both times. Like, nothing I'm reading here is surprising, because the way that we fund public schools in this country is via property taxes. And then there's also these like parallel systems, because like there's private schools, there's attempts to do like school vouchers and like school choice, where like what ends up, you have like wealth concentration of like the wealthiest students go to one school and then all the funds get directed there, and then everybody else gets the scraps and whatnot. So
there's also shitloads of like lingering legislation that was basically designed to suppress like Black votes for lots of like local council seats and school board seats and all these kind of institutions. So that probably favors the Jews who vote as a block with the whites because they have aligned interest, and then I guess the minority populations end up suffering as a result.
Inachu, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I find it very funny that you gifted 20 subs, but then hadn't subbed yourself. But thank you very much.
It's great. There's a Bezos buck.
so they were defeated both times. No candidate preferred by minority groups has won since 2007, according to the New York Civil Liberties Union. This is because the board's 9 members are elected at large. Instead of each neighborhood electing its own reps, the entire district votes for every member on board. Yeah, so it basically becomes impossible if you're a minority within this community to get the votes necessary behind your candidate.
You have to break it up by like little provinces so that individual neighborhoods can sort of contribute better. Yeah.
In East Ramapo, the 62% of the population is white and votes cohesively in favor of private school candidates, according to Perry Grossman, a voting rights lawyer for the NYCLU and co-counsel in the suit against the East Ramapo Central School District. In every single election, a very large block of white voters was voting for the winning candidates, and in every election, a very large block of Black and Latino voters who voted for losing candidates, he said. Since the NYCLU filed the lawsuit in November 2017, 2 minority candidates have been elected to the school board. At-large voting takes place in 80%. Yay, we won.
2.
We saved the city. In 80% of city and 1/3 of county elections across the U.S. It was instituted in southern states to suppress Black votes, said Leah Aiden, deputy director of litigation at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. In 2014, LDF won a suit in federal court to replace an at-large voting system in Fayette County, Georgia, where not a single Black candidate had served on a school board or country commission in the country's 200-year history, despite constituting 1/5 of the population.
Oh, boy.
To fix the East Ramapo issues, Grossman is calling for a switch to single-member districts. In this system, the school district in East Ramapo would be divided into multiple neighborhoods, each of which would elect their own board member. And then at that point, it's not even like affirmative action in the sense that it needs to be a person of a particular race. It's like a community background thing. And obviously, it's far more likely to map onto it, but you could potentially have like a white representative or a majority power group holder, whatever, from the be elected to these boards by these people. When children grow up seeing only people who look different than them in political office, they may not think politics is for them or believe in the democratic system and that elected representatives are faithfully doing their best to represent them, said Sarah John, a political science researcher and project manager at Virginia Commonwealth University. Interesting to end on that.
How do you... I know this is like one of the questions, and I wish I had a better answer immediately available, but like, how do you stop just these fuckers transplanting every single problem of like American white supremacy and just saying no, it's not whites, it's Jews? It's just like it's such a like it's such a trump card. Like it's so hard.
It's again, so people are obviously going to get on board with like anti-Semitism to explain things before class consciousness or anti-Zionism or any of that. That is obviously going to happen.
Ramapo School Board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers while approving millions.
He ended up citing the Guardian article, even though he had the Haaretz headline.
Oh my god, yeah, but I like how the Guardian article does not mention Jews once. Like it is just the white bloc of voters because
it
of course,
briefly
they're
mentions
all fucking aligned.
It mentions how the Orthodox Jew, something about like religious schools or whatever, like being a thing that like kind of brought it to the public consciousness or like brought it to the front of it. But there's nothing else from that point on. And it's very, very clear that this is like a wealthy people thing, not really like a religious thing.
Their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 Black and brown public school students while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
And like, again, it's weird to say like they're fighting over scraps because these are like wealthy people, but they never zoom out and ask the question like, wait, why is it that like it's really hard? Like every single dollar in this system is so valuable. Why is it that they don't really have that much money to go around? Period. Why are we having to choose which children get an education in America? What? Hold on. Yeah, wait 1 second. Yeah, it's like,
why is funding getting cut?
They're complaining that like, hey, that guy got 2 pieces of pizza, but like there was 1 pizza provided for like 1,000 people.
Yeah.
That's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
Oh my god.
I asked you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down.
You see what I mean when I say this is powerful propaganda? Do you know how quickly like it all you just need to cobble together a few clips like this and people will be saying the 14 words in response to stuff like this.
And the majority
by the end of this episode, I will have a solution. Don't worry. I'm percolating.
Please stop.
To sell it to
no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all.
Are you
being
serious?
A solution to the I'm literally that was a psychic war bit. That was nothing to do with please. Jesus Christ, you're all so woke and sensitive. My God.
It's not me, it's this platform I'm on.
Pennies on the dollar. Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted.
Oh wait, there's a Lakewood resident who has insights into what we just read. Something what they put. They are a fundamentalist sect of Judaism, so people referring to them just as Jews confuses the issue. Something in their religion lets them claim their homes as churches so they don't pay taxes. I don't know the exact specifics on that. I know a little bit about this because I was reading about why a couple of months ago Orthodox Jews in Israel are able to claim like these sort of tax exempt status, and they're also able to avoid conscription. And they cite the Torah as like the reason why they can't do it, which really bothers
ways you can avoid conscription religiously.
Like secular Israelis, because they're like, well, what the fuck? Why should they get to be exempt from this?
All by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
Yeah, zoom in on where it says Nathan Rothschild.
Yeah!
Important to note that this man's last name is that.
I'm back, baby. Fuck yeah. Yeah, oh my God.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it? Fine.
Completely, like, that's actually a very neutral observation and just true, and not like loaded in the way that this person's trying to say, like, see, these black people just hate that Jews like control their fucking life, when in reality it's like again it's like a class thing, and it's like a community thing. It's not like this race thing.
Find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding of money for our school. And, that was done purposely.
Has she mentioned the Jews
voting no?
Majority, the Jewish.
She did. She said, she was like, the people that control it or whatever are like majority Jewish or something.
Lady! God damn it.
You drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for, the wards. But if it wasn't for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truth and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down.
This is Monse, mega developer. Don't assume it's Orthodox only. I have a lot of concerns and skepticism regarding that kind of community being able to develop within Rockland County. I don't know what how this connects to what is being said here.
No, me neither. I appreciate this guy though. Like he's nuanced despite his personal anecdotal evidence being negative. He's like leaving space for him being wrong. This dude seems decent.
It's only because we know what he's mobilizing all of these sound bites and clips in favor of, that we're cringing every time they mention like Jewish, Orthodox, blah, 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 like the influence of these people. When if you were to just be presented with these interviews, absent any context, they're pretty neutral observations. Really?
Yeah, it's very frustrating that there's a really great documentary that could be made here, probably out of the footage collected, and it'll never see the light of day because this asshole is only interested in clickbait Mr. Beast racism. Like it's so dull. It's such a shame.
And 240,000 people also liked this.
Yippee!
Spaces, buildings get destroyed for let's just say for more kosher customs, you feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I don't believe in hiding. I believe we have a tremendous amount to be proud of, and like every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best things about this community then.
Tonight at sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion, do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be...
This guy's actually like pretty ambitious and is like, this is a marketing opportunity. This is like, you're going to try to make me look bad. It's not going to work. This is like, all I see is like fucking free real estate here.
He's killing it.
Anywhere. The sun is coming down, and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings, and they'll go pray. And they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home. Our families are waiting. we sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos, and you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed 10 kids
Yes.
without those programs?
I am one of 10 children.
You're
My
driving
father-
a G-Wagon, bro.
My father was never on any welfare. I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
Like what he just said was like completely irrelevant. Like the fact that this person obviously has money now, it's like, I know it's like seems like fiction, but there actually is some income mobility, especially the whiter you are or the closer in proximity you are to whiteness. Like, yeah, like to the extent that that exists in this country, which it really doesn't. Like what he said is not contradictory at all. I grew up poor and now I am not poor.
Well, and also, like being born Jewish in America does have significant advantages in a million different ways. In particular, the baseline kind of default level of existence in America has gotten so much worse, has atomized so thoroughly that any surviving religious structure that provides community, that does things like forces you to turn your fucking phone off. Like these are genuine advantages over the average American, and just by sheer coincidence, by sheer like, I don't know, unnatural selection. These happen to be in the same way that Jews always luck out into this, don't they? You know, they get forced into banking, they get forced into Hollywood.
Luck. So much as it is like a resilience that's been developed in response to like ungodly amounts of discrimination and oppression over generations.
For sure, but I'd love to understand the mechanism that like continuously forces Jewish people into lesser appreciated positions that always happen to be right, you know, in 10, 20, 30 years,
it's one of those things
the exact
that, like,
right place to be.
You other these people and then there's no winning because it's basically like, oh, you like that so much, go make your own. They make their own. They have these sorts of parallel societies from cradle to grave where people within their community are taken care of. That harbors resentment. No, you can't do that either. Or they're relegated to certain sects like entertainment or banking. And this is not a dog whistle. This is just true. Like Christians, we're not allowed to lend money. Jews are allowed to lend money. So that is why they're okay with usury or whatever, which now obviously Christians engage in usury. Everybody does. But yeah, you're going to see over like the product will be that because of that discrimination or because of like what it's self-selected for, they're going to be in charge of these institutions. And then there's resentment for them succeeding in the fields that they were relegated to.
Yeah, it's kind of dual power, isn't it? Because basically the mainstream power structure it rejects you, and so you end up going into these other places. You know, Hollywood is like cultural power, banking is financial power, and then they start to build up these institutions. And as the mainstream power structure, you know, stagnates, then the next thing that's going to topple it over will be these other rising power structures, and then eventually they stagnate, and then so on and so on and so on.
Right.
So
because the prescription being made to these
mechanism.
people when they said like go do this or like go make your own was with the implicit assumption that they'll fail, they won't be able to do it, but then they are able to do it. Especially, and you would expect that because these people are clear. Like if you're talking to highly religious people, they're people that have so many kids. They are literally, again, are like the birth rates or whatever are going to surpass that of Christians that are increasingly largely secular in their day-to-day lives or like if not outright irreligious and culturally Christian or go to like, again, education that corresponds with like dropping and declining birth rates or whatever. So no shit. They have a lot of people and they like with so many mouths to feed or whatever, you have like literally very, very economically productive families. Because they all get put to work very quickly.
I wonder if there are any studies that suggest that generational wealth is easier to retain if you're having more children, right? Because lots of rich families are only having 1 or 2 kids. And to some extent, you are rolling a genetic lottery dice or an environmental lottery dice on you know, those kids coming out in a way that can help the family retain generational wealth. Whereas if you have 10 kids, probably within the family, you're going to select for the one that's most competent at that particular aspect. You know, you're not born being able to run a plumbing company, but maybe one of your 10 kids will have a genuine interest and talent in it. But if you only have 2 kids, that kid might never have come about. So I wonder if there must be some studies on that.
They were impoverished, but they were also part of an owning class, like literally petite bougies over here, where they had farms, they had local convenience stores or whatever, where like when you have 10 kids and you have, even if you have productive assets and you literally own capital, you own the means of production, if the profit margins in your particular sector are thin, and then it has to be divided amongst a massive family, then the experience is not exactly luxurious, but you do have more stability in your life because you have your parents are like, they own a business, right? So to the extent that there's any sort of like scarcity or like market fluctuations or whatever, it's usually not under threat of going under entirely. It's a matter of like how much money is it going to pull in, because they have jobs in or they own businesses that are going to be reliably serviced or whatever. Like people are always going to need a grocery store. People are always going to need these sorts of these sorts of things.
They're always going to need a Jew lawyer.
Also that, sure.
Me though. I love you, man. You are funny.
You don't own this place. You don't own America. I can do whatever I want.
Whatever you
So
want.
get in your G-Wagon, get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did, you never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring...
Like, all these... Again, this is supposed to, like, make you more anti-Semitic, but all it's done is, like, make me... This guy is, like, an arrogant moron, and it shows the restraint of people within this community for not just, like, decking him in a video game. And, of course, they probably don't even have the urge to do that. But, like, I'm like, this is just making them look better right now.
A community of welfare addicted.
This is an email. Hey, blank. The video topic is about the community of Hasidic Jews in NYC. Thank you. Oh, wait. What is this connection?
Somebody hurt you deeply.
To his sponsors.
He was right.
He's saying his sponsors pulled out.
Okay. Gee, wonder
because
why.
Because the Jews own the sponsors.
Well, when I said, gee, wonder why, I was saying because, like, no shit, they don't want to be attached to this fucking embarrassing project.
No, of course. But I mean, he's going to spin this.
This is what I mean with the Chinese finger trap thing, where it's like, as soon as you say it, it's like, oh, God damn it. It feeds into one trope or another. There's no winning.
Ever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring a community of welfare addicted Jews.
Someone put small grocery stores in 2026 with Walmart and Target. Okay, but again, this is when I said that, it's in the context of them already having basically parallel communities and ethnic enclaves where everybody around them is in need of like kosher products. They're obviously going to provide that, and they all are going to they're incentivized to go spend money at those places in those communities. Like, they don't want to take money outside of their community. They don't want to spend it at Safeway or at Publix or Walmart or Target. They want to spend it there in particular, not only out of convenience, not only out of like maintaining the character of their community and stuff like that, but also because, again, they need access. That's probably the cheapest place that they can get kosher food. Because you can find like kosher food or whatever, like in a lot of places, but it doesn't mean it's going to be the cheapest or most convenient.
For sure, yeah. That's all correct, but also this chatter has an additional very, very dangerous brain virus, which is that the only thing in their head is narratives that they've read on like articles and shit. Like when you watch a documentary about the fall of mom and pop grocery stores and Walmart taking over, you do understand that is not a consistent narrative universal to every single town and province in America. Very bad problem, general trend, possibly an extinction level event. But the grocery stores still exist, right? There are towns where Walmart has not destroyed the economy.
Walmart on average only sticks around in a community for about 15 years and then it leaves.
Right, there you go. It's not even sustainable for itself.
Like there is like built-in convalescence with these things. They will go to a city, they will extract as much. Like basically for the vast majority of corporations or whatever, especially ones that are popping up in like in the last like 10, 20 years, it's kind of like a car being driven off the lot. The second it's there, the profitability is going to decline. Unlike other institutions that are like backed by the state and more resilient.
It's kind of like this necessary. Like weird like tendency for like the rate of profit to fall over. I don't know. Someone should look into that.
There was like, how do I put this into words? There was a video like why it is that certain real estate that was like backed by the state and like other. I'll find it. Hold on.
Help me avoid ending up on welfare too, and get access to all of these videos early and watch never before seen content I can't upload on YouTube. Go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for $5 a month. Back to the video. After speaking to frustrated Goyim in Muncie, I headed to Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, where a similar Jewish takeover has taken place, leading to the gutting of the public school system, all while turning a predominantly working class Irish and Italian town into Little Jerusalem.
Look at the old days footage. Look how good it was in the old days. Wow.
I'm trying to...
They've replaced, again, like one ethnic enclave with another. How dare they? They literally said the same thing about like Italian and Irish people going into these areas and like doing this. even though they were relegated and ghettoized to those areas, which is why they formed in the first place.
In 30 years, some new race will be invented, and they will be displacing the Jews, and we'll have the exact same documentary about the plight of the Jewish people being displaced from their from Lakeland or whatever the fuck this is.
Merge again to see if there's any way that we could actually be one community. Because as you can tell, it's two separate communities. Look around. You will not see a non-Jewish resident here.
You will not see? No, I'm kidding.
Bus. Nice.
He doesn't need to do things like that when he's literally willing to title it, I expose New Jersey's Jewish invasion.
No, I think you're very well attuned to the dog whistles. You've done great there.
Thank you.
For a goy.
Scores. Sure. Now, that pizza place, it's going to be kosher pizza, probably.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish, and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need. Quite convenient, quite nice.
Now, everyone can shop here. Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community. But
and is it always this way? This part here, is this newly developed in the last?
Oh, yeah. So this used to be a concrete yard.
Got it.
So we're almost where we're standing. Used to have rows of concrete trucks.
Oh my God, I'm going to scream. Yeah, so this used to be like an industrial hellscape, and now it's a wonderful community where everyone's friendly to you. You can buy anything you want in multiple competing stores run as local small businesses and not by mega conglomerates.
I was about to say this is
a hellhole.
This is literally just frustration that minorities have utilized the same structures that were existed to exclude them, but to their benefit.
Oh God, this is the Jew American dream, and he's just mad that he's not participating. He is. He's shopping here.
But the thing is this is happening. It's called gentrification, but the difference is that what fucking quote unquote white culture is bringing is a goddamn cheesecake factory and a Chipotle. It's not bringing things that has is imbued with more culture beyond that.
This store does not look particularly Jewish, you know. I'm not being hit by the fucking Jewish laser on the way in. This seems like a grocery store.
Right, exactly. If I didn't know, even just looking at this image or whatever at first glance, even with the inclusion of one visibly Hasidic Jewish person, I would never think oh, this is a Jewish supermarket, or I would have no reason to think that.
I would be convinced. I would immediately become a racist if everything here was in Hebrew, but this is just a grocery store. This is just a regular shop.
Groceries for Shabbos, but keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's...
Okay, wait, I found the video that I watched. So this is a fantastic channel, Not Just Bikes, talk about city planning, urban development, and why America is so fucking depressing.
You still watch this even after...
Abundance? I do. So
No, not Abundance. The maybe we shouldn't go into it.
What are you getting at?
He lives in Europe, Aaron. He lives in Europe. He's a European. You do know this, right?
I'm pressing play.
In the late 1940s, America started on a very different path, what Strong Towns calls the suburban experiment.
Oh, this is titled How Suburban Development Makes American Cities Poorer. This was 5 years ago. It was 1.2 million views.
This is the American dream of freedom on wheels. An automotive age, traveling on time-saving superhighways, Futurama's free-flowing channels of concrete and steel.
Instead of incremental development around existing infrastructure,
it looks like a cancerous tumor spreading metal tendrils across the land.
Zoomed out, it's
right?
it's brutalist.
Yeah,
Zoomed in, it's not quite as harsh, but it's still uninspiring.
All highways look angiogenetic to me. They all look like they're just horrible tumorous capillaries spreading out and sucking the life from the land. They look like some horrible alien species is just globbed onto the side of the earth.
Huge neighborhoods were built from scratch on the edge of town, and instead of a mix of uses, residential neighborhoods were completely separated from commercial buildings, requiring a car to get between them. This probably seems normal to most people living in the US or Canada today. Since the suburban experiment began, several generations of people have grown up not knowing anything different. I certainly didn't until I moved overseas. But understand this was a drastic change from thousands of years of city evolution that we've had to date.
It's so funny that what people took away from your comments about when you said this doesn't even look like a quote-unquote Jewish supermarket, you were not saying that derisively. I got the sense that you were saying this guy is making a mountain out of a molehill, and even if this were true, it's good and it's fine actually. Because there's a sense of a character, a community. We weren't saying it derisively. You guys, that's not what he meant.
I was hoping that he would find a more Jewish supermarket to make his Nazi case, but it's just a regular supermarket. Like, at least I want the video to aesthetically be correct, but it just looks regular. Like, the footage doesn't even demonstrate the point he's making.
Right.
Find me a Jewier supermarket. Can you say that?
Sure. Why not?
Yay.
Just can't say the G word.
We've now had over 70 years of the suburban experiment, and we now know that the experiment has failed. And it's not just because these suburbs are ugly, devoid of life, and soul-crushingly sterile. It goes deeper than that. Strong Towns has dozens of case studies showing why this is true, but I'll share one of their most prominent ones here. Now, Strong Towns actually explains this beautifully on their own YouTube channel, so if you'd rather hear from them directly instead of listening to some random YouTuber, you can click on the link in the top right corner. These are two identical blocks in a small town called Brainerd in Minnesota, the hometown of Strong Towns. They are exactly the same size, they are on the same road, they are serviced by the same infrastructure, they cost the city the same amount of money to maintain. They are identical in every way, except in their development style. The first one was built in the 1920s using the traditional style of development. It is a series of extremely basic structures, effectively the cheapest thing someone could build in this place in the 1920s. It's not exactly pretty, but it's functional. And it's flexible enough to meet the changing needs of the city, whether you need warehouse liquor, freedom firearms, or antiques and collectibles. But these buildings were never improved upon. Instead, after the 1940s, the city expanded rapidly outward, like every city in America, building into the suburbs instead of improving the places they already had. 2 blocks over used to look exactly the same. The city labeled it blight, which is urban planner speak for crappy and useless, and they bulldozed it. Then, a shiny new taco restaurant was opened in its place, using the modern suburban style of development. This development made everybody happy. It was a nice, new-looking building. It no longer had on-street parking, which improved traffic flow. The sign met the new code. It met the setback requirements. It even had pretty native plants and green space. Plus, now you can get Santa Fe burritos and bowls, pork streak tacos, flamin' hot Cheetos burritos, and even honey habanero chipotle barbecue bowl buffalo wing sensations.
Your culture is so beautiful,
local guide
Aaron.
Cynthia Andrus said the lettuce didn't even taste funny.
Are you referring to my Mexican heritage or American? This is Taco John's.
There was a racist joke hidden under the racist joke. That was a double layer. That was I put it in a burrito for you.
Look at this. Good food. Lettuce didn't even taste funny. 4 stars.
Hell yeah.
This tastes funny, Cynthia. Is this a common problem in Brainerd? This is literally the American dream. But nobody looked at the financial impact. That first block, the old, ugly 1920s era mismatched buildings, had a total taxable value of $1.1 million. The taco shop, on the same size lot with the same amount of public infrastructure spending, had a total taxable value of $800,000. Think about this for a second. That old, decrepit 1920s block brings over 40% more tax revenue for the city, and that's after over 90 years of neglect. Meanwhile, that taco shop is new, and it will literally never get more valuable than it is right now. It's only downhill from here.
This
brings us to a harsh reality. Yeah. Suburban-style development, even at the beginning of its life, cannot outperform traditional development at the end of its life.
Because it's like a horrible use of space, because so much of it is dedicated to like being a fucking parking lot and having like raised medians and whatnot. The building is not one that could easily it's very, very obvious here when something was like previously like a bank that gets converted into like a Starbucks, like stuff like that happens or whatever, where you walk in and it's like, this was clearly not what the original building was. And it's an inefficient use of space because it's not like a sort of downtown, like a bunch of shops all next to each other that are like fairly small or whatever. It's like, it's all for one thing that doesn't really need that much space to begin with. Yeah, exactly.
Right, because like you need to find one big owner who can cover the entire cost of that space, as opposed to 10 little ones where a couple can, kind of slip in and out over the course of many years.
And like as the community no longer needs like whatever it was that was provided at like one store, like maybe it was a hardware store or whatever, then it can easily be converted into the next business as the market for that declines, and it can be replaced.
Strong Towns has many other examples as well, such as this 19-acre...
But like the shiny new, like, oh yay, we have like a fucking Olive Garden or whatever. Like, yeah, that wears off like very, very quickly. And then it like becomes just like, again, like a blight in the city. It's like, oh, we have very, very few restaurant options. Like, do we go to this horrible chain or that horrible chain? The one that's like been around forever is like the infrastructure is crumbling. It was once like exciting that it was there, and now it's like nobody cares that you have like they're called like Kentaco huts or whatever. They're like KFCs and Taco Bells and like Pizza Huts, like all in one thing.
Yeah, and you need change for like vibrancy. Like it sucks, but like every time, I live in a good area. Like every time a new place opens up, I go there and it's amazing. And I know the first bite I have that's delicious of whatever new fucking thing has come about, I know that I have 1 year to enjoy it before it gradually gets shittier and shittier and shittier over time. Like it's just everything is temporary. But if you build infrastructure, and that's a problem that should also be solved. But if you build infrastructure that allows for like, temporary setups and mobility and flexibility, then it's better to have like a constant changing neighborhood that can be a little bit more flexible rather than just this same shitty chain sitting there for 5 years, getting worse and worse and grubbier and grubbier.
Store development compared to 19 acres downtown. Despite the fact that the downtown is old and most of the upper floors are empty, it still brings in almost 80% more tax revenue.
Like that's with them, again, he like literally just pointed out, they're not even utilizing all of the small real estate and space that's available. Yes, so that's like, it's still that much more productive even when it's underutilized and it's crumbling.
Then the big box store in the suburbs.
Car parks don't generate taxable revenue.
Yeah, they're just, exactly, it's just there. It's not, it's like a horrible, it's like a waste of space. It's not productive, it's bad for the environment. It's just like,
if you'd like to read more, I'll link to some content by Strong Towns.
But yeah, that was like the phenomenon I was referring to with like these have like no resilience. So what you're saying about like how like wealth manages to be captured and like stay in these areas, it's because they're following models closer to this because they are in some way like they're almost like Amish communities, or like their development strategies are like sort of like back to the basics of the way that infrastructure again like used to be built before there was like suburbia in this country or whatever. And so of course they're more economically productive and resilient.
And the only way that happens in America today is local pressure. I need somewhere to put my local business. There aren't enough places for my small business that is not McDonald's to get set up. And so that's what drives a need for like the smaller areas, whereas and towns left to their own devices will always try and appeal to mega corporations.
Even if you have like a franchise coming and like they always overpromise to these communities like, oh my god, this is going to be like we're having somebody who wants to open like a Panera Bread here, that's going to be like job opportunities or whatever. But as we just saw, total waste of space. The demand for it declines the second it's like starts to like decline downward the second it's fucking built. And the person who actually has the liquidity and the capital to even build these sorts of franchises across the United States, they're not from those communities. So you don't even have like
so
wealthy
all that money gets sucked
there.
Out of the community. There's no there's like no circular economy. All the profit gets extracted out of the community back to home base headquarters.
Yeah, like somebody who like has never stepped foot
feeding into the economy
in that city, maybe that state, but like not that city, is actually the one who is like siphoning the revenue away from it. And like to the extent that there's anything productive, it's like, okay, cool. It's like it's creating like a fucking wage cook job for like 20 people, a couple of managers, bunch of like other like wage slaves. That's it.
Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not. But I do think they don't feel comfortable enough to do it.
But it's important to understand the bigger picture here. As kosher stores move in, more Jews move here too, creating a positive feedback loop where a town rapidly becomes a Jewish hub, ultimately changing the character and identity of a town, and in Lakewood's case, overwhelming the infrastructure. Before we explore the many implications of life for Goyim as towns like Lakewood.
This guy literally just pointed out that like, we have this like awesome grocery store and like people don't take advantage literally just because of like perceived because of bigotry and fear or whatever, even though like this is open to everyone in this community. You don't have to be Jewish to be a patron here. Anybody could shop here.
Would become increasingly Jewish. I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism gets weaponized.
Look at this little kid
surprise
with
beaver
his
meme.
Phone. Look,
look.
Increasingly
this is
Jewish.
Like,
I want you to understand how quickly
like
the word
the beaver meme.
You know, the like dun dun dun. It's like a 20-year-old meme. Yeah.
Anti-Semitism gets weaponized.
Look, he's
increasingly Jewish. I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism.
That's amazing.
Gets weaponized in real time out here.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, huh?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money
and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud. You're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare programs that were defrauded by Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes, and I made a Minneapolis video as well. I made several videos. Why are you being so sensitive?
What you're trying to make it sound is like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is doing fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not. We're asking just to be fair, and you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards the community that's seeing a rise in antisemitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the
That's what he's trying to do.
video once they
Oh my god, the guy's like, hey, listen, I'm you've got more hate crimes, you got more violence. My sponsor's pulled out, bro. Okay? You don't know real fear.
Yeah,
you don't know real
actual
strife.
oppression. Do you know how
That's
hard it is to
incredible.
monetize this hateful content? I'm doing it in spite of that, dude. I have to rely just off of the AdSense that's generated by Checknotes 3.5 million views in just like less than a week. Is this the Tyler video on a Jewish community? This guy's a track record. Oh yes, we're aware of this track record of prejudice against
Wait,
ethnic.
sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why are we watching this guy then? He has a track record?
I know. Very problematic
dear.
for us to platform this.
Concerning.
I lost the sponsorship. How is that lucrative? Tell me. Do you say anti-Semitism? I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man, you got a kid in the car. I just noticed.
He pulled the reverse Uno.
The fact that he has to clip chimp himself to not look like a fucking idiot is the real sad part of this. Like, surely you can string a couple of sentences together without cutting it to pieces. My god.
Yeah, and what is his Patreon like?
3 epic one-liners. I don't want to find out what Tyler Raw is. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I don't know if you can show that.
Free patron of the month, $5. Mega patron, $10. Giga patron,
What?
$25. It's also, okay,
Good
now I'm
boy?
wondering if this guy has corporate backing,
What?
because usually people like this, I've never seen a Patreon that didn't have the like ultra unrealistic tier that's available for like 5 people, where like somebody's going to like give $1,000 a month or whatever. The fact that he doesn't have that is very weird.
That is interesting, but
why can
also,
I?
But
I don't.
Why is it good goy?
I just want to see. Well, because he's a fucking bigot, but I want to see like how much money he's making. I guess I have to sign up to my Patreon.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
that's insane. But he doesn't. He's only recently started doing the Jew videos, right? This is insane.
It could be a new. It probably that free tier is probably ever changing with whatever his most recent thing is,
I see,
right?
okay.
Because I don't get the sense that this guy is actually. He just seems like an opportunistic bigot, and then, like with like the last week or whatever, the thing that was like shitting on Indians, and this week it's Jews again. So
I guess so. Yeah.
Your kid home, get your
Crazy.
groceries. You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you, though.
No, you're arguing with the United States because the president obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move back to Israel then if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that guy said. Why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back.
In theory, welfare is a good idea. It's sweet, right? At what point is it too far? Because this is a program designed to help single moms after they get divorced and keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it, right?
Interrupt real quick.
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not to come back. If you come back, it'll be a trespassing charge. You're trespassing.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the government welfare is stupid or whatever,
I would like to change the laws. Just like you would like to create anti-Semitism protection laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right? So why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I think this website's brand new.
Same here.
This Patreon website.
Yeah, because I wanted to. I just went to look at some archive snapshots to see if he's changed that goal before, right? Like that he's updating it with every. But the earliest snapshot is 25th of February.
Very weird.
Weird.
I'm trying to
Bizarre.
sign in, and like I did forget my password, and it's like nothing showing up in my inbox. So
I like it here, but I'd like to make some changes. We
I
can
know
both agree on that,
Patreon
right?
was sold to somebody else, so like somebody bought it recently, but like.
There we go. He loves us.
I know. Make a change.
Yeah, you guys have group chats of me. You guys say, beware of this guy like I'm like Hitler or something. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them.
Your story point over here is that people can't have children if they can't afford them. You, as a society, are born from people who started with 2 people. 2, okay? Adam and Eve. That's it. You want to go with the Big Bang, but it started at some point. There was 2 people. And now there's billions. And there was trillions throughout the world. So you're saying if you cannot have kids...
What does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government that paid for them?
Sorry, decides that if you have children, we're going to help you. Now everyone does their part.
You should not have more kids than you can afford. You're arguing...
I'm a moron. He's not on Patreon.
Oh my
I'm a moron.
God.
The reason why
that's not
I
Patreon.
couldn't get in, it's like it's his own thing. No wonder. I was like, how come when I pull? But like, it is true that Patreon was like, I'm pretty sure recently acquired by like a different company. But like, I was like, wait, why can't I get in? Because this is what Patreon looks like. And I was like, you are usually able to see how many members there are, like how many people are paying, versus this guy
they can choose to show that.
It's literally it's just this.
You are allowed to hide that on Patreon.
Yeah, but they at least display like this or whatever the members, even if they don't. You can even if you choose to hide the amount that you're receiving monthly.
I think you can hide the members as well. Actually, I think you can. It's just people want to,
show.
Yeah, it's just beneficial to show how many members you have. Yeah.
So I guess Patreon doesn't allow it then.
But yeah, perhaps not. Bizarre.
And I should pay for your kids. Okay. That's what you're arguing.
His Patreon was suspended after this video. Gee, I wonder why.
I'm arguing that I don't speak for kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government's in.
No, that's our money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your kids. Should not be funding your kids. You don't pay for my kids. Okay, fuck, I could do this all day. Why don't you go?
No, you should go because you're stopping traffic.
You should move.
Guys, let's go. Move on.
He's stopping traffic, not me.
Yeah, right. No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
He was saying, Tyler, he loves me.
So
man.
we're not allowed here? Come. You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video, and we all saw it, and we still see it. But it's like,
what did I get wrong?
Nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulently filing.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
I do.
Why are you still living here?
Well, not everyone has options, right?
I can give you a list of 15, 20 countries off the bat that you can live in.
Regardless, let's say America is corrupt. I still want to live there.
Oh my God! Irregardless. As if I didn't have plenty of reasons to hate this guy. He's giving me more.
How is it?
Yeah. Oh, but hold on. Just because there is corruption here, which there is.
The racism I can tolerate.
What are you talking about? Let's not be silly.
But irregardless, no. Absolutely not.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
Well, I read the numbers in Minnesota.
22 people indicted for Medicaid.
I read the numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did, that's big numbers, man.
Both your schools had money laundering.
Respects.
You had people, yes.
Yeah, he's game recognizes game.
Yeah, he was like, I mean, you can hate on them, but you can't deny. Pretty lucrative.
Yeah. So BMG had people that were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special villains.
As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
Remember when Tim Pool traveled to the Sweden no-go zones? Different style, but there is a comparison there. No, yeah. Of course, it's these people going to these areas and just like pearl clutching over, like non-white people, like having any amount of success ever. And similarly, again, if you are impoverished, that is also going to be an issue.
Look it up. You got to show it to me.
Come on.
95% of people in this vicinity between these 4 or 5 zip codes work very hard.
Yeah.
So if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same capital you're going to find in this small percentage.
You're making me want to dig now. You're making me want to look.
You're already digging, man. You're digging already for 4 months.
I'm at Whole Foods. What are you talking about? 4 months?
What do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No problem. Eventually, when you break your head too much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
You were in Jackson, which is really like a continuation of Lakewood. By the way, I don't know if you know how I toppled the government there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws.
I toppled the government.
This is Dr.
What is this?
Richard Roberts, pharma mega millionaire and Jewish philanthropist. Okay, this is how I know that this is like an opportunistic grift. And again, this man has hatred in his heart or whatever, obviously.
For sure,
but if he really, really wanted to maximize anti-Semitism, probably just an uncritical interview with this guy would more than suffice for that. There's a bigger agenda afoot here because all of his stupid editorializing, actually, obviously that's the intention, but undermines what he is trying to do. And if you were actually smart, he would just, like any race, ethnicity, religion, you can easily find supervillains within them and just try to act like they're a mascot for the entire group.
But I think what you're basically saying is that you could do a better job at appealing to people as intelligent as you, racistly, which, you know, is my bread and butter. So I'm with you.
But again, TikTok attention span, 15-second jump cuts. You can't exactly do, like, an hour-long interview and like get people to click on that unless you frame it in this stupid way and you like walk around a city and like bother a bunch of people.
I was serious at the start about the thing most bothering me is that racism used to be earned and now it really is just like slopped out. It's so, oh god.
DOJ got involved. But anyway, so I don't know, are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts. You sold a pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video at Curious Yoel in New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video,
billionaires fuck everything up, Aaron! Aaron, he's like, nah. I'm a billionaire. I'm a genius. The economy has rewarded me for my brilliance. I can handle this guy.
Only a multi-millionaire.
Yeah,
soon to be.
sure,
Temporarily embarrassed billionaire.
Whatever. Temporarily embarrassed billionaire. I've done so great in big pharma. Surely I can handle this pipsqueak. Yeah, let me at him. What a fucking nightmare. He's gonna. Oh god.
Louis Theroux did it well. Yeah. So I wonder why this guy can't pull off the Louis Theroux grift. I'm kidding. I don't think he's a fucking grifter, but yeah,
I think
you have to be like that level to get people of this generation to watch any like long form content or like documentation, like documentaries like that or whatever. You literally have to have the skill of like someone like Louis Theroux. That's why this guy, who is never going to be nearly as intelligent, smart, talented, charismatic, anything like that, has to do things like this.
Altruism in the community, and you seem to respect that. And since I could see that you seem to me to have a sincere desire to actually get the real facts, because if you were just bigoted against us, you wouldn't be struck or commenting on the altruism in our community.
But you casually toppled the Jackson government. A, what does that mean? B,
the thing is that even though what this man will say is only going to like feed into the narrative here, the anti-Semitic narrative here, the approach I actually don't disagree with, where like shying away, like this guy is obviously there to like do a hit job or whatever. I do think that there is something it's like the guy who was like, no, like I will like come take you on a tour or whatever. And so far, like when he did that, he struggled to like do the narrativizing when he was like showing the grocery store, and the guy had an opportunity to like give his input. He had to work overtime to make that seem scarier because he had input from somebody who was there spinning it in a completely different way. Versus, and like this, again, I think this man is obviously lying. I think he's intelligent enough to know that this guy is a fucking anti-Semite, but I think he's trying to do the same thing where it's like, well, it's getting made no matter what. Maybe if my inclusion will actually be better than if it weren't there.
how did you get a relationship with the White House?
I never spoke to DOJ. I did speak to people in the White House twice to tell them what was going on, because...
Who in the White House?
I think I don't want to say.
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly.
Called.
Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, I rarely leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion.
Relatable.
Hear this voicemail,
this is
like,
so clip chips. There's like no conversation here.
I know.
It's just torn to shreds. This has been blended. Oh my god.
You're offended because again, you could do this better.
Yeah, but oh my fuck! I'm just so annoyed because I like to see the real world. Like I want to see how this guy fucked up. I want to see a conversation that lasts 5 minutes where I can see how this guy fumbles the bag and how he gets manipulated by this idiot. But there's no manipulation. It's nothing. It's just chop and chop. Oh my god,
you
so
will see.
lazy.
This is why I said like just showing this guy would be like the anti-Semitism supercharger. Hold on.
Who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like this guy's.
Little old me.
All right, so he's calling. You might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump, trying to set the record straight with a lowly goy tuber?
Wow, why is this wealthy person connected to that wealthy person? Truly an enigma. This is a very hard concept for one to wrap their mind around, really. And definitely doesn't require like 20 seconds of thinking.
What's Donald Trump's relation to money?
Yeah, what does Donald Trump want with this multi-millionaire who is Jewish? I wonder.
Begs the question, why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
Is there any bad to see?
There's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere.
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish, and everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood
All of these people are playing this game like they're giving him the benefit of the doubt when they know he's like a piece of shit. And still talking to him anyway, which again is like, unfortunately might be the like most effective way to like take these people down.
I agree.
Because like
I think
it is perceived as soy to be like, get away from me. I know what you're doing. I'm not gonna help you do it.
This disengagement was viable, and then a bunch of counter strategies to disengagement were developed, and now you do just have to do this. It's just
It's the difference between Google is a free resource, go educate yourself, sweaty, versus actually trying to attempt to talk to these people and not just let them dictate the narrative. This video is happening no matter what. Though I wouldn't begrudge anybody who gave him the finger or anything else and did not want to participate in this.
I suppose I think the thing. Sorry, because I'm still trying to work on this. It's everything in this video, nothing about it actually has to do with the Jewishness, right? Nothing negative, nothing bad that's been portrayed is genuinely attached to Jewishness in any meaningful way. They just happen to be a group that is benefiting from things that many other groups benefit from. So I think you can.
Things that were not set up to benefit them. In fact, it was the opposite. They're succeeding in spite of that.
Yeah, so I think the connection is tenuous. Obviously, it's always tenuous logically, but I mean, even in terms of the propagandistic value of it, I think you can have conversations with people who watch stuff like this, and as long as you can you can agree these Jews are doing this bad thing, sure, fine, but the Jewishness has absolutely no relation to the bad thing. It's the fact that they are a group working as essentially a special interest group. They are a coordinated group of people who are using democracy to benefit themselves and using pre-existing structures of power to benefit themselves, right? They're just abusing long-standing problems with the American system. So the Jewishness really isn't connected in any meaningful way. The few cases where it is going to be through that billionaire, right? That's where it does feel like it becomes more apparent, because there is a public overrepresentation of rich and powerful Jewish people.
Great soundbite from my stream. But and the funny thing is that to the extent that anybody who doesn't already agree with this slop or this type of bigotry, I think it actually does encourage a sort of necessary introspection on the part of quote unquote woke people, right? Or people that are critical of all of these institutions, these structures, these systems of power, to not be so callous and essentialize it to white people or Christians or whatever, and to maybe explain these in more neutral terms, because they love taking advantage of that. How come it's okay to be yeah, these white Christian men or whatever run the school board, nobody bats an eye, but then when I pointed out that a Jewish person is doing it, you call me an anti-Semite, and you can just grant that and be oh yeah, people get sloppy because there's really not too much harm that's going to be incurred from speaking about Christians or white people in these overgeneralized ways, in the same way that obviously racism and bigotry is going to be perpetuated when you do it towards minorities that are taking advantage of these oppressive capitalist institutions. But I don't even know. I'm skeptical that this video is really even being watched in its entirety by the majority of people. I assume it's people skip around it.
Or it's being clipped up. Yeah, I think you're right. I do think that man, no, I'll come back to that. No, you know what I'll say. No. I think you need to be less careful. I think the liberal fear around racial groups being targeted, in general, right? I think that the carefulness is part of the you're saying
don't see the anti-Semitism to the right.
No, shut up. No, what I'm saying is that if you look like someone who's terrified of being anti-Semitic, you look like someone who's got a gun to the back of your head held by a Jewish billionaire, right? The liberal fear
it looks like
of
PC.
Being racist.
You're being PC.
Yeah, but it looks like it looks like there's some underlying force that's governing what you can say and what you're worried about. You're cucked. There's some powerful entity behind you. Now there is, and it's the cultural force of being cancelled. Particularly for liberals, because they're all fucking, terrified cowards.
Not a terrible thing in small amounts, just bad and, excessive.
Yeah, I love social shaming. I think that's fine. But yeah. I do think that if you act cucked like that, it really does just reinforce this reactivity of a bit like disengaging, right? The more you react to the thing, the more it makes it look like the thing that it's reacting to exists. Right, that's the intent. You create this content. Look at how this community is reacting. Right, he does his first video, and they don't know who he is. By this video, he's got 1 million shots of people driving past him, yelling at him, taking videos of him, acting like a weird Jewish surveillance state. Right, which just powers the entire dynamic of the content. So that reactivity is really important. Like, I think it's super important to not be cucked, to not be terrified of being misconstrued as anti-Semitic in being casual and sloppy with your language. I actually think that's fine. I think that tiptoeing makes it look more like there's a genuine Jewish conspiracy to suppress speech.
But I'm not talking about tiptoeing. I'm talking about making sort of universalist. Well, yes, what you're talking about is like a liberal tendency that actually feeds it because they're like they like it's forced, it's performative, it's cucked. It's also like like this is literally like a neo-Nazi quote. It's a neo-Nazi quote that they attribute to Voltaire, but it's not Voltaire. The like to know who rules over you, like that's who you can't criticize.
Oh, who
that
you can't?
Like, that's what they're like feeding off of, right? Like that dynamic that's going on. Yeah. That like. They're trying to give the impression to other people who witness this as like, see, this person is just as racist or anti-Semitic as I am, but I'm the only one that's actually willing to be a bold truth teller and just call it like it is. These people like tiptoe around it, but we all know what we're talking about and try to like launder in people's like sensitivities into like their scheme, right? But like, if you're more universalist about this, and if you are more if you keep the criticism relegated to just the institutions, the power structures or whatever, you don't need to worry about these sorts of things ever splashing back on you, because you can easily be like, oh yeah, it's cringe or whatever. If people are thinking that this is intrinsic to like white people or Christians, which like is a straw man, because even the people who use that sort of language don't really think that. They just like don't care. It's it's a cultural affectation more than anything.
Yeah, I think the takeaway is for your chatters. The takeaway is if someone says that the Somali community or the Jewish community is doing this, you can say, oh yeah, these Jews are doing something bad. Oh yeah, these Somalis are doing something bad. But this is a thing that lots of different groups of people are doing, and it's because there's a structural flaw that they can exploit. It's nothing to do with their Jewishness or their Somaliness.
Guys,
the liberals are just terrified.
Ad break in 30 seconds. If you want to avoid this, quickly subscribe to me.
Run!
Donate. That doesn't actually stop ads, but you should also just do that. You can use your Prime sub to me, or hope that a lovely gifted chatter or somebody's generosity. Okay, maybe a Jewish viewer of mine who views this anti-Semitic stream will gift you a sub to my channel.
We're trying to increase viewership.
The other thing, you'll never be able to do this. And like, I don't even know that you really, these are like the last people that you want to include in like the tent, right? But like, I wish there was somebody there to be like, you are criticizing capitalism and you are just you're a moron for thinking that this is like specific to this, intrinsic to like this community, and not just like the way our entire economic order is set up. It like, what's that quote? Like, anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. Like this video is literally just that. It's a case study in that.
Yeah.
BMG, Bismarck Kavoa, and then you had a lot. BMG.
Yeah, tell me more about BMG though. Right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day.
Oh wait, super chat. Why am I not getting the notifications? I'm so sorry about this, guys. Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5. I think that's because neoliberal multiculturalism cares more about commercial-friendly quote-unquote activism and not actual activism, so they're hyper cautious. Yeah, exactly. Nice. It's this sort of like fear, like you're fighting ignorance with more ignorance by pretending to. It's almost like the liberal version of like, I don't even see race, by like engaging in activism in this way that sort of tiptoes around like what they view to be like inconvenient truths or like facts that get in the way when you could just incorporate it into your activism, and it does, or like point out and be like, yeah, so it doesn't meaningfully detract from the point, or like it's completely irrelevant. Andy Boy Wapwe, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Infallible Fowl. It's your first gift sub in this channel, or their first gift sub.
Circular economy.
Thank you so much. Yes, truly.
It's starting.
You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything, and I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that, but you're just coming here filming the truth, and you're working just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
It's a great place. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got, it's welcoming for the most part. A few guys are fired up. We try to give them the chance to speak, have a conversation. Do a little...
Okay, man.
What whisper did we miss?
Nothing. I gotta go now, but
I love it. To a T. A guy gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing? Or with this guy whispering in his brethren's ears. He comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes psst, 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 and then they stop talking.
For the music.
It is miraculous. Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
If I say something good, you're gonna put it on?
Let's go. We just met up with the guy. He was like pissed off that we like come around here and explore. This guy's killing me, dude. The psst, psst. This is, he's treating you like a child.
So good, the whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys being told what to say?
Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're gonna say.
This is so ham-fisted to like harass like an individual person and be like, you're hiding something, when it's like again, even with my like the low opinion that I have of like the average like consumer of this slop, do they not see how like it that's not what's going on here? That's not what's at play. Like, can they not put themselves in the shoes of this person? It's like, well, I don't really think I'd want to be, have a camera shoved in my face and be accused of like trying to like suppress the truth of something I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about because I wouldn't answer.
The people watching this don't go outside, so they don't really know what it's like to. Yeah, exactly.
I assume it's kids. Well, they go outside, but like they require a parent to move them from point A to point B because they have no autonomy of their own.
They get driven to school by their mom.
Crazy.
Like it's so unsophisticated. Like you literally have to be a child to believe this.
People believe childish things when they're primed for it. Like this is Also, this is going to get, the problem is that this is going to get legitimacy from like a bunch of, high-ranking right-wing pundits. And so either the guy that you listen to is a moron child, or this is good content, right? Like it's all legitimized by being pushed by people you respect. So it's kind of hard to get out of the loop, even if it is stupid slop.
Yeah.
What?
The police is also going to follow us, just FYI.
Gonna follow us.
There's a police special response unit, and the cops had their internal monologue that they're gonna just trail us around.
Amazing. So given that the cops are being called so often, they're just gonna follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave. And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision. Another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving. We're just showing how densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
Could you imagine getting into a fender bender and then this asshole is like around the corner to like make your day that much worse than it already fucking is because you were in a car accident?
This makes no fucking sense. What? There's so many. Sorry, the current narrative is there's so many Jews that they can't even fit the cars on the road. There's so many Jew cars, they're all bumping into each other. This makes no fucking sense. This is deranged.
I don't get this either. It's like are they bad at driving Jews? Is that even a stereotype for Jews? They're bad at driving or something?
I think he's making a congestion point. I think he's literally like, that's the vibe I was getting, is that it's like just there's just too many of them.
Not Just Bikes collab is right around the corner. He's really just concerned about urban planning and development.
This has nothing to do with dense driving.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills or snow?
It was totally because of the snow.
Fair.
It was a miscommunication.
That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There were actually no one on the road.
Totally fair, okay. You need help getting pushed? All right.
Well, why are you making up the story? Because you need a documentary. There was not one car in sight by accident.
Oh, you just hit the wall.
That's it.
So literally, he did not even injure anybody else.
Oh my god.
It was a driving error that led to like just this man encountering this misfortune because of the snow. He can't even point to like any harm. This was like a victimless crime besides this guy.
Yeah.
Or sorry, like not crime, but you know what I'm saying when I say victimless crime. Incident.
Do you need help getting pushed? Okay, we're gonna get out of here. Oh, you're good. For than anyone else.
You need a job.
I agree.
You need a job?
No, I mean, I'm employed. I employ a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, you make money for doing nothing.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and charging interest is something more valuable than I do, or what?
What? I think you should write about
Tell me.
The hundreds of thousands of people that do favors for people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations as you have here on LinkedIn.
I know there's so many 501c3s. It makes me wonder. Are they all charitable? Are they fiending for tax exemptions? Would you say
it's to reinforce theme of they don't learn our ways, etc. Yeah, exactly. But this is like absolutely the probably the dumbest way you could like make this point. Yeah. This is like beyond parody.
This is a great place to move to for a young family. If I have a kid,
this one would be appealing to. The driving thing is that maybe it's because I don't have America brain.
Or a wife, a young wife? Okay.
You know, I did say masterclass in propaganda, but I guess I came when I was watching Just Silk review it. I did not come in this early because this like first half is actually very, very bad at making these points. It comes in later around the time that like I'm approaching around the time that I started to like I like came into his stream.
Not just the Jews.
My best friends are going.
Okay, respect. What do we have here? We have a. Hey, it's good to meet you.
You see that?
I saw it. What is the name of that organization once again? Hatzolah. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later. And we have Hatzolah up here to help the community.
What a horrible community. Like, the nanosecond this guy got into a fucking fender bender, there was literally a doctor around the corner that wanted to help him for free. Yeah, dystopian, truly. I hate when someone in America who has, again, like, skill, training, aptitude, wants to, like, help me and give me services for free. This is truly a nightmare.
This is starting to look like the only place in America I could potentially see myself living in and being happy in.
I was going to say,
like actual community infrastructure.
Reeks of jealousy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is.
We're busy with the knives.
Don't be a joker, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
What? Yes. Come over here. Come over here. I need to get you like a second number, son. What's your Instagram? You have Facebook?
No, I don't have.
Look at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You're just insulting.
Come on, I'm a little child.
Give me a number. I promise.
That is like the nicest thing he could have said to you, and it's 100% accurate. He is really just like a little child. He is a twerp. He's annoying.
I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email. Give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, hold on. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid, I think.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off on an alien planet.
Next level?
You might be wondering, what is
He gave
Hatzolah?
me his phone number. These guys are next level.
Next level, bro.
What?
Pass through red
I feel like
lights
I'm on a different
like
planet. Yeah, he's never gotten someone's digits before.
It's like
a lot of anti-Semitism feels like jealousy. True. Let me put. That's what I told you. It's not a masterclass. Nick Shirley is. People genuinely think Nick is a leader. I guess illiterate people. Yeah. His videos are like, I don't think that's true. Nick Shirley's video, I watched the Somali one, and it is impressively terrible.
Yes, yeah, it's really, really poor. But I think you have to understand. Look, I've seen enough liberals, I've seen enough lefties defend morons on their side of the aisle in a bad faith way to know that the right wing are doing the exact same fucking thing. Like, they know Nick Shirley is a fucking moron, but they don't care. This moron, this idiot savant child was exactly what was needed to bust up the Somali operation. You know, he got lucky, but we're going to support him anyway. Same with Rittenhouse. Like, they don't think that these guys are fucking brilliant geniuses or soldiers. They're just happy to back someone who's done the right thing. And fuck it, we do the same thing. If some moron did something that we perceive to be good on the left, we're probably going to back them and probably going to defend them and not, agree that they're a fucking moron most of the time.
Any Luigi stands in chat? Although that was not really like a partisan thing. I did see that sort of like transcend.
No, but great example.
Yeah.
Because he is, a bit of a fucking skid, so not in the best ways.
Yep. Like, the reason why my point remains, it's not even because of the any of the content. This is obviously slop. It's stupid. It's like low hanging fruit. It's very, very forced and ham fisted. But the thing is like the response to this is always, it's like diffusing a bomb nonetheless, because people don't know how to respond to this because they like the overly performative denouncement and revulsion just feeds it. Because it's like you triggered soy liberal or whatever, can't handle the truth. But it also doesn't merit serious engagement because it is inherently unserious. It's like a Mr. Beast video. It would be like trying to point out the human rights abuses in a Mr. Beast video, of which there are plenty and that are well documented because most of his challenges are revolve around sleep deprivation and trying to get people to put themselves in precarious circumstances that are very, very uncomfortable and have these sorts of they're not devastating impacts on your health and in the long term or chronic or anything like that, but it's acute discomfort that if you did it enough or whatever, or even just doing it for a slightly extended period of time for a few hours or a few days or weeks or whatever is still deleterious. But that how do you dismantle that? Because people from the outside looking in are oh, it's just a YouTube video. That's why this stuff is so prickly.
Like a community watch, but They think they are cops. If you notice, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform.
That guy was wearing like an EMS vest. What does he mean, no uniform, and they think they can do whatever they want?
Yeah, he's like a kid.
They never showed that.
We didn't see any footage.
If anybody had run a red light, he would have been showing that clip multiple times throughout this.
Of course.
Uniform on, white pants and the curls.
In a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights like he is a cop. There's a hot
He's not claiming to be a cop.
Billboard right there, Mike. Oh, what is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't know if I have the answers to why. Because once again, because there's competing Hezbollah. You have competing groups of these
of a non-profit volunteer
competition
emergency service
in America.
It sounds
services
market competition.
Oh my god,
disgusting. I agree.
What does this guy want? Communist healthcare now? What the fuck? Multiple competing private services.
It's like a business, right?
But literally every organization out here is a tax-exempt 501c3. If you dig through the filing, go on.
Yeah,
they're running healthcare
what
like
he
a
just
business.
said is like he's trying to frame it like, can you believe they don't pay any taxes? Shows like legally designated nonprofits. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point, asshole. They don't pay taxes because they don't make revenue. This is not to say that like nonprofits or whatever, like there isn't like, sus stuff afoot. But like it's not the point that he's making in this. He's trying to act like, oh my god, these people have like found a way, like are engaged in like tax evasion.
Yeah. But yeah, it sounds like there's shell companies that are just like there for tax avoidance. But instead, what they do is they talk about that, and then the next scene is literally clearly a successful first response unit showing up, well equipped, checking in on the guy immediately within like moments of the crash. Like clearly, these charities are like actually a well-run business.
Yeah, like literally,
the
again,
Jews,
like, that he just so happened to like catch them in action,
Maybe.
and they're providing the service that their mission statement or whatever says that they do. The right is for taxes
I would
now.
not have
Yes,
guessed.
the right is like pro. Yes, we're outraged here that like there's tax avoidance going on.
Ugh.
On ProPublica.com, you'll be surprised to realize everything basically is a tax-exempt 501c3.
Yes, because it's all through the religions.
What are your concerns? Why are we interviewing you?
So I think I echo the concerns of many non-religious people in my area. And
This is actually such an easier narrative to construct with like Catholic Church and like Christians or whatever who like ball out with the money that they get. Like the Joel Osteens and like the fact that they have like private jets and they live in mansions and they act like all of this is like sanctioned by God and Jesus himself because they run like a Christian megachurch and are like very, very wealthy off of that. But like these people live, again, like a subsistence existence. There are not mansions here. It's a quite impoverished area because they care about things more. They care about more than just money. Money is a means to an end to enable them to live their like monastic lifestyle that I don't even like or agree with. Like I don't care. I don't like the like. It is still like religious fundamentalism or whatever. But like that's my issue with it is not that they're like leeching off the government or whatever. It's like completely different.
Biggest concern is how one group of people gets to act that is separate, segregated from everybody else.
And that group being Jews.
Yes, Jews, exactly. Yeah,
Jesus.
100%.
Okay.
But you know what? It's in my area, it's Jews. In other areas, like you obviously see the Somalian, right? In Minnesota, there's things that are happening all over the area. But yes, in my particular area, it is Jews, and it's Jews that are expanding their territory.
Okay, so my name is Jenna.
It's actually minorities that are responsible for segregation in this country. Like Somalis and Jewish people, and like not white people that put these systems in place.
Galarza.
Well, it's because the white people just ended up like fucking and atomizing themselves into being like powerless, I guess, as like a block, unless they're already powerful.
Well, not fucking, because then they'd have kids and they would have more community members or whatever to compete with these people.
Then they'd be expanding.
Yes.
For approximately 23 years.
This is where I came in, like where they started interviewing the other residents.
I want to say it really started affecting me when I had my children. I have twins. They're 20 now. In assimilation perspective, you want to be able to teach your children how to talk to other children and, be part of other cultures. And that was when it really started hitting me.
What hit you?
Let's say if I would go to a store which was closer to Lakewood, I'm pushing a double stroller, I have twins. And I noticed that nobody would hold the door open for you. Yeah, at one point, a door literally got slammed on my twin stroller.
And Holy shit, you whiny bitch. I cannot believe it. This is insane.
You know, this is...
They
And
wouldn't
I
hold the
went to this
straw at the
grocery
door.
store, and nobody even rolled out the red carpet for me as I approached the building. When I was leaving, nobody offered to, put my groceries in the car for free or offered to, like, babysit my child while I shop. This is disgraceful.
Yeah, I mean, she walks into the store. All the Jews turn around. They're like, "Oh, it's the racist woman. It's the woman who's extremely racist to all of us. Don't hold the door for that bitch. She sucks. We don't like her."
I was just like, whoa. At that point, there wasn't a lot of Orthodox living in Jackson, but they were coming to our parks a lot. And they would come to the parks, busloads, vans full. And the park would just get turned upside down. I mean, we're talking about diapers being changed anywhere and being thrown on the floor.
She's talking about the tragedy of the commons, Smug. This is a very insightful point that she's making. You should give it some more respect.
Not the lack of changing rooms in your public infrastructure. No, it's what?
There's a crisis in this country where people are playing outside too much, engaged in recreational activities in public areas, going to the public library too much, and checking out too many books. Yeah, people are always saying this. We actually have a crisis where people... The literacy crisis refers to the fact that people are just reading too many books in this country and not watching enough TV or YouTube.
We're talking about children literally urinating in public and absolutely not interacting with your children. So listen, at that time, if it was a minion, there was 10 men, not a big deal. But then you...
Children peeing their pants, that's a thing only Jewish children deal with. No other race or ethnicity struggles with their kids doing this.
Started to notice that it was no longer just 10 people. It was 20 people and 30 people. Just completely changing the feel, the character, the comfort that you once had in your neighborhood is no longer there.
And another source of conflict is the Jewish community using residential homes as places of worship, often without approval from the Jackson Planning Board, bringing in tons of outside traffic and...
The conservatives are mad that you're allowed to practice the religion in your own home that you have, and they don't have enough government oversight.
The nanny state needs to come in and force people to have permits if they want to, like, go pray at their friend's house.
Oh my fucking god!
Destroying the peaceful quality of the neighborhood.
We can have if you work in an office and there's 10 Jewish men there, you can just take a conference room for 10 minutes. We don't need like a formal like church. I've prayed in parking lots with, we're going somewhere and there's...
He's resourceful.
Get other guys together.
But if you're living in a residential neighborhood and this house becomes like a revolving door of people coming in and praying constantly, parking their cars, I imagine there's some quality of life concerns, right? Increase in traffic and the streets being covered with cars.
That you are imagining that, correct? That is a thing that you're coming up with in your crazy brain and making up so you can complain about something. That is an imagined scenario that's not causing any harm to anybody.
And people all over the place.
No, this is helpful. This is like to the average American watching this now, like the idea of any house having more than 2 parents and 2 children in their suburb is a horror. It's terrifying.
The idea of people visiting one another at each other's houses instead of going to meeting up at like a fucking Olive Garden or like a Target. I don't know what the prescription is here.
Where do white people congregate? Chat, help us out here.
Like they should just talk to like the community members or whatever, because people see this like white woman or whatever. They're like, I wouldn't really like if like my kids couldn't speak the same language as like other kids. Like this is the stuff that ends up being more like appealing to people and like seductive, as opposed to like, again, his ham-fisted like editorializing over it.
But maybe on like the Sabbath. But you'll have any Semites will probably say that because they don't like us. They don't want us.
This home used to be probably about 1,100 square feet. It does have a new owner.
Okay.
Apparently, they did get permits to expand on their house. Most of the permits are just, kind of just given.
Evidence or just lady giving opinion on the house?
This home will be being used.
Well, I couldn't secure a permit, so naturally, this couldn't possibly be a skill issue. They must have just been handed it. Handed this permit.
Used for
she couldn't get through the door, Aaron. No one held it open for her. She was just banging on the window.
Yeah. Well, that means that they're going to be praying in this home several times a day, probably staying over on Friday nights until Saturdays.
Jewish energies emanating over the neighborhood.
They're going to be hosting parties, entertaining people, having friends over, pool parties, like, using the thing that they paid for. Like,
there's no parking lot.
Reminding me
This
of
is
my
going
isolation and the fact that no one wants to come visit me at my home.
to affect every person that lives here. And the other problem that I have with this, and that I think should be looked into, is there's definitely funding going to these places.
If I was a concerned neighbor and I said,
That's not a secret. That's that's not a conspiracy. There is money. Yes, if you're talking about real estate in this country where housing is not a human right and it's not provided by the yes, there is money involved in real estate, lady.
hey, they're building a temple, what the hell? What might happen next?
You would probably be called an anti-Semite. You know, they will make your life miserable.
Come up with shit.
Ripping into Hava Nagila is fucking insane. The great thing is that I once played, like, I don't know what it was, some video that had it playing in the background and it got copy ID'd or whatever. So, like, I don't know how much of this video is monetized because he insists on, like, playing stuff like that. So that is nice to know.
Nobody wants to live across the
Or
street.
he has to do rev share, which would also be very funny.
That would be hilarious.
Because, like, the rights holder for that song is almost certainly a Jewish individual.
To a synagogue. It is a tactic of getting people to sell their homes, and they will have buyers for them.
And you see this, and then you watch buildings get built before they're approved. They build and ask permission later, and then if they even don't get permission, they
See, now we're getting into the gentrification thing because, like, she's saying, oh, like, people are forced to sell their homes, like, they're forced out of the community or whatever because, like, they get priced out. But that's not, like, a Jewish thing. That's just, like, a thing in general that happens now.
And they win for permission. So when you have all these things where they're creating hatred, they create the double standard, they create the animosity between two groups. And when I say they, I mean governments and people that buy off politicians to make favorable laws, because a lot of the shit they do is legal because they bought the politicians.
Wait, what does this say? Hold on. He's angry.
It's bullshit.
To make it legal. Petitions to
UPenn and PBA should hand Nixon a resignation. Nixon is a double-sided politician. He is trying to racially profile the Jewish community in Jackson, New Jersey, infuse hate and division among Jackson's residents, and enact illegal laws to curb the growth of the Jackson Jewish community. He doesn't represent American values and is bankrupting the Jackson Township. I don't know what the context of this is.
I guess this is, if I had to guess, this appears to be like some Jewish...
Yeah, like advocacy group that's like pointing out anti-Semitic policies, but like they're not getting into any of the specifics. So like I don't know what is true and what is not. It's just sort of like a baseless assertion.
Make favorable laws because a lot of the shit
these Jews just appear to be doing America better than the Americans. And that's why they're mad. It really is. It really does seem like everything I don't like about America, these Jews are doing extremely competently, and the Americans who are the fucking losers are just like whining on the sidelines.
Maybe we do discriminate against Goyim. Maybe this is anti-Goya, like, because really, this is all you're doing is this is like you're posting an L. This is an L for white people.
Yeah.
Because again, this system was set up specifically to benefit those. You basically hit the genetic lottery. If you are a white person, middle class, like suburban family in the wealthiest country in the history of the fucking world, you are like just by virtue of being born with those immutable characteristics, you have more wealth mobility, income mobility, more opportunities provided to you. All of the systems here are the legacy, like a product of like colonial institutions that were set up specifically to favor you at the expense of other people, and you're still fucking up. So what's the excuse? This is just like a skill issue thing.
In Jackson who do not want Jackson to be majority Jewish or to look, feel, and sound like Lakewood. Do you think that is anti-Semitic?
Well, people have a right to freedom of speech and freedom of their opinion, even if they're going to be bigoted.
Do you think that's bigoted, though, right? Because I imagine you don't want this place to be Islamic.
Only because the radical Islamists want to kill us. Other than that, I have no problem.
And they're radical Jews.
Okay, this is where I came, where like the sympathy for this person like wanes pretty quickly when you realize he's like fine with bigotry, he just doesn't like it directed at him.
Christians, right?
Which Orthodox Jews are radical Jews that don't want to hurt people?
Many people could argue there are distinct sects of Judaism that are marginal.
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
There certainly are people in this world that could make an argument. Yeah.
You wouldn't want Lakewood to become predominantly Muslim. Radicalism aside, though, right?
Right.
Just like Jackson residents don't want it to be predominantly Jewish.
So if a Muslim wants...
He should probably stick to accusations instead of affirmative claims because he did not do any prerequisite like he doesn't have like a 1350 type stat to like pull out and like throw at this person or whatever.
Wants to buy a house here and pay way more than what the house would sell outside of our community because of the fact that the prices go up and we come in. They're free to do it.
Yeah, but I still think it's bigoted for you to not want it to be predominantly Muslim. Why would you? You're Jewish.
So Jackson Strong is kind of like a unofficial organization that I had started when I saw everything.
God.
Look at this.
Is kind of like a unofficial.
So this is like Hitler. She started like a Hitler youth group.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that badge, I was like, I don't know. So the vibes are already wrong.
Jackson,
because the Jews.
New Jersey Strong. Is it
What's
time
that
for the because the
There's a cut-off
Jews?
message.
Yes, he like got this in because the Jews.
Message.
Is it time for the governor to order the National Guard to establish a containment zone around Lakewood? What are your thoughts?
Jesus Christ.
Organization that I had started.
Oh wait, this is like, and this is old. No, well, I don't know. So it says March 25th at 11:47 in the morning, but then it's talking about like Lakewood, epicenter of COVID-19 in Ocean County. And so I saw COVID thing. I was like, is this like literally 6 years old from the pandemic?
When I saw
no, I haven't covered
Facebook
the Candace stuff
still
yet.
mention COVID constantly. With Facebook ads, it's still constantly talking about COVID.
True.
I just was very vocal on social media, and I decided to organize. Certain people really wanted to get involved. There were a few of us that, we would have letter writing campaigns, making a lot of calls to county officials, local officials, and state officials, trying to find out what ordinances could be created, what we could do to help prevent a full-out turnover. A sign would say, Jackson Strong, don't sell, meaning if a new neighbor moves in next to you, don't run, don't sell. Why would you move? Stay strong,
That
right?
sign is terrifying.
I mean, the white nationalists will do anything except marry white women and have kids with them.
What? Who would want to marry this white woman?
Very true. Understandable.
Her husband is clearly not around. The twins have moved on. She's got nothing better to do.
Idle hands.
They would sell because it just got too much.
Empty nest.
And anytime you would say anything about it, you were anti-Semitic. I mean, there were Facebook pages created just to slander me. They would manipulate pictures.
What's going on here?
I mean, there were Facebook pages created just to slander me.
So this is Exposing Anti-Semites, New Jersey. Jenna Cusinelli, who attacks Judaism, Sheikhism. Now, what? Is this Italophobia from you?
The gall of a fucking Italian. I just like, Jesus Christ.
Now
way
goes
to pull
after
the fucking
Islam.
ladder up.
What can? This is amazing. Actually, like when I
This
see,
bitch benefited from the mob. Oh my god, they literally had New York was literally controlled by the fucking Italians for decades in an actual organized criminal syndicate.
You're saying,
and
like,
she's
how far
bitching
they've
about.
fallen.
My god, why?
She's doing a disservice to her ancestors.
You literally did this, and it was kind of cool. I mean, obviously, aside from all the murder and horrible stuff, but the union backing shit was kind of okay.
It was culturally powerful.
Oh my god.
It's an example of a crime syndicate that is not viewed like entirely disfavorably when people hear it. They hear about it and they're like, cool, as opposed to something like gangs or whatever, where people immediately associate it with black people and try to draw negative inferences from it, not because it's like criminality or whatever, but simply because it's like who is doing the criminality. But all this, okay, a lot of these expose this or pages drawing awareness to anti-Semitism will obviously catch a lot of valid instances of anti-Semitism, but they're also going to launder in anti-Zionism or things that are just unambiguously not anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
But this is proving that they're not only concerned about Judaism, because look, exposing anti-Semites, and they're upset that she's going after sheiks and Muslims. They're not mad that she's going. Obviously, it's inherent that she's mad about this, but it's showing concern for other minorities. It's not just this insular community that only cares for themselves and everybody else. You better look out for yourself. What can we expect from a woman who screams at Holocaust survivors?
It's just stop being a hateful bitch, please. It's just directed at her. It's not even about the racism. She just sucks.
They would manipulate pictures of me. They would put, Russian hats on.
Rise Up Ocean County satire page exposing the blatant anti-Semitism. So you got owned on social media.
Me, a Hitler mustache.
Wait, who put a commie hat on her? What? Everyone in everyone. Oh
These are
god,
deep
I
cuts
can't
that I
say
wish
anything
I knew
say.
what the context was. It's probably hilarious.
things that were
What's the
even coming out of
McDonald's thing? I want everyone involved in this story to be put to death in a video game.
Israel. At one point, there was a post where somebody had said that she needs to have an ice pick in her eye.
Okay, like this is okay. See, this is too far. This is too far.
Whoa,
Christopher Earl went way too far. Eric B.
Jesus
Marshall, I like this approach more. Just another stupid, ignorant bitch. You see, you don't need to. This is too much. This is too. Even the laughing emoji is funny though. Okay, but this is too much. Why you don't need to go this far with this? More than suffices, and it's much more funny.
Oh god. Oh.
And something like that, I did go to the prosecutor's office, and my Jackson Strong page was taken down for no good reason at all. It was just taken down. There was a page, Rise Up Ocean.
What is your your like local community have to do with that? Now you're complaining about fucking Zuckerberg and Meta.
Wait, Zuckerberg?
Uh-oh.
It goes all the way to the top.
Yeah, it goes all the way.
County, which was a pretty important part of everything that was happening. That page was taken down also.
She's
However,
so bored and lonely. Holy fuck.
Rise Up Ocean County. Facebook kills page accused of anti-Semitism for real this time.
Was hijacked. Yeah. So when our page was taken down,
this happened.
just for
oh my god,
the
she was
fact,
so bored over COVID. Oh wait, this is before COVID, February.
Yeah, proud to be part of Simon Wiesenthal Center's efforts that resulted in Facebook once again removing a Facebook page promoting anti-Semitism and hate during a time of crisis. Just a week after SWC worked with Facebook to have the new Rise Up Ocean County page removed for their continuous anti-Semitic content, last night SWC was successful once again in having Facebook remove a new page called Jackson Strong for creating a safe harbor for Rise Up Ocean County content attacking Jewish communities and blaming the generalized Jewish way of life around the region for the spread of the novel coronavirus. This is a time for unity, not hate. Wow, these unreasonable people going through the proper channels to report things that are unseemly and for incredibly valid reasons.
She thinks COVID is real?
Like, this is not even about
but spread by Jews.
Again, like, I thought that she was going to say, like, they took me down for, like, my political opinions or whatever, but it's not even that. It's just, like, abject lying. And scapegoating.
When you're bringing out the Kaporis incidents, when they're cutting the necks of the chickens and blood is pouring through the streets, and then you're talking about that and you're posting videos, and all of a sudden your Facebook page gets taken down, only to be replaced with a complete anti-Goyim harassment page.
Skip this one. I can't listen to a white woman complain about butchery.
I was like really confused because even these sorts of animal sacrifices are illegal in Israel domestically. So I'm really skeptical that what she's saying is not just made up. I'm not saying people don't break the laws here or whatever, that we don't have regulation. I'd just be like shocked.
No, this is real. This is
real? This is real?
This is real, and the reason is that Israel... this is real. And the reason is Israel has much stronger animal rights legislation because they have a much stronger vegetarian vegan community because of some of the Jewish sects that are vegan, because of their interpretation of the Torah. And America has almost no animal cruelty laws whatsoever because that would interfere with massive, agriculture lobby. It's the kind of thing that agriculture lobbies against. So yes, you can do more religious animal sacrifice in America as a Jew than you can in Israel because they have like more powerful animal rights.
There's a Supreme Court case on this because somebody tried to take it was like an indigenous community that had they were like sacrificing goats or lambs or something literally for religious purposes or cultural purposes, and the court sided with them over it because they were like, it's not clear why you would get mad at like somebody doing it in this context but like not in any other context. So yeah, like it pretty much it actually does side firmly with like allowing for and enabling like animal cruelty. That's not true. I said Supreme Court. It might not have been a Supreme Court ruling. It probably was like some sort of state ruling, but.
And you could
the court most courts in this country are going to recognize that if you try to like have some specific bone to pick with like how come they're like sacrificing animal, you're gonna have a hard time like getting that off the ground or whatever because there's so many different contexts where that's just common and normal. So for you to pay attention to that specific context is obviously going to be viewed very, very skeptically and interpreted as like religious bigotry in almost all instances.
Report that page over and over, and you could have a campaign of people reporting that page, yet that page remained up.
Do you want Lakewood to be predominantly Muslim? Just you personally?
No.
And why?
Because it's say
they don't want to kill you.
I'm fine with people moving in, but to have Jewish schools, we have to have a critical mass of Jews here to support Jewish schools. To have kosher grocery stores, supermarkets, we have to have a critical mass of Orthodox Jews here.
Okay, this is where I'm like, okay, this is it just lost on him how this is this ethno-nationalism is just like a race to the bottom for all of this, because you're constantly going to be in fear that you're not maintaining demographic majorities to keep all of this stuff in place when you don't need demographic majorities to keep this stuff in place.
See, I think the reason he's talking like this is purely because he's a dipshit capitalist, and he's just thinking about well, you want the economics of consolidating a group of I don't even think it's anything to do with the actual I
think it's just
religious
Zionist, it's tenets of Zionism
stuff. For sure, it's very easily manipulatable into looking like that. I think this guy is just talking about. I think he's just doing economics 101, and he doesn't realize that it can come off in a different way. I think he's just overconfident. He's just critical mass is not like an ethnic thing. I think he's literally just talking about economics, which is also incorrect, because you can absolutely have. I mean, every store in my area has a halal section or a kosher section. There aren't that many halal or full or kosher full stores, but you can get in the same way that there's a fucking vegan section and a gluten-free section. That's fine.
Using that logic, why would anyone in Jackson want Jackson to have more and more Jews move? If you're arguing there needs to be a critical mass for
how are we infringing on their right on their ability to do whatever they want?
I'm not saying you are, but why would they want that? Why would it be bigoted?
They don't have to want or not want. If somebody's selling their house to an Orthodox Jew, the Orthodox Jew is allowed to buy the house.
Sure, but I'm talking about the people who are not selling their houses to Orthodox Jews.
Then they have the right to do that.
Of course. But that doesn't make them a bigot to not want it. It doesn't mean they're hateful. It doesn't mean they hate you.
What is it of their lifestyle that we're going to change?
All right, so we could start with the traffic. Infrastructure-wise, they're just throwing up these ginormous structures. They tend to have basement apartments also, so they'll rent those out. Right now, there is probably upwards 2,000 to 3,000 homes that have been bought and are just being rented out right now by the Orthodox community, that they will move in when they're ready to move into them.
She is actually trying to do this sort of she thinks that the next step of this is dispossession, when that's not what's happening.
There's been a problem with light pollution. Now we're seeing just LED lights everywhere. There's a lot of issues. And then let's just talk about the thing that breaks my heart.
Light pollution, LED lights from the religion that turns the lights off the most.
And this complaint is a valid grievance. The things I would turn to.
I agree.
If I had to be subjected to.
I agree.
LED light pollution constantly. I already feel unnerved.
I agree.
Just seeing one car. You can't relate to this because you're not from America, but just a single car with LED headlights.
We have fucking LEDs.
I'm already ready to end it all in a video game. Imagine many of this.
It's Final Flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. The only religion, I swear to God, the only religion that makes you turn the lights off, and your complaint is light pollution. This is the only one where they, as part of it,
for using too much electricity.
Oh my God, this is insane.
School system. So what's happening is our Board of Education is going bankrupt. Between the formula in the state giving all of the money to the poorer communities, which has been proven to not work, we're losing that kind of funding, but we're being depleted from the busing. So
you don't like wealth concentration, but you also don't like wealth redistribution. So what are we doing here, lady? What's next? You just said that you don't think she's having a complaint, not with the tax code, just the idea that taxation and redistribution again would go downward, not upward in some areas, obviously.
She wants wealth concentration camps, Aaron.
No progressive taxation structures.
Required by state law to provide busing to all the private school students. Why are we paying for busing for schools that are not teaching a standard curriculum?
First valid grievance. Finally.
True.
Actually,
finally,
this is the first one. I don't even know. I'm agnostic on it, but there's an argument there that I could see how somebody who's not just a bigot, just ass mad about these people, could actually find some issue with it. That obviously could transcend some sort of you're just using this to as a fig leaf for anti-Semitism or whatever. Fine. Why are public resources being used to bus people that are already wealthy because they're sending their kids to a private school? Why is that? Why does that exist? Fine.
80% or 90% of their
there's
curriculum
one
is
correct
religious
complaint
study.
At the heart of this, and it's the.
But that's all you need.
the
That's
thing
why
that they
this stuff
talk about with school
works,
boards.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Why are the taxpayers paying for that busing? And then to add insult to injury, we have recently sold 2 of our schools.
But like, my complaint is not that like their kids are being bused. It's the fact that like they have private schools and like they're it's not more regulated. It's not more tightly regulated. Like, no, I don't think it should be fucking legal for you to like homeschool your kid for the most part. I don't think it should be legal for you to for like millions of children within the United States to be subjected to like a predominant like a religious curriculum, or one that doesn't adhere to curriculum standards that every other student in the state has to adhere to. Mostly because you are dooming children to I'm not going to say you're constraining their economic opportunities, because look at like obviously they're not exactly entirely hurting. There are obviously areas of like prosperity here, but like, yeah, I just think that there's a rights deprivation going on when kids are forced to attend these sorts of like parochial schools or whatever, and they don't have comprehensive educations.
And they have been bought by the Orthodox community.
Who are you, Chris?
I am a councilman in Jackson, New Jersey.
And what are we in front of right now?
We're in front of the former Sylvia Rosenauer School. The school was unfortunately shut down due to budget issues in Jackson. It was purchased by a private school.
Okay, so this is a private Jewish-only school right now?
Yes. As the state cuts our funding, we continue spending more and more public money on private schools, and
the issue is that the public school got shut down in the first place, not that it got purchased. What ends up happening is like, okay, so a school is closed because there just aren't enough students in the district or people paying into it to keep it open. So what they usually do is like, okay, we're going to close this school, and then they try to just rezone all the students in it. So if you have like 800 students or whatever at this one school, which is a very small like a school population or whatever, it's like, okay, 200 you are going to go to this one, 200 here, 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 here. And that's what they do. And then the building just kind of is there unoccupied. But what's wrong with it being bought and converted into a private school? I don't get it. You'd rather have an abandoned school or again, like complain about the fact that they closed the public school instead of like putting more resources into it.
it's kind of crazy.
You were going to say something. What were you going to say?
No, I'm sorry. I'm lagging, so I keep talking over you. I'm trying to fix it.
God damn it.
The perfect storm that's destroying our public education system.
So all of the school systems are completely strained by the influence of the Jewish non-students. They don't even use the public school system, but yet it costs the public school system a lot of money.
We Orthodox Jews, we pay the full school taxes to support the public schools and for busing. And the only thing that we get to use is busing.
You take Jackson Township, their pass-through budget was nothing in like 2017.
Wait, what was his complaint? Hold on.
The public school system a lot of money.
We Orthodox Jews, we pay the full school taxes to support the public schools and for busing. And the only thing that we get to use is busing.
You take Jackson Township.
See, this is already this not a valid counter argument to it or whatever. That like, hey, even if my kids are attending it or whatever, they're like, so we can confer no benefits from this because we're choosing to send them to a private school, which is legal, even though I'm paying property taxes to fund this. Why can't I get access to it? Like immediately. Like the only valid grievance that had been raised was this.
Their pass-through
both groups are paying taxes for services they don't use.
Not a pre-watcher.
This is how taxes work.
I thought this, like in my mind when I'm watching this last night, like out of the corner of my ear, like peripherally, I guess I must have confused Jasilk's commentary over it to be highly effective, like anti-Semitic propaganda with the video. Because the video itself is actually a lot worse than I remembered it. I actually thought it was a lot better than this. Man, I think I took.
No, you've mistaken.
J-Stalk
is the J-Stalk is the effective propagandist. He's much better than Tyler.
Nothing in like 2017. What pass-through laws are, the federal state laws, where it says that the school system has to pay for the busing of private school students. The more people that moved into Jackson, they go to school in Lakewood. So no, Jackson has to bus their kids to Lakewood. Now they don't bus non-Jewish students. They have segregated busing. So you have girls bus, boys bus. It costs the towns millions and millions of dollars, while at the same time, it decreases the enrollment that they have. So when the enrollment decreased, couple that with a really shit school funding formula in New Jersey, the towns spend way more money.
He like casually skipped over the thing that actually leads to all of these inequalities and issues, which is that we pay for it with property taxes. That's primarily the issue with this. It's not anything else.
Well, he said it's a shit system.
Yeah, but that I know what system it is. It's the property tax system or whatever. That the school is only going to be as good as the median income per household that's contributing property taxes to it. So if you live in a highly impoverished area, you don't really pay that much property taxes. Therefore, they don't generate that much revenue. Therefore, your school's funding is constrained and determined by the those factors. As opposed to wealthy areas, and like if you live in fucking Beverly Hills or whatever, the median income in Beverly Hills is in the hundreds of fucking thousands. So of course they have beautiful, well-funded schools because they have a huge pool of resources to pull from.
And they get way less in return.
I thought Just Silk was joking about he is, and I am as well. He's not actually anti-Semitic, you guys show. Oh, care to contest this, Smug?
That name is pretty. I don't know, Jay Stalker. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
He's spreading misinfo or disinfo. Do you? Maybe it's misinfo if you don't actually know. It's disinfo if you do. Even though people think that, it's not like Jew soccer or whatever. That's not what it's for. It's this. Okay.
Now, in a modern day and time,
exposed.
Who thinks it's okay to separate boys and girls, not allowing them to be together, not allowing them to go to school together, be on the same bus, and because of a religious practice, you're forcing the public to pay extra money for things like that?
We have to send our children to religious schools because of the values that are taught in the secular schools. If there are population changes, schools consolidate. We're not the first place that's happened, nor the last place.
The Jewish community is extremely racist. Could you imagine if I said that my children could not play with somebody's children because they were black? What a different conversation we would be having. Why is it okay?
Did anyone do this?
Okay, but when have the Jews done that?
Of this?
What? Evidence? Yeah. A scenario? Please, perhaps.
We only eat kosher food if our kids play in a non-religious Jew's home.
That's it. That's the cut. Did you see that? That was the cut.
Yeah.
That was the evidence. The evidence was we only eat kosher food.
There we go.
You're meant to just make the connection yourself.
Holy
fuck!
Oh my god.
Stupid.
If our kids play in a non-religious Jew's home, they might be given non-kosher food to eat. Also, we generally don't have televisions in our home and don't want to bring the secular values of homosexuality, of adultery, theft, of...
Again, this is where my patience runs thin.
Yeah, but he's telling this to a fucking right-wing freak. Okay, hold on, wait. Go to Tyler. I need you to go to Tyler Oliveira, blah, his YouTube page, okay, and find me the fucking video he has inevitably done on perverts at Pride.
Okay, true.
Tyler at Pride.
Yeah, Pride.
There's no way.
Tyler at Folsom. I am investigating the city that made being gay
how did he know?
Illegal.
How did? Oh, wait, made being gay illegal.
God.
Oh no, he's pro-gay. He's pro-gay. I got cocked. It's over for me.
Wait. Why did you do this? Hold on.
I'm a loser.
What is the angle? Okay, I think the angle here is let's make these like black people and Asian and like Muslim people look very, very reactionary and not socially progressive and intolerant. Even though it's the same as like Charlie Kirk drawing attention to the fact that like there are Muslim countries that throw gay people off roofs, but then these people argue against like marriage equality here. But they're gonna be the ones to like pick up that like the mantle of being like progressive relative to these people. There is a top comment. There's a very big difference between being gay and public nudity.
Okay,
this is true. This is a true statement. There is a difference between being gay and public nudity, yeah.
Wait, hold on. The person who answered that's what Pride's about to show unity to children. Wait, can we skip to that?
Okay, that's what Pride's about.
How Tyler comments on it. I'm just curious. Let's get to the Pride parade. Just
or okay, maybe the angle is like they just they made being gay, like these woke activists tried to say that being gay was made illegal, but in reality we were just fighting against child grooming. Maybe that's the angle for this. Pride. Wait. That's what Pride's about.
Go to like 1 minute 20.
Pride.
Actually, it's pretty quick. It gets in there pretty fast.
Oh wait, yeah.
Property and do not put it in our schools.
But before I went there, I flew to San Francisco's Gay Pride Parade to hear what they thought of the gay flag ban in Hamtramck and what they think of the massive controversy regarding many people believing LGBT ideas in school and pride parades expose children to dangerous forms of public nudity.
By many people, we're talking about like the Westboro Baptist Church and like highly religious people that are by definition, again, minorities and like fringe group and an increasingly like a shrinking faction of life in the United States.
And groom them into believing certain ideas about their gender identity and
this is the great big book of families.
Sexuality at an age in which they're
some children have two mommies or daddies. This is like there are actually like examples that you could find that are salacious of like literature that's marketed as like queer friendly or whatever that will make even queer advocates uncomfortable and stuff like that. But like, why does he reach for this stuff?
Incapable of understanding what those concepts.
She offered an LGBTQ
I don't think he's trying to make it look bad.
To her middle schoolers. Parents filed a police report. The notion that I was putting children in danger because of books. I knew I couldn't go back. No context.
Even mean. And immediately upon
entering, hold on, Aaron. I listen. I'm currently on a taking an L train on this one right now. Like so far, I've not seen any evidence that he's put painting the gay community in a bad light, even if his audience is. I'm sure he will. But it's just, I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. None of this guy is dressed screaming as Spider-Man that he hates the gays.
Let's say.
And nude from the waist down.
Why'd you whip your penis out today?
I love the attention. I get a lot of hugs, a lot of photos. People seem to enjoy it.
Okay, so he says like, watch this person I think is still wearing, they're not naked. And he's like, put this blur over it to like make it seem like, yeah, everybody's walking by this guy who's like nude in public illegally, and like indecently exposed, but he's clearly not.
Okay, so you're walking around with an erect penis today?
Mostly.
What are your thoughts on like families walking around here? Is that like too much?
Like again, he thinks that if he's like being this way, it's because he thinks it's like a kitschy bit, not because he thinks he's like exposing himself or whatever.
Sure, like
I just avoid them as best I can and give them a thumbs up and never had a problem with anyone. So you want to walk with me and find out?
Sure, let's go. Did you notice what he's packing today? Yeah. Not inappropriate.
No. I am part of the community that kink and queerness are one and the same, and if you don't want your kids to see some queer kinky shit, you shouldn't bring them to Pride.
And then I found a naked old man.
Sure, you're naked.
Oh my god.
What is wrong with this? You can find, so there are so many different ways you could like farm these people and get them to say things that are going to be questionable or whatever. But yeah, she's saying if you don't like these public displays of like pride and like kink stuff or whatever, you probably shouldn't bring your kids. She's not saying like your kids need to be exposed to this. She's literally saying, unless the argument is that though these should always be spaces that are inclusive to everyone, there can be no circumstances under which you have like a mostly 18 plus event in a public space. But it's just not like we don't think that that's not the case at all ever. There are so many times that we have public events and it's like 18 plus only or like because there's like alcohol involved or whatever.
I think Tyler's fine here. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, this is 2 years ago, right? He might not have jumped on the grift fully yet. He might have fancied himself an actual journalist at this point. Like he's just showing shit that's happening.
He's not like sex addicted.
Yeah, but he made the gay bashers look bad too. Right? Like, so I think he genuinely is just like, sure, he's courting controversy and looking for conflict and looking for extremes on both sides of the aisle. And this slop content is going to appeal to the right.
That thinks they can expose themselves to children for any reason needs to register as a sex offender. The obvious thing that he's like getting at is the idea that these people aren't celebrating pride. What they're taking place in is like
I get this appeals to the right. I'm just saying that Tyler himself looking for conflict and looking for I don't think he's doing the same thing. I really don't. This doesn't seem in any way the same spirit as the more recent stuff he's doing.
Well, no, because this was in 2023 when I think he was a lot less shameless about it, but it's obviously getting at the same thing. If anything, this is way better at doing that because it's a lot more pernicious, but like it's like bigotry in the absence of like explicitly bigoted language, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it has a similar effect.
Pick up on what he's putting down. It's like dog whistling.
No, I don't think so. I think this is content that is dangerous, but I think that the danger comes from the environment it's in and not from the content itself. Whereas the content we're looking at now is itself dangerous in nearly any environment. It's got a very explicit agenda.
I mean, we've seen a minute of this. I'm
not seeing the same attitude. No.
But mostly because I think this guy is like a piece of shit or whatever who like clearly likes leaning into like.
I agree, he's a piece of shit. I don't think he's changed either, but I think that content is different. It feels different immediately. Like, it's not chopped together into, like, the most sensationalist thing. He's just finding people to talk to. He's wearing the gay pride hat himself.
Stop soying out in YouTube chat
different.
about public nudity, where you will not find a clip of me saying that people should be fine with public nudity. I never argued that. You were fighting a ghost. I also didn't say it had anything to do with, like, being queer or whatever. I only made the defense that, like, usually what they try to do is clip from these people and say, like, they're trying to seduce your kids and force them to, like, pay attention to this stuff, when she said a thing that actually avoided that trap pretty easily. But you can disagree with her that, like, kink and queerness are, like, intertwined or whatever, but she didn't take the bait and say, oh yeah, like, your kid should be forced to do this, and if you don't bring your kids to pride festivals that have these sorts of, like, 18 plus aspects to it, then you hate gay people. That's usually what they're trying to, like, get from these activists, and he didn't get it. So
as a nudist myself, I find that very offensive, Aaron, but I will cover myself. I'll go back down.
You just said that, LMAO. You're saying anyone who says it's bad is a dog whistle. Be precise in your speech. Masculine ideal. You're going to follow the link in my description box, join that Discord, and you can come quote exactly back to me what I said, and we can talk about this right now, or I'm going to ban you for 24 hours. Pick one. You have 5 minutes to do this. You can join the waiting room. Would love to talk to you.
On and on. We don't want to bring this into our society.
Play back your shit. No, you're the one making this claim. You don't have evidence for it. Go back, bring the clip, and we can watch back exactly what I said.
Orthodox Jews are paying full property tax, which is how the schools are funded.
Stop arguing in YouTube chat. Join this Discord or I will ban you. So you have 5 minutes to join this Discord and come talk to me on stream about it, or you will be banned for 24 hours.
And we don't get the benefit of the
Bye-bye. Easy. See ya.
School building, the school.
Come back tomorrow. Don't strawman me again. I get annoyed.
Teachers.
I don't care about disagreements, but if you disagree with me, you don't need to misrepresent my position.
Also pay for our private education, so they're getting our money and we're getting nothing for it.
You're funny.
Even your co-host pushback. Oh yeah. If Smug disagrees with me, that means you're correct. That's how it goes. That's how it works.
Things going to go down. You're going to have to make cuts. You're going to have to keep closing schools. They just shut down another big school, which is going to be converted into, it might be one of the world's largest yeshivas right here in town. Let's be real. New Jersey State is essentially a criminal organization because everything they do is for some type of special interest, for somebody to benefit somehow.
They take a house, they get that house built for a public mikvah only for Jewish people, right? So they say it's for the public, but it's not. It's just for a select private group of people. The house is now a 501c religious organization, so it doesn't pay taxes, so the town loses the tax money. Yep. And then, like in this case, that mikvah was being built before it was even approved, so everyone sees that.
This is going to be a mikvah, which is a religious bathhouse.
Where women get purified.
Correct.
After their periods?
Yes, and it prepares them for their childbearing time.
Sex.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weird conversation.
It's
Epic,
little things
dude.
like
Yeah, cool.
the way that they're
he said
discussing
sex
this or
like
whatever.
a guy who's done it. He definitely said sex like a guy who's done it.
He's
That
like
was very
trying to
convincing.
insinuate that like they're preparing like minors to engage in this sort of behavior when in
Yeah.
reality there's like lots of cultural traditions that before somebody even turns like to around the age of majority are already like celebrating their like ascension to adulthood or whatever. You could criticize those, but it's not out of place. Like, wait, dude, what do you think Sweet 16s are? What do you think white people are celebrating when they celebrate a fucking Sweet 16? It's really not that different from like quinceañeras and whatever to like celebrate that stuff.
Yeah.
Like this, when they get in an area, they put what they need, their special needs. It doesn't benefit the community, anything that they put. It benefits only them.
So this is a house of worship, a shawl. This has been operating now probably for about 6 or 7 years. This is one of the ones that we first realized was non-owner occupied. Now,
meaning
that you have a better chance of not having issues if you live in the home and you have prayer, but nobody was living in this home. Okay. Generally you should have to get the proper permits and everything, but our town has been very accommodating for bad behavior. As you could see, they did install a light for them here, so they could safely pull in and out and cross the street.
And that's a symptom of the increased traffic into this location, right? A light just for this house.
Correct. This is zone residential.
As I told you, we have to be together for schools, for synagogues.
More traffic lights. This is the.
for kosher food. So you're gonna start buying the next block over. That happens to be Jackson and Tom's River. Now it's going into Howell.
The way that you can tell this is just like through and through bigotry is like there's literally no way for these people to exist where she wouldn't complain. If they didn't have these traffic lights, she would be complaining about how there's constantly accidents and these people fight against any regulation of their traffic, even though there's all these extra people driving around their cars because they go to each other's houses. But then they have the additional traffic regulations and signs or whatever to accommodate that. And then she complains that it leads to congestion. Like there's no winning.
Because, we're having lots of children, and thank God we're having lots of children. Thank God almost all of them stay religious, get married early, and having children, and the community is just growing and growing. So in Jackson, they passed regulations against Orthodox Jews. And not only that, they were harassing us. Let me give you an example. We pray 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So Jackson, they were very unprofessional, very amateurish. So they had their code enforcement department counting the number of Jews on the street, and they left the emails on their Jackson Township email system. So when litigation ensued, it came out in discovery. So they say, I see 3 men wearing the garb, carrying Bibles, going into this house. And the inspectors would actually go onto the property and peer into the window to see if we were praying.
Okay, so the house was zoned residentially, and it is being used as a house of
worship. Oh my God, this is like a slam dunk for this guy. What? They were literally terrible. They were trying to weaponize local zoning ordinances against these residents by arguing that they're engaged in commercial enterprises in areas that are exclusively zoned for residential purposes. But because they were lazy and didn't cover their tracks, what came out in discovery is that they were using that as a fig leaf and a cover to target them on the basis of their Judaism. And so obviously it came to light that these were bogus claims, and they were not. This was not about whether they were or were not engaged in the zoning violations or variances, and everything to do with the fact that they're just ass mad that Jews are gathering and praying. And they put in their emails that they were either trespassing or they were looking in, they were like, you can see Jewish people like in there praying or whatever, like we can report this as an incident where they're blah blah blah. It would be think of it as like if I did like a noise, if they were to like file malicious noise complaints, but they exclusively did it to these houses when they know that they're gathering to pray under the guise of like, I'm just filing a noise complaint, but they're obviously doing it to like disrupt their like prayer circles or whatever. Did this actually happen though? I mean, he said there was a lawsuit that resulted from it.
Worship?
No, but you
I'm trying to find details on this.
Is every place in the U.S. going to be some type of religious enclave? No.
In there either.
Religiosity is like only decreasing year over year, so no. And the fastest growing religion in the world is not even Judaism, it's Islam. And it's about to overtake Christianity. It's a function of how many kids they're having. That's it. But no religion is like expanding its numbers because they're converting people. They're doing it because they happen to be having more kids and they're born into it.
Go in there. The guy owns a house.
Wait, what were you looking into, Smug? What are you fact checking?
I'm trying to find this lawsuit, but I'm not. I'm just because I don't trust the Jewish billionaire or the far right fascists. I don't trust either of these motherfuckers.
Let's see if I put New Jersey.
I don't trust either of these motherfuckers.
Lakewood, Jewish, discrimination, bring residential.
Well, didn't they say Jackson?
Homes.
I think it was in Jackson.
Lawsuit. This seems to be
the Jewish.
Yeah, this is legit.
Chronicle. Is this the one you found? Okay, cool.
I found Israel Nation News. I found 2 things from the DOJ, or like a DOJ thing. Justice Department settles lawsuit against Jackson Township for discriminatory ordinances targeting Orthodox Jewish religious schools. The Justice Department announced an agreement today with Jackson Township, New Jersey, and the Jackson Planning Board to settle allegations that they violated the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, or RLUIPA, and the Fair Housing Act, when they passed and applied a series of discriminatory zoning ordinances that intentionally targeted the Orthodox Jewish community by prohibiting religious schools and associated dorms. But then this one also says they paid $575,000. Like repeal ordinances that allegedly targeted Orthodox Jews, adopt new policies and procedures that protect religious freedom. Do they go into the details?
Okay, damn. Yep.
Let's see.
That
yeah,
sounds
they were trying to prevent
accurate,
them
as you
from like
described it.
constructing like yeshivas and dorms or whatever.
Yeah, boarding schools, it says here. Which I guess...
Yeah, so you can just go in there and pray. We do it all the time. Just like, when I have the Super Bowl here, I have a...
I don't care about people's fictional books. This is not like an atheism thing.
Huh?
No, because people are thinking like this based, maybe it's like lay epic Reddit atheism, like based, who cares? Like the religious in this country have like too many rights or whatever. But like this is not like, if you try to understand like discrimination against Jews as a function of like ideological disagreements with their faith, you're going to have a hard time understanding like persecution of Jewish individuals or like why people are targeting them. And it's really not on the basis of like holy texts or disagreements with that or whatever. This is like more of an ethnic thing.
50 people here.
In contrast, but also if you like magic in your life, you are at a disadvantage to everyone else.
True.
And does this congregation happen per year?
I'm not joking.
Oh no, we pray 3 times a day. No,
3 times a day versus once a year, though, right? That's an important distinction.
Oh, but I'm saying, but every week they get during football season, they get people over watching football, and they get 30 people in the house watching football.
Okay, so like he's trying to, if he's
praying too much.
It's bizarre, this guy thinking that you could like regulate against this in any way that's not going to be obviously like discriminatory or like that this is illegal behavior on its face, because he's like saying there's Super Bowl watch parties or whatever, like no one complains about that. He's like, well, that happens once a year, you're doing it lots of times. It's like, okay, but if the law is permitting you to do it once a year, why would it like, it's completely arbitrary that you're saying you can invite people to your home once a year for the Super Bowl, but you can't do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Football, right? Anybody in America can do that, and they're not cited for violation.
You don't think they would have been treated the same if it were a mosque or a church?
There are Christian groups, and they were not harassed like we were.
So you guys were singled out, in your opinion?
Yeah, for sure.
What happened in Jackson? What anti-Semitic laws is he referring to?
The lawsuit was won. In the opinion of the justice
system. Yeah, but you know how they got it. They're Jewish lawyers, they're trickery. You know how it be.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Jewish magic.
So it's everybody is reacting in their own way, zoning law-wise, to try to fight what they do. And what that is like buying corner lot.
Wait, did he just admit it? Is this oh my God, he admitted?
Everyone's trying their own way.
Everybody is reacting in their own way, zoning law-wise, to try to
Okay, yeah, everybody's reacting in their own way, zoning law-wise, to
fight what they do.
To try to fight what they do. So he's like literally admitting that, yes, we attempt to weaponize these laws that are intended to regulate like urban planning and infrastructure to discriminate against these people to fight back. Correct.
That is like buying corner lots.
These guys are literally no more subtle than they were in the 1950s. This is insane.
Like 2 seconds
as
earlier, he was like,
as it's ever been.
Oh, in your view, that's what they're trying to do, right? They're just concerned about the gatherings. It's like satire. Like cuts to a guy. Yeah, we're trying to do that so we can cut down on it.
Yeah, I love that this same guy 20 minutes earlier in the documentary is like, you see, they're weaponizing the structures and institutions against us, and then cut 20 minutes later. So here's how I'm weaponizing the structures and institutions against them.
Like, this was like the worst town he could have possibly picked, because there is like a documented record of these people engaged in discrimination against them. It's not even like, oh my God.
That are unbuildable, using our LUPA laws to build on them. So what happened was there was a little bit of a rush to stop Lakewood. I would say about 2010-ish, where you saw different towns making different zoning laws. Brick did its own little thing, tightened up zoning laws in certain areas.
Okay, so it says, but the township wants a judge to issue an injunction barring congregation Kahilos Yisroel from operating the school until it secures site plan approval from the township planning board and building permits. Oh my God, anti-Semitism in 2026 has you reading about the intricacies of a zoning dispute in a fucking random county in this country. Like, why bigotry? It shouldn't have to now. Okay. Maybe you have to take it back, because you're like, bigotry used to be sophisticated. Is this not getting into levels of like ridiculous sophistication, or should I not like conflate being convoluted and stupid with being like being more
Aaron,
impressive? I don't know.
This is the same gay shit they were doing in the 1950s. It is identical in every single way. Using cringe zoning laws, the fucking redlining, the like this was all incredibly like cringe bureaucracy tactics. That was it was fucking lawfare. It was shutting down anything that black people got access to at the expense of white people in the local area as well. It was just every conniving, sniveling little freaky
it's like a thinly veiled attempt to like disrupt the community with like legitimate basis, like at first glance or whatever, but like any inquiry beyond that, it becomes very, very clear what they're attempting to do.
Yeah.
Areas, and they did it in a way where it wasn't pointing out one religion. Jackson kind of did it in a way where they did point out one religion, but
what does that mean?
So it's like they tried stopping the shoals in the middle of the houses, but what they did was
He's like, so we did kind of try to do it against this one religion.
He's about to admit the lawsuit.
Yeah,
it's like these guys fucked up by only targeting Jews. I have a broader brush to stroke.
As they were doing, like the people on the boards were saying stupid shit during the discussion that were anti-Semitic, basically to give them fuel to come in and say, you guys are making anti-Semitic laws. Okay, it wasn't necessarily what they were.
So the board people of their own free will and volition said anti-Semitic shit, and then when this escalated to a legal dispute, it all came out in discovery because you're morons and couldn't keep your fucking hatred in your pants for 2 seconds to like get your little scheme off the ground.
Trying to do is how they were trying to do it.
First, this is actually way more. Okay, first of all, this guy, like, I think he's a smart operator, and I think this is like the kind of thing I would normally expect from Fuentes. Like, this is way more sophisticated than most right-wing propaganda. He's explicitly saying, keep the anti-Semitic remarks in your pants, which is not that sophisticated, but for the right wing, he's saying, keep the shit in your pants. Don't talk about anti-Semitism. Don't be anti-Semitic openly.
You can't say the quiet
part out loud. Look at how it scuppered our previous attempts to actually lock these guys down. Yeah, but he's literally like directly teaching you how to not fuck this up in your community if you want to.
True. This is like he is like a sacrificial lamb because he is saying the quiet part out loud, but with the goal of preventing others from saying the quiet part out loud when they attempt to run this scheme in their hometown.
Yeah.
The council president up there, Mordecai Bernstein, who was a part of it. You have that guy, Richie Roberts. They got the DOJ to do an investigation. They sued under our LUPA, and they had the DOJ do an investigation into him. They hammered.
This is what we just read or whatever, where you can houses of worship or whatever is like
Jackson.
You can't.
So now it's like
laws.
Jackson is castrated and cannot even fight it anymore because they got told by the federal government and the state government they get to do whatever the hell they want.
You just explained why they castrated themselves, my dude.
Yeah,
they literally did it to themselves. That was avoidable. If you could again just keep it to yourself, you probably could have gotten this off the ground because there would have been plausible deniability that this was a zoning concern. But because you're clearly motivated by hate, it all came out. And you wrote it down, more importantly. It's like you fucking stupidly wrote it down.
So now that's why you're seeing the synagogues going up in single family or multiple family big houses, $800,000, $900,000 houses. We lost a lawsuit on this property that was too small of a property, unbuildable lot. The people that came out to that meeting made this type of comment. This was deemed anti-Semitic. This is a family neighborhood. We like to keep it a family neighborhood. Anti-Semitic. This is what the judge quote cited as anti-Semitic. Are you going to be renting this house or are you going to be living in it? Anti-Semitic. What type of family would want to live on this type of lot?
This is
anti-Semitic.
Bullshit.
That's how petty
100% bullshit.
Beginning 10 years ago, they called you an anti-Semite for out.
Comment?
Hell. Just
hell?
I'm talking.
Oh wait, if you were, it was cutting out. Nothing. You weren't saying anything.
Oh, I'm fucking lagging again. What's
God
going
damn
on?
it.
Your voice keeps cutting out as well. It must be on my end. Shit. I think the stream's fine. Or people would be complaining. It must be me.
God, this lady's been at it a minute. Look at this.
Sorry,
it's oh no! Here, wait. Exit and rejoin.
Oh damn.
Because you're roboting now.
Pew.
Okay, try again.
Well, I've lost my place now.
Look how long she's been at it. She is now a ginger. This is our hero. Okay, this Eva Braun was at one point had dark hair. Because look at this photo. It's this lady.
Damn, she's been rocking it for a while. She's been doing this for 10 years. Wait, how her twins are 20? These children were God. Where? I'm sorry, I hate to ask this, but where is her husband? I have to know. I need more details about her relationship. I'm sorry.
There's a thing of Teen Mom in the bottom, and it says there's a dialogue cloud that says you didn't come because you were watching something else. And then don't forget about me. It's some random guy with a stick figure body and a tinfoil hat that says don't forget about me. And it says there's strong, and then there's Jackson Strong, and it's this psycho. And then I can't tell, this could literally be bigoted in either like a counterattack against
Insane.
her or a thing that she
I
did.
don't know. It's just schizophrenic.
Like I can't tell. I really can't tell.
Outlining all of these points.
Like someone could sincerely be saying that this man is strong, as in like resisting her like anti-Semitism, or that like, look, this feeble old Jewish man like totally getting mogged by like our Aryan queen over here.
Were you wrong?
I was right. There are plenty of county
Why they're
roads
pointing
in
at her
Jackson.
phone, like
Nobody's
recording
saying that you
someone who's
cannot put
mugging
your
them? Ugh.
house of worship
What
on those
weird-
county
what weird
roads, where you could put a proper parking lot and you could have proper
proper parking lot. The people yearn for proper cement slabs to place their car for free.
Pristine concrete.
So
yeah, exactly.
Baking in the sun.
Why are we dealing with houses of worship within walking distance that could be on main roads? Air roofs are up. Why instead are we putting
Yeah,
them?
why would you want a walkable city when you could turn it into a suburban hellscape that you need a fucking car to navigate around and you need parking lots to manage all of the fucking traffic?
Smack in the middle of residential areas, because it's another way to get people out of there. It's another way to create a complete religious enclave.
And this all begs the question, does the
walkable cities actually make people want to leave? That's so true.
Jewish community living in peace come at a direct cost of the...
What are they burning? What's this? What's the situation?
A dumpster fire? I don't know.
Non-Jews also trying, does the Jewish community...
To create a complete religious enclave.
And this all begs the question, does the Jewish community living in peace come at a direct cost of the non-Jews?
They're throwing garbage into this thing, or what looks like garbage into this pyre, but I don't know if it's supposed to be like a religious ceremony or observation. I don't know what this is.
Also trying to live in peace.
protest or
Can the
something?
two groups get along? I toured a mostly all-Jew neighborhood in Lakewood to understand Jennifer's frustration a bit more, and what she sees as Jackson's seemingly unavoidable future. Where are we at, Jenna?
We are in Westgate, aka Kosher West, aka the Little Tykes Graveyard.
I'm noticing lots of toys on the lawn, car seat that may not be getting used, tons of minivans, many children, many families.
Sorry,
full
car
trash
seat that
cans,
may not be
van-
getting used, as if that's like some kind of horror. What are these?
A tragedy.
What vibe is being constructed here? That car seat will never see the light of day again.
Going on here?
Correct. This is on the border of Jackson. And unfortunately, I see this as being Jackson's future if we don't get a hold of things.
Let's go for a walk. How large are the families out here?
Again, anywhere from 6 to 12 children.
This is all Orthodox Jews for the most part?
This is predominantly probably 99.9% religious.
Could I buy a home here?
99.9% religious.
Epic.
What the fuck?
Insightful statistic.
Legally, according to the Fair Housing Act, it's illegal for them to discriminate against me, but practically speaking, could I buy a home?
No.
Okay.
This community is allowed to police themselves. They're allowed to do what they want to do.
Okay, so they're just asserting that they're refusing to sell homes and property to like non-Jewish residents, but they've not shown like a single instance of this other than, come on, bro. We know it's happening.
Rules don't apply. Yeah, the trash cans.
I think this woman has. I do think that this woman is using her extreme unpopularity in the town as evidence for discrimination against white people, when it truly is just discrimination against this one miserable racist bitch. Like, it's just her that's experiencing this. No one likes her. It must be because I'm white.
We have a problem now in Jackson with rats, which we've never had before.
Must be because I'm Italian.
Yeah.
She did start off with saying this was like Little Italy before. Now it's turned into what? Little Jerusalem or whatever.
It's definitely a concern.
Got chased out of town by the Jews.
Religious enclave, yes.
And this bus right here is paid for by a Lakewood taxpayer, correct?
Correct.
We're walking. We're trying to walk. You got it. Yes. Call the cops.
Here, it's strictly about religion, nothing else. All these men going to yeshiva until they're 35 years old, they're not producing college students.
Stop
they're not
recording
producing
children,
people
you
that are going
freaks! Oh my god!
Yeah,
they're literally fucking peeping Tom, recording into schools, not blurring the faces of children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I approached this daycare center and they got very agitated that I wanted to film these children that I don't know.
Go and benefit the greater good of our society.
It's sort of an investment in a insulated, one-way economy.
Correct. Without anybody contributing.
How are you? Oh, we're filming a little documentary. Yeah, for YouTube. Would you like to say hi?
I actually recognize your face.
I'm infamous. That's me. Yes. It's good to meet you. How are you?
I actually can't shake hands
I
with
see.
me. I'm sorry.
No worries. It's good to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just walking around talking.
Cool. Well, I hope it's interesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Like, not everybody's the same.
This is true. I'm noticing a strong spectrum.
Oh my
here.
god! Again, like yet another W for like this community that like even though this woman recognizes this guy, knows exactly what he's up to, maintains composure, patient, kind, doesn't
Completely
get angry,
normal.
like expresses her discontent in the most civil way possible by saying like, you know, you can chill. Like people being different from you is actually like not a threat to you. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
Even orthodoxy.
And she's like, I can't shake hands with you, sorry, in like the most like apologetic, like relaxed,
like,
chill way. You know, it's just like, oh, sorry, I have a thing. You know.
Yeah.
Very casual.
So I gotta say, very refreshing. Sweet woman.
Yeah.
Said hi. Good luck.
You know, that's the
Okay,
first
so
thing.
he knew that he had like there was no chance that he could like spin that as
Yeah.
like
But watch her twist it because she's filled with hate. She has no grift in her heart. She's just a monster.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Oh shit, no one tell this lady about Salt Lake City. It might break her. Is that where like all the Mormons are? Or I guess the Latter-day Saints, right?
That's the funny thing about it. I mean, a lot of the women are very nice and very welcoming.
Yeah. Oh.
And, you know, you can have a conversation with them. But
because
at the end of the day,
Okay.
they can't be your friend.
No barking. Look at
Oh,
that.
okay. So even though you were saying that these people don't want to interact with you, they won't speak to you no matter what. Now we've shifted the claim to, they are kind and welcoming and but you just can't. Okay.
No, Erin, did you not hear her? She said they won't be your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't be her friend. They don't like her. She's like, yeah, everything's fine except no one will hang out with me. It's actually been reduced to that. It's insane.
They don't want to live amongst us. They don't want to live with us. They just want to live and exist and not have us be part of their lives.
Yeah, they just want to live
husband
and
was
exist.
Jewish.
Exactly. They're minding their own fucking business. They're just existing and living alongside you, but they're not necessarily, again, you are not part of their life. Correct, lady? You're not related to these people.
Yeah.
You're not their friend. Yeah. She's like, can you believe that these
They won't
total
come to my
strangers
birthday party.
won't invite me to their family gatherings? I wasn't even like, I saw that there was a wedding going on and nobody thought to extend an invitation to me.
Had people stand up at our council meeting in Jackson and say, I'm sorry, we cannot let our children play with your children.
For the Orthodox community, the reason that we choose sometimes to live with ourselves is because we are, as a culture, very careful with the influences our children have. My children don't know about, they don't have any access to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, any of these things. And part of that...
This is a concept completely alien to the right wing.
Yeah, no,
The right wing would never say anything like this. I don't want my children near these influences. Never, not once stated by anyone on the right.
You know what's so funny is that like these people have a highly religious worldview where they do not want their children to be exposed to any sort of material that could undermine their faith or like make them question it. So on that basis, I don't like it. But it is not the sort of totalizing view that the religious right has in this country, where it's incumbent upon everybody else to stop engaging in this behavior because they can't bring themselves to actually impose any restriction on their own behavior or their kids.
Yeah.
These people are literally saying, like, doing live and let live. Like, you can do that and you can do it over there, and my kids are not going to be part of it or whatever. Like, I have an issue with it, but it's not the issue of like, wow, like, so like it almost comes off like this like weird like so much for the tolerant left or whatever, like so much for the tolerant like Jewish person, but it's like, but you, again, this woman is probably Christian herself and has a lot of overlap with the social beliefs of these communities. She's just ass mad that they go about it in a way that is much more practical than what she's demanding, which is trying to get everybody else to conform to her rigid worldview.
Safety is that after school, all of us as neighbors share those same values and rules and restrictions.
It's about unity. It's about assimilation. It's about, you know, the American culture, and that's what we're losing.
Can the Jews and the Gentiles get along?
Absolutely. We don't have.
You're calling for unity.
Absolutely. I also understand that this is the
Oh,
right
he had to
thing.
dial her back. He had to dial her back. He literally pulled her back from the brink. We're losing American culture. You want unity, right? Oh, of course.
Yeah, unity.
This is how they were trained. This is how they were brought up.
We're happy for them to stay. We don't like push them out. We had a neighbor Wheeler right across the street over one house. We were sorry to see them go. Is it bad that you have a house that's worth $300,000 and someone says, I really want to live in this neighborhood, I'll give you $600,000 for it?
I think it's great if you're trying to sell your house.
Okay, and if he doesn't have to. Like this woman, she didn't have to sell her house.
Yeah, I think there's an argument in some instances of people who have claimed that they've been pressured, harassed, or intimidated to sell their house.
So it's not intimidation. It only could be that too many people are knocking on their door asking, do you want to sell your house?
Okay, so there's blockbusting.
Like again, yeah, like the overstatement of harm is like this very subtle thing where like, yeah, being asked repeatedly by different individual people that are not in cahoots with one another to acquire or purchase a house is construed not even like, oh, I'm being harassed or whatever, as literally intimidation. It's an intimidation tactic.
I want to give you a big pile of money way over the market price. Horrifying. Discrimination.
That's when they approach you to sell your house, which is a level of harassment. There's intimidation, telling you that, your decorations are not Yiddish, or approaching you and asking you, when are you moving? You could have a child who's 4 or 5 years old, being your neighbor, and you could be very nice to that child, and one day they will just come out and say to you, when are you leaving? Well, that's learned behavior. They're hearing that, right?
This never happened.
Oh my
This
God.
is a thing she made up.
No, it happened. Erin, it happened. This horrible woman was harassing a child, a neighbor,
and said,
that
when
child
are you
was eventually
leaving?
like, yeah, that child was like, when are you leaving? When you getting out of my yard?
It's like, you ever see that SpongeBob clip that's like, don't you have to be stupid somewhere else? And he says, not until 4. I like, if this happened, I'm picturing that playing out.
Yeah.
Rows of housing. You saw it yesterday. 4, 5, 6 cars per place. Tight, super tight houses.
The few people that I've spoken to, a lot of it stems from fear and their loss of their way of life, right? I don't think it stems from hatred, from what I've heard.
So some hated and some feared a change in their in their neighborhood. These people are moving in that don't look like them, that seem different, and I can understand it. But there are laws about discrimination, and people bought homes legally because the non-Jews that lived there made a lot of money off the Jews in selling the home.
Well, look at, Little Italy, and look at Chinatown and New York, and how come it was okay for them to live amongst themselves? The key there is
good question, lady. Why are you okay with Chinese people doing it and Italians but not Jews?
But she wants Little Whiteley. She wants Little Whiteley.
Yeah.
Their children went to public schools. They worked in the public sector. They invited anybody who wanted to come into their community. They provided for them.
Okay, but just because their kids went to a public school does not mean they didn't still go to a probably 99% Asian school, just by virtue of like where the school was and like what population demographics are there. So yeah, anybody could have gone, but that wasn't actually how it played out. So you still have this sort of like in-group dynamic playing out in the same way. She's just okay with it in that instance, but not this way.
The Italians were not incredibly welcoming to the black community back in the day. That was another thing. Like there was a lot of conflict there.
Difference there. This is not a welcoming community. This is not somebody who's saying, we're going to build this shul. Come on in. We want to teach you a little bit about our religion and our beliefs, but we want to involve you in it. And this has been a
Are you looking to convert to Judaism, lady? You've had nothing but opportunity after opportunity. The issue is that they haven't invited you to the religion, the closed religion.
That I have brought up at several council meetings when there have been times when there's been a project or something that they wanted to approve, and we were trying to kind of bring it to people's attention that this project is not going to benefit the community as a greater good. The Jewish community is extremely racist, and I would go as far to say as the Jackson government should be ashamed of themselves.
Beautiful traffic conundrum here. What?
Welcome.
Was that a strategic honk?
I think so.
I'm not sure what the strategy there was. Who's he honking at now?
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that she's talking in this, they're supposed to be talking just about Orthodox Jews or whatever, but she does say just like the Jewish people in general. Anywhere. Not just Orthodox Jews.
Gotta say hi. Hello! Alright, so you're just honking. I'm not sure what the strategy is. How are you? I came down and waved and said hi.
We're gonna see how long he's just gonna remain honking. How are you doing? He's gonna break his horn. This guy does have a cheeky sense of humor, which I can appreciate. That honk was promised to him. Zoom in on his face.
Really?
I think I'm gonna sue.
I'm gonna sue someone for honking their car. I'm gonna sue somebody.
Oh
I'm waiting for him to escalate this to like, this is a form of intimidation and sleep denial. Because if you think about it, if he were to do this for hours, I would not be able to fall asleep. So really, this is like a human rights separate like abuse on a scale previously
Jews breaking
unknown.
the Geneva Convention again.
Right.
His kids in there is doing that? What? Man, I think this guy actually might be mentally challenged, so we're gonna give him a break. So listen, we can talk all the niceties we want.
Anybody who wants me to leave is mentally challenged. I'm not, however.
There is hostility.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? That's not going to happen walking down our streets.
But as we were trying to escape and rest our ears from the Jews honking at us from all directions, I spotted these dudes tracking us. Turns out I had summoned the Shomrim Police, the Jewish community's internal police force that receives both federal funding and township funding.
And what do they do?
Jewish community's internal police force that receives...
Okay, what's the issue here? Lakewood, New Jersey. Chris Smith has secured $275,000 in funding for Lakewood. Shomrim, I don't know what that is.
Both federal funding and...
Like, he successfully lobbied to get a grant. The Lakewood Development Corporation, or LDC, has just approved to fund, pending state authorization, $150,000 for the new mobile command center. I don't know what the issue is here. Genuinely.
So yeah, this is the same as like I think in London we have similar things where there's just like, you know, like there's Muslim community police that are much more familiar with the local situations and neighborhoods and customs, and so they can like they work with the police basically. That's it. That's the play. It's just meant to be like community policing with a you know, specific training and a specific understanding of, you know, the religion in the area. That's it.
And township funding.
So I guess it's the same for Jews.
You just want to be interviewed?
Sort of like Neighborhood Watch? Maybe.
Kind of. But they're meant to be able to resolve, like, because like the police aren't expected to know all the intricacies of like
that's
Orthodox
the thing,
Judaism.
is that, like,
but there'll be disputes to resolve, so they inform them.
Right, like this guy just said, oh, see, but like we pray 3 times a day or whatever. I've seen like videos of there are New Yorkers that are Muslim that will pray on like large cohorts of Muslims praying on the sidewalk or whatever, which is probably in violation of some ordinance if somebody were to like take issue with it, and if you're doing it like multiple times a day or whatever. Yeah, the entire point is like these forces or whatever, probably like you're saying, exist to sort of mitigate the misunderstandings that are unlike cultural barriers that are taking place between like a largely secular police force that doesn't know how to like if there's like actual language barriers and is trying to manage the like rights of others or whatever, and like enforcing these neutral zoning laws and how it brushes up against people trying to like freely practice their religion in a public space. I'm like not a huge fan of private police force. Like I'm sure if I looked into it, I would quickly find many issues with like all of this stuff. But like you're talking about, you would have to like outlaw like lobbying. Like it is not an illegitimate enterprise to create a special interest group and then successfully lobby a politician to like give you grant money. Anybody could do that.
Okay, respect. Are we in the heart of Lakewood right now?
It's not the same as London at all. The government don't give them anything at all. I'm pretty sure that the Metropolitan Police work with the Muslim like community. I don't know what the exact name is, but the Muslim like community officers or whatever. Like they're just there to be like experts and understand the local community and advise the police and try and resolve disputes within the neighborhood, which is very reasonable. It saves money. It makes sense because they have more understanding of the, you know, local environment, and it requires less escalation to the police. Like there's no reason not to do it.
They're not. It doesn't even seem like these people are deputized to like effectuate arrests or anything like that. They're like mediators.
No, obviously they're not arresting people.
Yeah, no. But like people, I think get the sense that like the government's like funding like a private security force for these people when it doesn't seem like that's what the money is for. It's for like operational costs and like gas and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Jews stormtroopers.
Like if I had to guess, like that EMS thing in the beginning, like the like it's an example of like those services being funded, not like a private like Gestapo to like remove like this white New Jersey mom from their area, like they're trying to like make it out to be.
Just curious. All right, he's pushing it. What's up? You want to do an interview? Okay.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people. And
what are we talking about? What's the context, real quick?
What's the context?
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. I just don't think it was you were trying to portray. I think you just came into with a more of what you had a picture in your head.
What do you think I got wrong? What do you think was misrepresented? Like, I'm just trying to learn. What do you actually think I got wrong about it?
I just think there was agenda.
You gotta elaborate a little bit, though. You know.
What was the front of the YouTube page posted as? What was the?
Inside the New York town invaded by welfare-addicted Jews.
Thank you. You answered the question.
Was I wrong, though?
Okay, you literally just like walked into that though. This guy had like very shitty recall of what it was, but he was absolutely correct, and he all it took was you naming your title. Oh, what issue did you have with the video? He's like, I don't know. You seem to have an agenda. Like, what was it called? Well, I did say again, welfare addicted Jews.
It's not true, but again, you'd say whatever you want. It's not welfare addicted. This is what it is.
Welfare reliance, welfare dependent. What would be a better?
Programs don't have it.
All right. What are you arguing? That I have an obligation as a taxpayer to fund you and how many kids you want to have. If you want to have 30 kids, that's just how it is. It's
arguing that
you're describing taxation and living in a society. Yes. You fund other people's roads that you also get to use. You fund other people's kids when they have them and they don't have enough money to pay for them themselves. This is like just a fact of life.
Law is set up to have certain criteria for people, and it's according to children. Then people who qualify for it, legally qualify for it, 100%. With no fraud at all, are entitled to get it.
And you'll give me the credit of acknowledging I never said that was fraudulent.
Yes, that's right.
I think it's exploitative by nature, though. Yeah, why don't you throw all your money at them and help sustain their lifestyle? Why do I have to take a cut of my paycheck to go towards Curious Joel's insulated Hasidic Jewish community that has nothing to do with me? I'll never get anything out of. There's zero upside for them to exist for me.
Anyways, we have the government makes criteria for getting financial aid. And if someone qualifies for that criteria, I'm not sure why when the Jew does it, you're calling it exploitive or taking advantage, but you don't say that to all the other people and populaces that don't have it.
Well, I've never seen anything of this scale to where the families are this large and it's sort of baked into their strategy of childhood.
So are you against having children, having a lot of children?
I'm pro-children. That's great. I think
I've never seen anything.
I've never been to
seen welfare
Walmart
extraction
and seen like a white family of 8 with like a single mom that has a bunch of kids. Like what?
I mean, even with their racist frame, surely there are more black people on welfare.
Or that, yeah.
That's crazy.
Even you could feed into
Bizarre.
like a different racist narrative.
To make an important distinction between the Amish, let's say, and the Hasidic Jews and Curious Joel. You tell me what's the difference.
Oh, there's tons of differences.
Tons of differences.
Oh, Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Maybe I have this bias because of the internet, but I'm starting to think that conservatives don't understand art, aesthetics, or academia. Call me crazy. Is this the result? How do you get this man? Is this a result of like critical thinking error, like a lack of literacy, or like what possesses a man to do this? It can't only be money.
What, Tyler?
Yeah.
No, it's just Mr. Beast brain. Half of it is money, but I actually, you know what, a quarter of it's money. Mostly it's the attention and admiration of... like his dopamine receptors are burnt the fuck out by being a multi-million subscriber YouTube channel.
Yeah, but he could just be like a prank guy. You know?
Yeah, but that doesn't cut anymore. This is... Yeah, but that doesn't cut anymore. No one watches prank videos anymore. It's over. No, there's no social interaction happening in the real world anymore for pranks to occur. It's all gone.
Most importantly, as it relates to finance,
that's why pranking stopped.
I mean, it's not entirely wrong. This is like the new grift.
Yeah.
They're self-sustaining. They're not reliant on welfare programs funded by the taxpayer.
I think I heard in a video there's 40,000 people in Curious Joel? 44,000. And you spoke to 20 people around on the street.
Perhaps an insufficient sample size.
And who obviously are not the ones working because they're working.
I also though think a lot of people are like just casually anti-Semitic, and that like a lot of these people like falling into like mapping on like almost one-to-one to like a ton of Jewish stereotypes is in and of itself like Nazi fuel, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but they. I'm
not saying it's right. I'm saying that to the extent that people have these like casually ingrained biases or whatever, just like the extended viewing of stuff like this is like an other, and it's already like off-putting to people.
Sure. Yeah.
working, they wouldn't have been on the street. They'd be working.
Sure, but it belies a pretty interesting question, right? How do they afford to raise such large families? How do they afford to study full-time?
First, I have to bifurcate your question. Okay. There's two groups. One is the ones who are learning full-time, and the others are the ones that are working. For Hasidim, almost all of them go out to work. However, when they first get married, for the first 2 or 3 years, they'll learn Torah full-time. The wife will work. They don't have any children yet, or maybe they have 1 kid or 2 children, and then they'll get help from their family. And if their income qualifies, which it probably does, for
saying that inferior morals as Jews is pretty. This whole video is anti-Semitic. Not that just that one comment.
Financial aid, they'll get financial aid.
Okay, we got this guy following us. We're playing games now. We got the security van rolling on us as we roll on them. We got 1, 2, 3 police. Surely there's no conflict of interest we're about to experience. I wonder what law they're gonna claim I violated. How you doing? My name's Tyler. How are you?
That's not what a conflict of interest is. Did you catch that? He said this is a conflict. Look.
We roll on them. Got 1, 2, 3 police. Surely there's no conflict of interest we're about to experience. I wonder what.
Like a conflict of interest is like not a thing.
Yeah, what would
he just means like a conflict?
How would that manifest? A conflict of interest? What? Like, I guess he's implying that the Jews own the cops or something.
I know, like.
Which is weirdly enough, for all the Jewish conspiracism that exists, I really have not heard the idea that like the cops, the cops are owned by the Jews. It's not a thing.
Usually
it's
the
not
trope
a
is
thing
that
I'm aware
like
of.
they're very, very weak and like don't like elevating them to like roles that people like typically associate with some sort of like strength or whatever. Even if it's like pig-headedness, basically. Like I don't know. This is weird.
They get you with lawsuits, not with cops. That's the meme, right? Like they fuck you up with lawyers. That's how the Jews get you. That I understand.
How are you?
Maybe he is the thing. Like, okay, so people call cops pigs, right? Not me, not you. Obviously, we would never do such things.
Of course not. No.
But that's a trope. So maybe it's that.
ACAB. Obviously, all cops are beautiful.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Josh.
What's going on?
I don't know. We're just getting stalked.
Yeah?
Low key, yeah.
You look familiar, though.
My name's Tyler Oliveira. We're filming a little YouTube video. That's me, yeah.
So what are you filming out here?
Documentary on Lakewood, surrounding towns. Am I being detained? Is there a probable cause for this interaction? What's going on?
Oh, he's such a fucking lapa.
Walking up to people, asking them questions, stuff like that.
Luckily, this is America, and that is the First Amendment, right? It's beautiful. And I get you're doing your job.
Call us, you gotta come out here, right? See what you got, just doing like a documentary?
Exactly, just a little documentary.
Don't you love every time that the right wing do shit like this, and then the cops show up, and the right wing, this is the only time they have to struggle, because they have to show absolute deference, bootlicking respect to the cops. But they're obviously being a fucking public nuisance. So they always have to ride the line. The left do not have this issue. This is one of our rare advantages, that we can spit in a cop's face and it's consistent with our worldview. We can be annoying as fucking public, but they aren't allowed. They have to maintain decorum.
The other thing is that, like, I don't know. Okay, like, you can disagree with people, like, calling the cops on him, but I don't know what you expect the police to do. Because if they get a call where somebody is reporting that somebody is, like, acting suspiciously, that they are going up to strangers and they're being like a public nuisance or whatever, does he expect the cops to just not respond to it at all?
Well, he's white.
I guess so. Then yes, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not unreasonable. Like, I can disagree with people doing it, but it's like, because I think that a guy who's filming a YouTube video does not have the proclivity to like escalate this to a fight or anything like that. But to these people that don't know what he's doing, but do see that, like, and don't know that he's like this massive YouTube channel, it's like, you're this random guy, you're harassing individual people. Like, they're not crazy to think that this could escalate to something else.
Yeah, and also in America, like, you just use cops to solve all of your social problems. Anything happening in public is like resolved with cops. And the good cops, of which there are many, because we love the police here, the good cops will just like walk over and de-escalate and be like, hey man, can you like stop being a massive prick to everyone? You're not breaking any laws, but you just kind of are sucking ass right now. Can you chill? Like, that's good cop behavior. That's that can actually benefit people. You know, it's de-escalating.
What's up? What's up?
Okay, well, it's good to meet you guys. I know you guys got more important things to do, but good to meet you guys. Good to meet you. Thanks for keeping everyone safe. Thank you.
I'm part of Lakewood Charmer, which is public safety.
Yeah.
And we got multiple calls. Same reason my PD got calls.
Okay.
So that's it. We're just gonna follow you around and let everybody know that they don't have to talk to you.
With the Shamroon police on our back, it felt like we were being policed by a secondary form of law enforcement that seemed to exclusively defend the interests of the Jewish community. And speaking of double standards...
Gee, wonder why they think they'd need this additional layer of protection and security.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of this or whatever, depending on how, like, how it actually manifests, but, like, the concept itself makes sense as, like, a valid reaction to this sorts of behavior.
Let's talk about politics.
I firmly believe that the tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime. We have an ultra-Orthodox person as our council president. You know, you can't think that there's not going to be things happening and rules and laws created to make his community stronger and better.
I'm gonna lose my mind that this Italian is saying all that. I can't get over it. I cannot get over it,
You said that with such visceral disgust in your voice. It's Italian.
Well, my wife is Italian, so I'm allowed to do this. But like the gall, she's literally like, can you imagine? There's someone on the council, okay, all right. You gotta imagine that there's, you know what? She's probably speaking from experience. She's probably like, yeah, when we were in charge, when we had the guy on the council, we were taking the backroom deals all the fucking time. It's real. You can't. It's extremely well documented, much better than the Jewish conspiracy. The Italian conspiracy was like. Decades.
Just like double down. Just dig yourself deeper into this. This is a bad look, Sweaty.
I will dig.
Next, you're going to accuse
all
her
the way to Italy
of having ingredients for spaghetti at her house, harboring these sorts of things.
There's no way in hell this bitch can cook. I'm sorry. That's definitely not happening.
That goes for any modern American woman.
True.
In Jackson politics, let's say. You live in Lakewood, you don't even live in Jackson. Why do you even get involved?
What happened was this act of discrimination against the Orthodox Jews in Jackson was going on for about a year. And I had people calling me from Jackson with like anonymous numbers, Orthodox Jews, because they were afraid for their safety. We're generally not violent people. If we have to defend ourselves, we will. And I think a substantial number of people in Lakewood now own guns.
Why?
Why?
I'm surprised he hasn't inserted like the Palestine posting into this. Because you could get like cheap dunks on him and like make this guy look really, really bad really quickly by inserting that like narratives of that conflict.
Policy.
No, but he had a video on Israel. Well, that's true, but he was steeped. He literally has a video that I'm sure is nothing but straight AIDS the entire time. If I put Tyler, Israel, Palestine, there was something there. Hold on. The Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of the world. Literally Palestine flag, Israel flag.
Oh.
What does this look like?
The Jew capital of America, and recently famous for the Jewish tunnels. And this is Dearborn, Michigan, the Muslim capital of America, recently in the news for this clip. Both of these groups have seen a rapid increase in harassment and hate.
That looked like a very low rent.
It literally, situation. I can already tell that this is a thing from the New York Post. I'm probably this looks like, which again is like a fucking tabloid rag.
Both of these groups have seen a rapid increase
in harassment. Like 12
dudes.
As in a country of 340 million people, yes, you can find people saying these things every single day. That's not
and mostly
really
in
news.
Hassan's chat.
Also, yeah. But out in the real world, where we know that they're not.
Hate the ongoing war between the Palestinians and Israel in Gaza. But how different are these two religions? And what do they really stand for? On my way to Brooklyn to meet up with the Hasidic Jews in Crown Heights, I learned of Columbia University students protesting in support of Palestine, setting up a liberated zone.
He knows everything. He knows more about Israel Palestine than me. That's fine.
He is a moron. The fact that he's like saying, what are the differences between this religion, as if this is a religious issue and not like something a lot more expansive than that.
Campus, and then this happened.
Listen to me now. They are not letting me on campus. Civil right as a Jewish person to be on campus. I have a right as a professor. I am a professor here. I have every right to be everywhere on campus. You cannot let people that support Hamas on campus and me, a professor, not go on campus. Let me in now.
Before I infiltrate the university and see their camp, I wanted to hear what some of the protesters had to say.
In brown face or Jew face? What's he gonna pick?
I don't know, actually. Since it says go follow Ahmed on Instagram, I'm thinking that he's siding with the Muslims. The Muslims.
so woke. How's he gonna thread this needle?
We made it to Colombia. Let's see what's going on here. What are you here for?
I'm here to protest against Hamas.
Can you tell me what that means?
What that means to me personally is making louder noise than they're making. Hamas has done some terrible things, and they are a plague upon both the Israeli and the Arab world, and I hope that Israel defeats them soon.
Many people who feel that the Palestinian people are being slaughtered, and we're saying not in our name. My age said it about Vietnam, not in my name, apartheid, not in my name, and all the different mass movements for justice. And that's what's happening
I don't want to
supporting the
oversimplify,
students.
but it seems to me that what Israel is doing to Palestine is quite bad, but also that Hamas is like quite a bad organization. Is that? Am I way off?
Shut up, Zionist.
Have I got that? Oh, fuck. Damn it! Oh, okay, I'm back to the drawing board, gang.
You didn't tell me you're a Zionist apologist.
I was working on that one for a while. All right. Let's go. Before I.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm doing my best here. All right, let's just go back. Let's go back to the Jews. All right, let's go back to let's go back to Jews bad. My bad. Yeah, I was just trying to understand a nuanced political issue. That's my mistake.
Let's go back to Jews bad, but it's actually your bad. It's actually you. You're the problem.
No.
How are people saying we don't like Hamas? And he also said for Arabs and Jews, he was not only saying because they terrorize Jews. The worst clips he could find of Zionists, lol. Because I don't think that this guy is actually, I mean, again, this is bigotry and he is spreading hate. But he's also a lazy moron who, again, just wants clicks and views. So he's not really, like, up to date or, like, steeped in the, like, talking points. So even though he's, like, and it would be to his benefit if he were, because he's leaving a lot of stuff on the table as far as how hard he could lean into this shit and actually get even more notoriety. But because he doesn't care enough to familiarize himself with any of it, because I don't think he's motivated primarily with anything other than just making a fucking buck and getting attention and being obnoxious, he can't. His art is suffering.
Yes, because of the rise of anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jews. After about a year of them calling me, I
appreciate real anti-Semitic artists like Fuentes. Dedication to the craft.
True. You simply must doff your cap to anybody who puts in that amount of like time, right?
Topple the government.
I told you.
How did you do it with ease?
Oh, it was not with ease.
What a question. Hold on.
Take it anymore. They're suffering.
Why did you topple the government?
I told you.
How did you do it with ease?
Oh, it was not with ease. It was a tremendous amount of work. Agent in Manhattan, trying to get the stories out to the press, and then I met with this political group, like I said, who ran senatorial campaigns.
Oh my god, dude, you can't be this stupid.
So he's trying to take his tongue-in-cheek
the government
comment,
agent. Don't use
where he said like, "Oh yeah, I took over the local government," as like this guy is again working with the secret Jewish cabal here in Lakewood to take over the world, and they're starting here.
Don't give him sound bites. You can't use the word agent, even though everyone knows what agent means. You can't say that because people are stupid. You also can't say topple the government. Jesus Christ.
At the cell phone numbers of all the people in Jackson, and we planned to text. We started a website called familiesforjacksonjustice.org. By the way, I've since abandoned the website. Anti-Semites took it over. It's like when the Republican Club, which was vehemently...
Dude, and he's not even being soy about it. He literally just said, oh yeah, like anti-Semites took it over, but like, what are you gonna do? Like, there are, again, just so many other... This could have been so much like worse for both of these people, or like I guess better for him or whatever, if he could find somebody who is like a lot more sensitive and like comes off as like again soy for like, yeah, God forbid, being concerned with like discrimination and basic dignity.
Semitic and run by the mayor of Jackson, had a U.S. Senate candidate, Republican candidate, there for their meeting. I had spies inside the organization, non-Jews, who were telling me what was going on.
The Goyim,
the Republican Club,
the Gentiles.
They had their senatorial candidate about to speak. We then texted to everyone in Jackson 5 minutes before he spoke. Here's this new website exposing the religious discrimination. I had it populated with all kinds of information, statements. The mayor of Jackson had been voice recorded, not by me, but it was sent to me.
This guy is describing this like whole situation. Yeah, it is. This is all about the lawsuit. This is he's describing the lawsuit and what he did. He is describing this with all of the like excitement and fervor of like a cringe commentary YouTuber doing some gay ops to uncover someone's like furry hentai addiction. Like
it's only
just
cool
like
when
I had
Tyler
spies
does
in their
it, though.
Discord.
But
yeah. When Tyler does it, it's chill.
Yeah, and of course they have spies on the inside of a thing that they have literally no cause or reason to think like any criminality is going on, whereas this guy actually has a basis for the shit that he's doing.
He was asked by the chairman of the Ocean County Republican Party if these were churches, would we be opposing them? He said absolutely not. It was discrimination against Jews. They were going crazy with all the things I was doing, putting pressure on them. There was fighting going on among the elected political people. Resignations had started, and then I put out the ad on Fox News.
New developments in that deadly attack in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows they clearly targeted that Jewish market.
There's a synagogue located next door.
There is no question that this is a hate crime.
Anti-Semitism is on the rise, and now it's coming from Jackson Township's government. Elected officials in Jackson have passed ordinances targeting Orthodox Jewish families. Exposed township emails show officials
Tyler's
surveilling
upset that this has
religious
actual
Jewish
editing
families.
and production value.
I
That's the real
like
offense.
the thing is though is like I know to this audience that these commercials do not actually meaningfully like curb discrimination or hate. They look like these always look like I don't think they're effective. They're only effective with the people that already agree.
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely. But that's how most
Praying in their
other stuff works.
homes. They even took revenge on a decorated veteran who testified against their
I see stuff like this and I'm inherently skeptical of it, not because it's Jews saying this shit. It's because anytime you see political advertisements like this, it's like, okay, so you're telling me like this highly narrativized, skewed story, like what actually happened here. Like, I'll be honest, when I see like Christians, like they were trying to discriminate against Christians who simply wanted to like practice their religion. And then you look at like what they consider to be like practicing their religion is like Kim Davis shit, where it's like, she was trying to like deny marriage licenses to like gay couples, and they try to frame it as like a religious persecution thing, you know?
Anti-Semitism. Jackson officials are intimidating Jewish families, and they admit it.
If these were churches, would we be fighting? Absolutely not.
Shameful. This isn't America.
It's put on the cable network provider for that area. In the meantime, I had 2 different calls with the White House. I know you want to ask me 1,000 questions. I will answer nothing more than that.
Okay,
Sorry.
why?
Because.
And to be
Oh
fair,
my God.
you
Don't
got
touch
the
the.
yarmulke.
Oh, fuck you. That was a clip
That's probably
out. I
where
think that
his
was a clip
listening
out of
device
context.
is implanted, right? Or like where he's like hiding his horns is like, what are we
The
supposed to get from
antenna.
this?
Yeah.
Her statement seems pretty damning, right? Him saying, "I wouldn't do this." If
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
churches
right.
up."
And you
That's
heard
fair.
that. You heard that
Yeah,
on the
I've heard that. That's
on
fair.
the commercial.
Yeah.
By the way,
It seems discriminatory. In
by the way,
nature,
he's one of
yeah.
my best friends now.
Life's long,
Because
yeah.
here's what happened. More Orthodox Jews kept moving in because of the financial and demographic forces I told you about, and we started to become a larger part of the electorate. And he was coming up for re-election as mayor, and he asked someone if he could come here and apologize to me. And he came here and he said when he signed those resolutions, he knew it was a wrong thing to do. But he said he was under so much pressure from all the political types in Jackson and the people who have constituencies, and they were yelling at me. So he just signed it. And he wants to tell me now that he regrets doing it, and he's going to work to get rid of those regulations. Then that result was the Orthodox Jewish community embraced him. And we supported him. And I became the largest donor to his re-election campaign. Wasn't $1 million.
He becomes an ally to the Orthodox Jewish community.
He becomes not bigoted against us.
It's the Jewish vote. This is another form of corruption. Imagine if I said, "Hey,
oh my God!"
I love it. He interrupted himself because he realized he was about to make a really stupid point and just moved off of it and went straight to, okay, this is corruption.
Fuck yeah.
Like again,
No.
persuasion, like these things are not allowed.
Go back. It's another form of corruption.
To his re-election campaign.
Wait.
Wasn't
No.
$1 million.
Go. It's actually that straightforward. Look.
He becomes an ally to the Orthodox Jewish community.
He becomes not bigoted against us.
it's the Jewish vote. This is another form of corruption. Imagine if I said, "Hey."
I love how again he tried.
The Jewish vote is another form of corruption.
Yeah.
Like the idea of voting as a bloc is corruption.
No, I know.
That's crazy.
Like he started. This is
Oh my
the guy
God, that's
advising
awesome.
people not to say the quiet part out loud, and he starts off on his tirade, and he's like, "Oh wait,
Yeah.
This is corruption. He just rebooted.
I'm going to give you this amount of money and you do this. Okay, you can't do that. But if I could say, hey, I'm going to deliver you 50,000 votes that are all going to vote for you. So take Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. They were bragging that all of the Vlads got
This
together.
is insane. It's just describing how democracy works, unfortunately.
And
I'm not a big democracy guy, but like if you're pro-democracy, this is exactly how it works. It's like you have representation representing blocks of fuck me, dude.
You're telling me that people can earn money in this country and then put it towards political action and form committees and special interest groups and then lobby on behalf of said interests and extract political concessions? No way, dude. Like, again, they're making they're like, these criticisms are legit, but they're acting like it's like a problem inherent to this community when, like, in reality, anybody could do this. And it is a problem, but not for the reasons that he thinks.
Voting for Jack.
Yeah, this is actual dog whistling. This guy is anti-democracy. Like, it's not just the Jew thing. Like, this guy is just...
Wait, chill.
Yeah,
I'm not going to frame, obviously, I'm like, somebody brought up Citizens United. Obviously, I'm like critical of Citizens United. I don't think that there can be unlimited campaign expenditures. I don't think that there should be dark money. I do think that there should be periods of time where, like, campaigning is restricted or whatever, so you don't have these sorts of... like this corrupting influence of finances and capital dictating the terms of like politicians and their agendas and corporate donors and blah blah blah, like all of that. But like there are you have to be careful with this because it does genuinely brush up against free speech concerns and people's right to just advocate, like to form special interest groups, freely associate with one another, and petition to the government to make changes.
And they did so like 97%. That voting bloc doing that now says...
Okay, so Trump is saying the Orthodox Jewish communities across all across America voted in very big numbers for me. He loves the ones that vote for him. In our historic 2024 presidential campaign, Lakewood, New Jersey was one of our biggest wins anywhere in the country. Of course, it's like MAGA central because they're like super fucking socially conservative, and they're probably a lot of them are like political Zionists. With more
all
than
the dentists live there.
All the what? All the what?
The dentists.
Is this like a thing that like Jews usually
dentists.
do? What do you mean dentists?
It's like all the New Jersey is filled with like especially this area is filled with like the sort of like small business professionals like dentists and stuff who are always voting MAGA. You know, like all the cluster of like sort of middle class business owners.
Oh my god, you guys always want me to show copyright material. 200 bits. I've got a 30-second summary of this video. This is The Simpsons sideshow Bob stepping on rigs.
What's this show?
This is a 30-second summary of the video we've watched up until this point. I think this or grasping at a video of somebody grasping at straws would also be a pretty good summary of what we've watched and like distillation of what we've seen.
And this is from a cartoon. Oh, this is funny. What's this?
The character that you do is supposed to be funny, I thought. You have to do funny bits.
They do funny bits?
Okay, I'm pressing play.
Some people think that Jewish people have to defend Israel.
Wrong video.
Wrong video. Jewish people.
Oh, wait, wrong. Like, it's all the same slop to me. I probably could have gone another 60 seconds watching this before I noticed because it literally, it's all the same to me. Okay, on...
Wrong Jew video.
So more than 90% of the vote. On November 4th, the eyes of the country are on New Jersey again. I need all of my supporters in the Orthodox community in Lakewood and its surrounding towns to vote in huge numbers for Jack Ciattarelli. Ciattarelli. Jack will be a great governor and has my complete and total endorsement. He will never let you down. Jack needs every single vote in the community. I love his, like, what he randomly decides to capitalize. Including all the yeshiva students who turned out to vote for me last year. Your votes in this election will save New Jersey, a state that is near and dear to my heart. Jack will cut your taxes and tremendously reduce your out-of-control and ridiculous energy costs, whereas his opponent will double, triple, and even quadruple your energy and other costs.
Fuck yeah.
You will rue the day that you voted for her. Vote for Jack Ciattarelli on Tuesday, November 4th.
You'll rue the day!
You'll rue it.
You'll rue
the day.
You voted for anyone but me! That's
Again,
so
like,
sick.
my sympathy wanes with this guy because he exposed Republicans being discriminatory towards Jews in his region, but he never thought for a second, like, what if this could be happening at, like, a national scale if it's happening at this municipal local level?
It's like, what they do is they take that and say, hey, we got all these votes. and we're going to all vote for you, but what are you going to do for us? And if you don't vote with us...
Now he's actually just describing democracy. This is not even any, like, now he's just complaining that people can talk to each other.
I'm serious. This guy is a groyper and he's higher level. And he's 100%. This guy. I'm very charitable. I do think that Tyler is just a grifting attention whore and doesn't really care about politics. I think that lady is just racist and lonely. This guy, he's the only operator in the video so far. I 100% believe this. This guy's speaking in a way, trying to like use this platform to advise others on how to do this thing properly.
We're going to take all of these votes and we're going to put our support behind somebody else. It's what they tried doing to Chris Pollock. I know, because I spoke to the dude who basically said it. They said it very arrogantly, where it was like, oh, we have 6,500 Jewish votes in Jackson. He is not winning. That's what they said to me.
Yeah, he won.
And he didn't just win, he won by a landslide because a lot of people showed up for him.
Okay. And by people, we're talking non-Jewish voters?
Even Jewish voters. He got over 20% of the Jewish vote, Chris Pollock.
Well, not even Jewish voters. You would need to say even white voters or whatever if you're trying to say, what?
100%.
So the tides are shifting in Jackson, perhaps.
I think there's a group of people that, on both sides, that don't like what certain groups are doing. Remember, there's a lot of really good Jewish people that look really bad by these actions.
I just noticed his shirt, which is like 2 sizes too small for him. It says, hold my beer. George Washington.
The main comment that comes through my feed, no matter what it's about, Jackson, Brick, whatever, this town is finished.
Yes, voting is corruption.
It's over. I don't know if you can stop them, and I'm not saying you can.
Doomed.
But that doesn't mean
weird choice of aesthetic. Very weird choice of aesthetic.
What do you want to bet that these are liberals complaining about the fact that like a MAGA candidate could potentially be like the next governor, like incumbent, and they're not complaining? These are misappropriated comments, and he's trying to suggest that people are upset about like the Orthodox Jewish community, when in reality it's like just in general they don't want this Republican shithead in charge.
You don't fight it. That doesn't mean you don't do what you can to do it. And you had people like Chris Pollock that he said, I'm going to do it the way of politics.
Okay, so Chris, I see these homes being built. Why are the locals so opposed to these houses being built? It seems still pretty peaceful out here. What's going on? What changes have you noticed?
Well, it's becoming rapid changes and rapid development. You're going to be seeing
a replacement, one might say. Is this where this is leading or what?
Heavy increase in the population. And I don't know if our town is suited to handle it. Unfortunately, I've heard from several people that some developments only particularly want one group in there. It's people have gone in there and asked, hey, I'm interested in these homes. Some of them have been told it's not for them. What does that mean?
These people have the same, it's the same stupid talking points. They have no evidence of it. They can't name names. They have no instances of people doing this. Or they're trying to like turn people saying, yeah, I don't want to sell my house into like discrimination against somebody who wants to buy a home.
What does that mean?
It seems like it's only for one group and one community. And
who's that group?
It seems like it's only for the Jewish community. I'm going to be honest. But when you create a community, they have some of them that are adding shuls into it, essentially synagogues into it. They're fitting the houses to fit this very specific needs of one community. Do you think anybody other than that community is going to move into there?
They technically cannot discriminate against a non-Jew purchasing.
So he wants gentrification, just not from Jews. Because he's saying like...
He doesn't want gentrification.
Try again.
I'll give it a shot later. I need to practice.
I think you'd have to do something like Jude, not just Jew.
I think you can get Jew in the whole gentrification. Gentrification, that works.
There you go. See, you got it.
It's 4 a.m. Cut me some slack.
Discriminate.
It's only 11:21 p.m. according to the real time.
Against anybody buying a home.
But they could just say, hey, sorry, we sold
And we still have the Candace Owens thing, okay? So you can't quit on me just yet.
I'll see if I've got the energy.
You have a will bit left in you.
Someone will have to donate.
Yes, they can. I've heard people say, "Oh, we'll put you on the waiting list."
I'll stay for money.
That's something that's going on.
LLCs are out.
From Pioneer Watchdog, Jackson Township Explainer, several properties in Jackson Township appear on the surface to be owned by different LLCs with different names. Public records show that while the property names vary, the financing behind multiple Jackson properties traces back to a single Lakewood-based company, GMME Funding LLC. This was
Gimme Funding LLC. It's Gimme Funding.
Gimme Funding LLC was formed in New Jersey in 2018. Is registered with Lakewood. Does not appear as a typical property owner. Instead, it shows up in public records as a funding or control entity through mortgages, assignments, or secured interest tied to multiple Jackson properties.
Bidding people trying to buy single-family homes.
Correct.
But you have a group of people that call themselves God's
corporations
people.
buying residential lots. Say it ain't so.
You were a white Jewish supremacist because they're classified white. They don't want to live as a community with us.
That's adorable that he's trying
That's another
to act
groyper
like
talking point.
it is that they try to frame it as white supremacy.
That's a groyper. White. Yeah, they do the meme. They use the woke talking point. They've done this. Yes. Yeah, but they don't care about the truth, obviously. They use liberal fake woke talking points that they don't believe in to argue in bad faith to try and scoop anti-Semitic liberals over, or anti-Semitic far leftists. Yeah. So yeah, Jews are white when it's convenient to the groypers. Absolutely.
When I say they, again, I don't mean all of them. I think I mean, but I do think
Oh my god! Yeah, guys.
I'm
sorry.
I think the community lives completely separate from everybody else. They eat differently.
Shut up.
They enjoy different things. Yes, we might drink, but everything is set in a different way.
I've studied these
As you ran for city council, did the rabbinical order try to buy you off?
I don't really have any relationship with the rabbis, but I have been.
What, that crazy fucking build?
Yes, yeah, honestly, as like an older guy. An uncle with no children of his own, who is still welcome in the family, but you don't let him, speak to the kids at length.
Guy, that creepy uncle that nobody fucking likes, but they keep inviting him to family events.
Around touting how many votes they control.
He's chill to have a beer
They
with.
told me pretty much straight out that they control certain politicians in town, and
Yeah, the Jews themselves told me that they control things.
if I cater to their community, I might have access to the block vote.
Who did they say they control?
They say they control.
Oh my god! Hi, I'm a politician, and a group of people have come up to me and said, "I will vote for you if you do some stuff for me." And this is part of the conspiracy now.
Yeah, again, the way to frame that would have been they said that no matter what I do, they're not interested in listening to my needs, even though I'm a tax-paying resident of this area. Instead, it was they're saying things like, if I donate or I support them, that they would be willing to serve me. Yeah.
Council president.
After a year, I couldn't bear it anymore, so I got involved. I hired a political campaign group out of Washington, D.C. that does political campaigns for Republican senators. I think they did Ted Cruz, and I wrote a letter to the mayor of Jackson telling him all the things I was going to do if they wouldn't reverse these discriminatory laws. In the meantime, there's another Jewish group called the Aguda that had a lawsuit against Jackson based on RLUIPA. That's the Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act. And it says that the municipality, it's a law, federal law, municipality is not allowed to discriminate based upon religion. And in their lawsuit, then showed all the emails from Jackson, all the things they were doing, conspiring against, executing to try to make life miserable for Orthodox Jews there.
But you went to work, and what happened next?
I went to Washington. I met with Ronna McDaniel, who was the head of the Republican National Committee, and the Speaker of the House at the time was Kevin McCarthy. He was actually in their conference room. So I met with both of them, showed them what was going on. They were shocked.
I think there's a lot to learn from the community. That's why I liked what we did yesterday. Their tactics benefit
Another group
them.
of.
They are
I'm sorry. It's bright lights. We must learn from the Jews. We must learn how they've been able to take over. We must learn from their powerful ways. This is so. Oh my god!
I was really expecting the redhead to be the one that was the.
No, she's not sophisticated enough. This is an internet dweller.
Groyper. But no, it's actually
she's a Facebooker. Yeah.
Maybe she's a
I'm so glad
Owens
I'm able to
enjoyer.
clock them in the wild. I'm really pleased that my groyper is up.
Yes, they actually are a community.
I'm sure Nick is just so happy to see that this man is proudly repping the white race here.
Yeah.
You can't deny it. They are not fighting over Trump or Biden. They're not fighting over left or right. They're not fighting over masked or unmasked.
Us versus the world.
It's antimatter, right? It's we are everyone in our towns. We're fighting against antimatter. We're not focused on what actually matters. We're not
against antimatter. What?
Picking each other up. We're not one.
He's no. This is he's basically.
No, I know the Fuentes talking point
is that very very vague language to basically explain how.
But Fuentes is able to practically explain by relating it in terms okay, everybody has this sort of in-group preferences. You see this among white people, Christians, Black people, and Jews are no different.
Yeah.
The difference is that because of the existence of Israel and their history, the fact that they're in touch with historical persecution, he tries to act like there's some sort of like a Jewish individual in Europe is more connected to a Jewish person that they've never met in America who is a stranger to them than they are to their neighbor because of a global conspiracy. But this guy getting way too abstract by doing the antimatter thing. It's I'm this is not even how, that's not even the talking point.
So that's the version. That's the version of the story that Fuentes tells that appeals to people like you, right? Like that. So it's the one that makes the most sense to you. But the one that this guy is telling is, I mean, this is just like anti-Semitic vague posting. He's explaining that like there is this weird obscure force that appears to be affecting everyone. Everyone's fighting it in different areas. This antimatter, right? This like overwhelming force that's starting to like wipe out the community, and they're not focusing on the real thing. And he's not saying what the real thing is, but obviously it's that the Jews are at the actual heart of the problem.
It's
and if we were all focused on the Jews. Yeah, but the antimatter is like the obscure like fog that's encroaching on your community, and people need to realize that actually if we all focused in on stopping the Jews taking over, all of these other problems would also be solved at the same time.
But I'm saying that this is so much more difficult for, I think, the average dipshit to grasp, because there's no sort of like grounding and sort of like a practical understanding of it or whatever. It's like
yeah, but the average dipshit is responding to the TikTok edits.
It can pique somebody's interest, but that doesn't sound like something that somebody, like a normie who's totally uninitiated, would be anything other than like confused by. I'd be like, this is like very vague. Like, what do you mean they're into antimatter? Like, if I had no other context or I just saw that.
The normie... Yeah, but the normie isn't meant to respond to that, right? Like, the normie, he's a groyper. The point of groypers is that they want to recruit more technically and rhetorically skilled people who are much deeper in kind of the mimetic scene. He's doing his job on this platform as like the most coherent expert on the, understanding of the issue, right? Yeah. Like everyone else, the normies are going to respond to just the TikTok edits and the scary music. That's what the normies respond to, right? He's there for anyone who has any other, like, they want to grasp onto something that feels a bit more coherent and logical.
He's outwitted Einstein with the antimatter breakthrough, truly.
One community, and I'm not talking about communism or any of that shit. Yeah. I'm just talking about caring about the person. They hitchhike.
What other world will you see hitchhiking in America in 2026?
Nonstop, yeah.
That's a testament to how high trusting they all are.
So there's
sounds pretty nice. Pretty nice, okay? Yeah, because you don't really see hitchhiking in America in 2026, but they're a tight-knit community that even to the extent that they've literally never met somebody they feel comfortable engaging with one another. Must be nice.
There's something to be said about that. And there's a lot, I would love to see our kids playing again off of, getting out on bikes and getting out playing basketball and football.
I wonder what got cut out there. There's something to be said about producing a high-trust society. I wonder where he was going with that. Maybe the whites need to... There's something weird there. There's definitely something where he just explicitly says maybe our community could begin to, build unity again.
I don't see a ring on this guy's finger. Both of the people that he's talked to seem unmarried and very bored.
Yeah, 100%. This guy... Yeah,
like somebody said, like, a redheaded woman had a bad experience at a grocery store and has held a grudge ever since.
Unmarried.
All of those things, I would love to see that. I'd love to see us act a little bit more like that.
We need to fight back against the state.
Hey, there it is. There you go.
We've had large lawsuits against us because they tried to keep out this problem. We've had the Department of Justice come down on us. Billionaires connected to the president involved in all this. What's happening in this little town?
Jeffrey Epstein was reanimated and personally came to Lake Town and haunted this entire... Like, what are we getting at? What do you mean billionaires are involved in this?
New Jersey is bigger than people think.
And what's happening here in Jackson?
The Epstein bot with his brain and dick,
right,
was stomping around Main Street, threatening people.
In other small towns,
it's already a problem in all the surrounding towns.
Is the cop gonna go?
God, you would think based off this video that like white people, Christian, like it's like are the least organized, like stupid political faction in this country that like cannot for the life of them get their shit together and enact their political will. Unfortunately, not the case. You would think based off this, if it was like day one on Earth for you and you were an alien, you would think it sounds like okay, like the Jews like run this entire fucking country when it's like it's Christians that do.
If I'm an alien coming to Earth, I would come here and I'd be like, oh, these white people, they're clearly the prey species.
Yes, exactly.
They're clearly, their eyes are set further apart, so they've got 360 vision as the predatory Jew is just stalking them in their little towns, the hunting grounds.
Oh
Okay. Get a shot of the cop. We got the corrupt police pulling us over for what? We'll find out. We may be in a corrupt hellhole.
Ugandan Knuckles, why are you running? Whatever, I just forgot to fucking send the thing to you. What does Ugandan Knuckles mean?
Huh? Why are you running? You know, it's the...
Whatever came in the other night, he wants me to debate Andrew Wilson, which I want to do. I just don't want to do it for 9 hours straight. But I meant to, he DMs me on Instagram, but I don't use Instagram or whatever, and I haven't gotten back to him. But I will message you, I just forgot, sorry.
That's an outdated meme,
pulled
bro.
over. We got double police. Potentially nothing better to do. Let's find out. We weren't speeding.
I will DM you about this. You do not need to be in my chat like trying to negotiate. I will DM you about this. I won't forget.
Weren't violating the law from the best of my understanding.
You have your driver's license registration?
What am I being pulled over for?
I'll tell you that soon as you
Is there
give
a
me-
probable cause?
Yes, there is.
What
We got
exactly
a call.
is that?
We got a call on our phones
For
a suspicious person. With,
What's
with
suspicious about me?
With video cameras.
There's nothing
in front.
What is this meme? This is like an outdated boomer meme.
It is a very outdated meme. Yeah, it's
Okay,
it's
you need
not,
new
it's
material,
not, it's not a
Brian.
high quality meme.
Update the meme
Yeah.
references.
It's just about expressing our First Amendment right.
No, you're
though.
good.
So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Just so you know, you're being audio and visual recorded.
Sure,
okay?
likewise.
So we got a call from dispatch.
Sure.
Saying there's a vehicle.
Okay.
With 2 men in it, videotaping in front of a school. When we get a call for that, that's
What is dead may never die. Profound.
our probable cause to stop you because they described
Also
the
a
vehicle.
dead
So I'm
meme.
asking you.
What? That's also
Game
a
of
meme.
Thrones?
Ew. Never seen past season 2.
That's a season 2 Game of Thrones meme, really, bro? My God.
New material, Brian.
It's good that you've not been on the internet in the last 10 years. He's not been on the internet in the last 10 years. That's healthy. That's good, actually. He's better than any of us.
True.
I approve.
What's illegal about the fact that we're recording? There's nothing illegal about it.
Sure.
I don't care that you're recording because I'm recording too. I just don't know
all
who
ears.
you are. And I don't. But for my safety, I want you back in the car.
Well,
The idea that conservatives would be
So,
upset
back to
that
me
police
talking to
pull
you?
you over for filming children in a school. Like, really, this is now, the right to film children in a school is now...
Shirley complains about that in his
this is what we're
video.
fighting for.
He was like, what are they trying to hide? Like, they won't let me, again, like, I'm like literally a stranger trying to barge into a daycare center where I don't have any kids or like siblings or any, again,
That's
familial
true, yeah.
relation. And he was like trying to act like this is conspiratorial or like them trying to suppress the truth when in reality they're just doing their jobs. And I think even people that buy into the other bullshit in the video might be willing to be like, that actually does seem pretty reasonable on their part. Probably don't want like randos showing up and filming kids, right?
my name's Tyler, by the way.
So nice to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you. Yeah.
I'm stopping.
white boy
Can I
with
have
no-
your credentials, please?
Do I have an
Motion to the
obligation
camera
to
comes in.
self-identify
Show
right
me your
now?
babies.
What's so funny is that the police that have been the most forceful with him like submitting to them are actually not. It's not the like Jewish security force thing. It's not even like it's like a white guy. It's somebody else entirely.
Yeah.
I need you to identify yourself on this stop.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
We're
it's a
filming a little
lawful stop
documentary
because they
piece.
described your vehicle to a T.
Totally get it. I'm just trying to figure out if there's
Can
actual...
I just ask you a question?
Yeah, I can tell you what we're up to if that's...
I just want to know who you are.
Yeah, my name's Tyler.
Oh, very good. My name's
Yeah.
Jonathan. Like, explain that
Yeah,
to
good
you.
to meet you.
I stopped you.
Totally get it. Yeah, we're just talking about the changes in the town
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
We went to that school specifically
Okay,
because
but
it's shut down.
it's
and
very. You see what I'm saying? Like when you have a camera
Well,
in
sure.
front of a school with kids. I mean,
can
if my
understand.
kids go to that school,
Sure.
I wouldn't want my kid to be video recorded.
Sure, we didn't enter the school. We were on the sidewalk, basically.
Tyler can't relate to this as he is a childless,
Love a good
married,
cop.
single loser. So he's not thinking past
Yeah.
YouTube content generation. See, sir, even though you are a filthy cop, you are talking from the perspective of like, a normal parent that has managed to achieve what most people
human
manage to
being,
achieve. Yeah, like
member
a
of
marriage
society.
and have kids and stuff like that. He cannot relate to this. He's socially stunted, so like these things don't come like he should actually be kinder to him because it's almost like bullying.
It doesn't matter if you're in a certain distance of a school.
Okay. Okay, sure. You can have it.
Just do me a favor. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so. Thank you so
Hands
much.
on the steering wheel.
Oh,
I just don't know what's in the car. Like I said, I don't know
Come
who you
on.
are.
It's a
I
real
understand why the
pleasure
right wing
to-
likes watching the left get pummeled by cops now.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say,
I'm enjoying this.
This is actually a pleasure to watch, like cops going after like a fucking worthy target for once. And again, this white on white violence, very funny.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who you
Maybe
are.
we
That
are
seems a little
authoritarians,
extra.
Aaron.
That's definitely
Does the
extra.
cop know about gentrification? He's again. I'm waiting for him to say in the voiceover that he has been tricked by the cabal to do their bidding.
Have it. There you go.
Thank you so much. I'm not saying I'm
I'd
giving
like
you
to.
a
I'd like to
ticket.
remove gentrification from the lexicon. I've decided I don't like it. I
No?
would like to. I would like to rewind
Okay.
that one, please. That one I'd like to.
Good choice.
No, it has nothing to do with having a badge or anything like that.
Just stay near the car, okay? Don't come near us.
Is this slightly excessive?
It's absolutely excessive.
Seems like a bully tactic.
Run around. Yeah, well, I don't know who placed that phone call.
How you doing, man? Hey, what's up? How are you?
Oh my God.
How you doing? Doing good, getting pulled over. You know what we're up against, small town.
Is it anti-Semitic for me to say that this guy who is like a flaming anti-Semite visibly himself looks Semitic? And for a good chunk of this video, I thought he was like some sort of like disgruntled like past member of the Orthodox community, or like that was the angle or the bone to pick, but he's actually likely a Christian nationalist or something like that, and he's actually not part of that community at all.
Bully tactic.
Run around. I think that's
Yeah, well,
an
I don't know
Italian.
who,
I think that's an Italian nose again. I think he's Italian. My wife's dad has that exact nose.
He looks Turkish or Israeli.
So,
Oh, he doesn't look
you know.
Israeli to me. He looks Turkish. The Turkish.
How you doing, man? Hey, what's up? How are you?
How we doing?
Turkish, you think?
Doing good, getting pulled over.
Answer is that it probably is anti-Semitic for me too. Make that assumption.
Yeah,
Like,
chat.
I'm not-
Physiognomy chat.
It's only videos like this
Go.
that are like they're
Get the
begging you
calipers out.
to pull out the fucking calipers and look at people in this particular way, in a way I don't ever think to.
We're
At least
up
not
against
consciously.
small town police department, small town politics, lots of money. All right, so apparently the reason why these cops came out of thin air is because
This is yielding
You were filming,
great.
Joe!
This is yielding awesome chat participation. Some French have big noses. Thank you. Thank you for that insight. Looks French to me.
Thanks.
who just got called.
Nice.
Well,
Good
we're gonna
say
find
it,
out.
thank
The
you. Keep
council
the stream
president
alive.
just called me.
So who is Morty Bernstein?
He is the council president in Jackson, New Jersey, and the most powerful man in the town.
Does he have the police in his pocket?
I don't think he has the police in his pocket at all, but the man does have an incredible amount of power. He's involved in political action committees with...
So
An
he's
elected
not yet
official with
infiltrated
power
the cops.
in a democracy?
Not yet infiltrated the local PD, but he does have other things.
Very rich and powerful developers, a lot of political connections.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Was this a mistake? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest,
Oh my
the powers
God.
out here are pretty immense. Like I said, it goes up. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved in what's going on in Jackson. People connected to the President of the United States.
If we zoom out, where does this all end?
Right now, it's gone to every town on the outskirts.
You know what's so funny is like they're making it like, oh, you it, like the thing that they're describing is reminding me of like this is an argument that like a lot of anti-Semitism I guess goes under discussed, because do you remember the barbecue Becky thing? This woman like called the cops on like some black
yes.
people that were like having a cookout at like a place in a park that like it's a public space, but there was a local ordinance that like they're not supposed to have like grills, or they were using the wrong, I don't fucking know what it was, okay?
Open flame, I think, or something.
Yeah, it was something fucking stupid. They're like literally just standing around like cooking meat on a grill, and this woman is like losing her mind trying to call the cops, like getting to them to like arrest these people. The fact that like a civil, like it's the same pretext though. Like you're invoking a very specific zoning law to disrupt the behaviors and ability of a community to just freely use these public spaces by being like a little fucking like hall monitor, right? But it's clearly like either this woman was incredibly anal retentive, or it's just obviously racially motivated. And the same thing going on here, where like they're trying to use the fucking zone. They were trying to use the zoning laws to discriminate against Jewish residents, and it didn't get nearly as much attention, even though this was on a far bigger scale than a single instance of somebody calling the cops in a fucking time when they didn't need to be called.
Of Lakewood, they're buying up everything. Even if they're not occupying things are being bought up. I always say it's a real life game of Monopoly. So it's gone into
She always
Brick,
says that.
and it's gone into Howell, and it's gone into Jackson and Tom's River. Now,
So what does this say? As Orthodox Jewish community in Lakewood grows, tensions spill into neighboring towns. You have this situation where there is demographic growth, but that is being used as an excuse to scapegoat the Orthodox community for all the trouble that the particular community has, says Alexander Rosenberg of the ADL New York/New Jersey.
Okay.
He doesn't realize that this is like, again, if it's this is from the ADL, yeah, this is like reporting instances of it, probably like anti-Semitism. It's not like
he doesn't know who the fucking ADL is.
No, he's a
he
moron.
has no idea.
He is a moron.
Now it's going into Manchester. There are large portions of property.
She's like, even the Jews think it's an issue. That like what again like shows instances where they're like, yeah, we're being scapegoated, literally documented it, like something that's going to be lent credibility because it was like put in a newspaper.
Bought in South Jersey. We cannot keep up with this.
How do you combat a group of people chosen by God practicing rampant ethno-nepotism?
Here's a problem, bro. One Jewish dude in Manchester said to me this: you guys will never come together because you have no shared sense of purpose. And that hit me because he's fucking right. Jews have a shared sense of purpose in what their outcome's going to be. And that's to expand the religion, that's expand their people. We don't have a shared sense of purpose. We're too busy arguing with each other. We're too busy talking Trump. We're too busy yelling about ICE. We're too busy focusing on Epstein's list. We don't have a shared sense of what is America and what are we trying to accomplish together. Americans don't have a shared sense of purpose about America. Jews have a shared sense of purpose in what their outcome's going to be. The only way that you're going to stop it, and the only way you can fight back about it, is by getting people that have a shared sense of purpose in the numbers that matter. Getting enough people with their eyes open to say, holy shit, something has to be done here. You have to get rid of the RLUIPA laws. I don't think it's ever been challenged by the Supreme Court. It has to be taken to the Supreme Court.
Wait, the what laws?
Have to get rid of the RLUIPA laws. I don't think it's ever been challenged by the Supreme Court. It has to be taken to the Supreme Court. I think it violates...
What's stopping you, dude? You could launch a lawsuit.
Constitution. You have to fight fire with bigger fires. The sad part about it is they have the biggest fires.
Abrupt ending. Okay, let's see.
God, ending on him as well. Oof. Yeah, that guy...
You're not welcome here. It's a crazy thing to say as a foreign enclave in someone else's country. Telling an American to find another country is wild business. If this happened, I didn't see it. It totally went over my head and I did not give a fuck because it's like the least problematic thing that's going on in this fucking video. This was totally because of the snow. Road is bone dry and salted, LMFAO. What, do they think that this guy intentionally like crashed his car, got into a fucking car accident for sympathy farming, or what is the thing here? This is a verified YouTuber. To cut funding to kids in public school, get that school to shut down, then buy that school for pennies on the dollar is truly diabolical behavior. That's one way to fucking put it. Post videos about Jews. Patreon instantly gets nuked, never beating the allegations. It goes deep, you guys. It goes deep. All right. Thoughts on this? How do you feel?
I genuinely am kind of astonished at the groyper jump scare. That's all I'm thinking about. Like, it's just, I'm sorry. I know I'm like completely insane and obsessed with Fuentes, but like, literally, that is the whole purpose of his entire movement, is to have 10,000 of those guys out and about on the internet, one of whom will occasionally get picked up on one of these platforms and start touting a coherent ideology using pretty strong rhetoric. And it only takes one. It only takes one on, a few viral videos like this to increase the number of people who think that way by tens of thousands.
So
and the rest of it's slop.
And I agree with this, obviously. So the Nick Shirley thing draws attention. I think is like stronger because it starts with a premise that is there's like an actual basis to it. Okay, there was like the Somali fraud thing. Right, but he scapegoats an entire community, and that's where it goes off the fucking rails. Yeah. But it's important to not downplay, or like you can obviously validate and grant the instances of like that criminality or whatever and how it harmed the community, and it's like not going to be like an issue if you want to like stand up for Somali Americans or anything like that. As opposed to this, where like, is there any valid gripe in this really? Or anything that didn't just come off at like grasping at straws, a skill issue or an interpersonal issue?
The kernel of truth is much, much, much smaller in this one. And it really is just rich people and special interest groups and really white people more broadly are just, using existing structural systems to keep control of the community. Like has been happening everywhere in America for hundreds of years. It's like literally all business as usual. Nothing special is happening here.
Damn. But you know what is happening? People donating to me. Maybe, possibly. Which people can do. We are funded by viewers like yourself, everybody who's tuned in tonight. You can send me a super chat in YouTube chat or a super sticker. I'll read it out loud, either one. If you want to support me, you can also follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. Streamlabs in particular, which only takes like 2 or 3%. Very, very cool. You can also subscribe to me if you're watching on Twitch. That way you can have an ad-free experience as well as access to cute emotes, gift subs throughout the chat, or maybe be on the receiving end of somebody else's generosity if they decide to gift other subs to people. You can also use your Twitch Prime subscribe to me that way for free. Also helps me get sub points. Or if you don't want to do those things, you should at least follow me or subscribe to me on YouTube and like the stream because it pushes it out to other people. If you want to look at my past VODs, they are housed on my YouTube channel where they're time-stamped. But the next thing we're going to look at, and I am forcing you to look at least a little bit of this, is Bride of Charlie.
Oh god, I'm so tired.
Episode 2. No, you can do just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll let you go.
I might fall asleep unless there's a donation. Unless someone donates, I might fall asleep. I'm getting very EP. Getting very, very EP.
EP.
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I've got it in me.
You will feel reinvigorated once you see this. Okay. Bride of Charlie, Dr. Jerry and Mrs. Hyde, episode 2. So, a little preview, a little sneak peek. Okay, start what the elites believe. Dr. Franz Vey, which is Erika Kirk's maiden name. Players involved in the Tesseract school. We're still keeping with the Wrinkle in Time theme, like references and allusions. Missing money from TPUSA and the Doge establishment. Erika's casual lying. No, that comes later.
This is insane. Okay.
And just comments where she like reads the inane ramblings of the people that fucking watch this bullshit.
Fuck
so this was streamed yesterday and has 2.4 million views. Okay, not quite hitting the like, right after Charlie Kirk was killed, like the 10 million. These were insane figures.
But for
like,
a live
still,
stream, that's still crazy.
Pretty good.
Like, yeah.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the bits. Hell yes, Bride of Charlie. Dude, this really is like the star of the show, the main attraction.
All right.
That's all it took.
Thank you. A couple hundred bits. I'm feeling great.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got.
Oh wait, recap of the first one. She literally just did a deep dive into her like family tree and history and showed that like administrative errors on documents like marriage certificates and decrees of divorce are indicative of some sort of like trickiness that like runs through her veins, I suppose. She also read a very lengthy post armchair psychoanalyzing her and like how she does it. Like, Erika's so fucked up she might not even really know that she's like a pathological liar. This might just be her sort of like disposition, and it's not something that she's like consciously doing. That was also floated out there, as well as exposing Erika Kirk is a dual citizen of Sweden. And she calls her grandparents, the Swedish words for like grandparent are more far and far, and she gets them confused and calls the one that's supposed to be feminine like her grandfather, which is like the more far, and then the far her grandmother. She like reverses them. And this all ties into like Epstein and like Israel somehow also, by the way.
Guys, now I know a lot of American grandparents woke up a little bit.
Dream to me.
I mean, there were many times where Candace starts her, like, the sentence starts with, I feel this very deeply, or like, I get this sense, like, not really appeals to like anything that, oh, wait, I do have to show you. This can't be described. I just have to show it to you. Like, she was doxing people like left and right on accident, but like, I'm sorry. Look, she just streamed another one. We're on episode 3 already, okay?
Oh my god, just go. Let's see it.
This was I can't do episode 1 again, but I will show you the funniest part where she literally, I don't know why.
No, not the whole thing. Just show me the thing, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how or why she knows this or why it's relevant, but we must remark upon the elementary schools that Erika Kirk attended. Like, she had like a tip hotline that she put out to like get this series off the ground, and people like who went to school with Erika Kirk in elementary, like she had her like elementary, middle school, and like high school photos and like snapshots of like people's yearbook like pages from going to school with her.
And below. All right, now for some fun, because remember when they were freaking out about me discussing time travel, me discussing specifically Project Looking Glass, the CIA thing that actually happened. They allegedly stole Sumerian technology to peer into the future. Well, you have to imagine my surprise when I began looking into Erika's early years. For some reason, I was under the impression, maybe you were too, that Erika moved to Arizona after her parents' divorce. So that would put her in Arizona after 1998. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here because it's a minor wrinkle, but her parents didn't divorce until she was 10.
You should do more debates and less reactions. You slay. How come we don't debate on WIC TV? Because they're like, it just ends up being a 2.5 hour,
God.
like I like 1v1 debates because there's an actual back and forth that happens. When you do these debate panels, I always feel bad because one, I end up dominating. And even if that's interesting content for you guys, I don't like to be the one that's like dominating an entire panel of people. And then to be respectful, it ends up being a lot of other people talking. And it's just like, I'm just not in the mood for stuff like that. Maybe one day I will. I'm not like closed off to it or anything like that, but I'm not hurting for like debate panel content right now.
But it's totally possible, like when you're a kid and your parents
really expensive
are
to
separated.
participate in WIC TV panels, obviously.
I timed you out.
You have to look
for
at
a
him
week.
the whole time.
It was probably justified.
No!
Many times before they get divorced that you associate divorce with the separation. Anyway, here's the true timeline. Erika was in Cincinnati, Ohio for daycare in 1992. She attended a place called Walnut Corner Children's Center in Cincinnati, Ohio.
No, it wasn't. Well, sorry, deal with it. Now it's over.
So,
and I don't even know. I don't even remember what you put or whatever. It may have been another mod.
Located inside of a massive corporate building. Oddly, the filing for that daycare doesn't have a floor number, but I can show you this photo of her at daycare. LOL, by the way, to her being dressed as a little bee and accidentally throwing up some Freemason hand signs. That's just like a nice ad. She looks adorable. Thereafter, she moves to Arizona and she attends a school that they have virtually tried to wipe from public existence. Now, it's very difficult to explain this unless you're in the weeds, but there is another school by the same name that goes on for a little bit longer. But this particular school came to fruition when a man named John T. Goley incorporated Educational Alternatives up in Minnesota. It was called Educational Alternatives Incorporated.
I fucking missed it. I was so distracted by this fucking chatter.
Time travel conspiracy.
When she said the thing about the
the
Freemason
Sumerian.
shit.
I got the
school.
it's fine.
It's just like a nice.
Yeah, she was throwing up Freemason hand signs.
That this or whatever
Yeah,
like meant anything.
That's a Freemason hand sign.
This is what I get for getting
correct.
fucking one guide. Okay, whatever. Back to this.
A bit confused this morning, wondering why their grandchildren are suddenly referring to them as far and more far. I'm proud of us. We classed up, America. We're taking that. We're taking that from Sweden. This series is maybe dedicated to all the fars and more fars out there. I was actually speaking to one of Erika's exes, and he told me a pretty interesting story. I thought it was very interesting. Aside from offering the standard, I do not recognize who this human is at all anymore. I don't recognize the person that she is pretending to be. She's very different when we dated. Everyone says that across the board when you ask them about their relationships with Erika. But he did tell me another interesting little tidbit, a little anecdote. One morning,
anecdote.
He would often, I guess, speak to Erika about how close he was with his grandfather. His grandfather had already passed. He's dating Erika, and she's getting to know him and his life and the things that matter to him. And he says that one morning, Erika wakes up and she
That's like another clip for that account that just exclusively posts clips of Candace Owens pronouncing words in like bizarre, idiosyncratic ways, if not just outright incorrectly.
Tells him that his grandfather, who has passed and who he adored, came to her in a dream with a message. He just thought that was quite odd. I thought that was an interesting story. It tells us a little bit about Erika because that is a psychology of sorts. It kind of reminds me of when Meghan Markle would spray Diana's perfume on to sort of attract Harry. We're learning a lot more about Erika and her psychological profile, and we are going to discuss more of that in depth today.
Just as a side
welcome
note.
back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing
Holy shit, that's the intro.
That's a minor detail
Bro.
in this
Oh
plot.
my fucking god. Yeah. Just like minor detail. Prince Harry using his mother's perfume on his girlfriend so he can psychosexually deal with. Oh, okay. All right.
Her
yeah,
mind,
sure.
man.
Yeah, cool. She's
Okay, so on background, I don't know how far down various rabbit holes you have gone, but if you are a regular viewer of the show, then you are very familiar with the name Aleister Crowley. If you are not, please, in your spare time, hit Wikipedia, read
oh my
maybe
god.
Hollywood.
Okay. I'm locked in. This is my guy. We're doing magic.
Okay.
I've been talking about magic this whole fucking stream. We're doing magic. This is my guy, Crowley. Let's fucking go. Holy
Babylon,
shit.
chaos. Look, the short and the thick of it is the elites practice occult sex magic. You just got to accept that is a circumstance at the top. They've been doing that for a long time. They get together and they have these satanic sex parties where they try to summon various demons. That sounds crazy, I know, but it's real. It's right there in your face if you just look into history a tiny bit. And Aleister Crowley, who was once termed the world's wickedest man, would host these parties all across the world. And he even created his own religion around it. Science of Thelema, black magic. There are so many stories out there.
Don't worry, gang. I will tell you when she tells a lie.
She's bringing it back in a big way, okay?
Really attempting to summon various demons in France. He tried to summon Pan, I think, in Paris. And many...
the sorcery, witchcraft, wizardry, like magic, literally. Isn't that, again, what this guy is known for?
Times people would end up in the hospital.
Like occultism.
But probably the one story that ranks supreme is something that happened in 1923 in Sicily with one of his acolytes. Aleister Crowley was
the Dark Vibes one. You've had your tarot, right?
Yeah. He's a literal magician. That was his entire thing. Okay, like this hits so different for everybody else. I couldn't lock in because I'm like, I don't really know about this kind of stuff.
Sort of grooming a young Oxford student.
Everyone should be excited.
Like I know that I know the name, but if I was asked like, okay, what words do you associate with him, I wouldn't have been able to name any of them.
To become his magical heir, he saw this young Oxford student and said, "You've got it. You're amazing. Come down to Sicily and let's try to do some spells together." This was a 23-year-old student. Okay, Aleister Crowley thinks he has the it factor. They go down to Sicily. And the kid ends up dead. I'm actually going to bring on my producer, Ashley, to explain to you a little further what happened when they were working on an invisibility charm. Take a listen.
Yeah, so basically...
I would never have predicted that Candace Owens has other people in her local circle that are as insane as her. I truly thought that she was... Because everything about Candace Owens speaks to me as like, there are a bunch of people making money off of the fact that she is a genius artist, completely insane person, and they do not believe anything that she says, but they are just capturing pure fucking magic. But I guess she's got some girly pops who are also into the black arts.
Well, let's take a listen to the invisibility charm.
Aleister Crowley was convinced that he was able to make himself invisible, and he was trying to bestow that power upon his little magical heir, Raoul Loveday. This was during one of his infamous ceremonies at his abbey in Sicily. But during the experiment, they both got really sick. Aleister survived, he was fine. But the nurse that was helping them said that Raoul became slowly fainter and fainter until he just completely disappeared. And so Aleister buried him in a quote-unquote empty coffin, like there was absolutely nothing in it. And later, Raoul's wife, who was there, she was present for all of this. She blames Aleister Crowley for this. But just a few years later, in 1929, they came out and said, oh no, actually, he just died from inflammation of the intestines. Nothing to see here.
So I'll tell you why this is important, why Aleister Crowley is so significant.
All right, this is great. I love that they just, oh my God.
What insight am I supposed to get from this? That like his cause of death that was listed on his autopsy is not what he died of? Or like, why is this an issue?
So this is a true story, right? Like Crowley, like his essentially they do some ritual. His buddy gets sick. Crowley tells everyone that he successfully made the guy invisible, but in the process, he basically like disappeared, died, faded away. And so they buried an empty coffin. And then much later, he said, "Nah, actually, I didn't make him invisible. He just died of like inflammation.
He just
died
did
a
that.
regular way." But they're saying that many years later, this magician was lying. But he was telling the truth for 10 years and then decided to switch and start telling a lie.
Gotcha.
Where it makes way more sense the other way around.
Well, this is not about making sense of anything. This is actually about trying to see how absurd we could get with the extrapolations that we could draw from like the thinnest pieces of information.
The things that are happening today.
There's
okay?
no connections,
what ends up happening was Mussolini.
We're just doing Crowley background.
Just let her cook. Let her cook.
The evil fascist, kicked him out.
My prediction has been that Erika Kirk will be implicated in 9/11 at some point in this series, and I will be very disappointed if she doesn't find a way to draw a connection to this, because we expect French connections, we expect Israel connections, okay, but 9/11 would actually
Epstein via
if you
satanic
think
ritual.
that she has like complicity with her like husband's death or whatever, then these are why couldn't she have a hand in 9/11? She's pulling off domestic affairs here. Just maybe it's not international.
the country for being a
Candace Owens is
Satanist.
going to, if she's a Crowley freak, then she's going to say that 9/11 was like a nationwide ritual designed to change the character of like the American imagination.
The character?
Like it was like it was a spell. Like it was a spell.
Were there
cast
any
on
people that
America.
like moved in,
9/11
bought
was
houses, tried to like send their kids to private
unfortunately,
schools?
yeah. Well, actually, funnily enough, the Jews moved out quite quickly just before the planes hit. So I don't know. I guess they were changing the character somewhere else.
So when they were like those Israelis that were dancing, it was probably for like other reasons.
Well, that was part of probably part of the ritual, I suppose.
Oh, maybe I hadn't thought about that.
They needed to add in Jewish Kabbalistic.
They should have used the invisibility cloak.
Fortunately for Aleister Crowley, this didn't actually matter because he was friends with the elites
wings.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
All over the world, including, and this is just a historical
and why
fact,
there was no wreckage in the Pentagon, right? There you go. It was an invisible plane. It was actually a plane. They just made the plane invisible.
Right.
By the name of Pauline Robinson, who would eventually, after spending time with her friend Aleister Crowley, 8.5 months later, she gives birth to Barbara Bush. Okay? This is just, again, a little over 8.5 months.
She gives birth to this old woman.
After hanging out with Aleister Crowley.
Yes. Yeah. She aged backwards quite famously. Barbara Bush.
The Curious Case of Barbara Bush. I remember that movie. I think it got some awards, right? You've seen this. You know what I'm talking about. Like Brad Pitt was in it or something.
So awesome.
Is the
Curious Case of Barbara Bush.
Now,
Yeah.
This is the source of
Brad
the rumors
Pitt in
that
an old lady's wig was strange, though.
That I did find a little bit off-putting, but it didn't detract from the story overall, so I give it a pass.
Barbara Bush is actually the child
Oscar bait.
of Aleister.
Speaking of bait, you guys, ad in 420, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Way you can avoid this on Twitch is subscribing to me or gifting a sub to other people if you already are subscribed, or using your Twitch Prime sub. That way you can watch me uninterrupted.
Crowley. Now, why am I telling you that? Why am I starting this episode speaking about these occult rituals and the idea that the elites are practicing occult magic? It's because it's important that as we begin to connect dots throughout this series, that you fully digest, as I told you yesterday, that Operation Paperclip was not about rescuing
this
brilliant
is really disappointing. Actually, this one sucks. Like, this is just made up. Like, you can say this about anything or anyone. There's don't do that to me, Aaron. Fuck you. Don't you play this game with me.
You haven't even given it
Everything
a chance.
up to that point was real. And then she's like,
you're 6 minutes into episode 2.
I'm upset. I'm upset.
It's too early to be making judgments.
The leap is shit. Imagine if I'm like, okay, so there was this guy called Hitler, okay, and he was into like the occult, and also he ran Nazi Germany. And do you know what? Charlie Kirk was Hitler's secret son. That's it. That's the leap that she's just done there. There's just no evidence. There's nothing. It's just pure conjecture. There's absolutely it's just nothing. There's no link. She's just made up. There's no evidence. There's nothing. It's just a meme. It's literally a meme that someone made up randomly one day, and then people took it for truth because it was on 4chan.
So you're disappointed because compared to her like previous investigations where she proved that George Floyd actually died of a fentanyl overdose, and Bridget Macron is a man and a Manchurian candidate that's made by not only the French but also the Israelis.
All of these had some evidence, potential reality, but unfortunately,
this one's a bridge too far.
Happening.
Strains credulity. She's not on the right track. She's not cooking.
Scientists who were being persecuted from Germany. It was about rescuing wealthy occult perverts like Sigmund Freud and his boys, referring to them as scientists, saying that they had scientific breakthroughs so they could go on doing perverted things and go on being the elites. The same families have been in power for a very long time. Everything else is just an illusion, okay? I don't know how some people don't recognize that. Just looking around it.
Everything else is just an illusion.
I don't know how people... Oh, God. She's right about Freud.
She's manifesting.
Yes, Queen. Next.
Who they keep trying to tell us is a genius. How is it always the rich people? Do you guys really think that every offensively wealthy kid who makes his butler do his homework grows up and becomes a tech genius? That's just the story that we keep being told. Jack Parsons, unbelievably wealthy kid who created the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. That's the precursor to NASA's Apollo program. Oh, he was such a genius. He was trying to literally summon demons. He was Aleister Crowley's protege. He was doing the exact same thing that Aleister Crowley was doing. Throwing elite sex parties, saying, we're going to create a moon child, everyone, sex, drugs. Look, Elon Musk seems like a nice guy, but do I believe he's running $17 trillionaire company?
Okay.
at the same time
so
while also
awesome.
having 49 baby mamas. No, I don't accept that. Bill Gates, that one bothers me the most. Oh my God, shocker. He's in the Epstein files. Look at him, people. Look at him. Look at his face. Of course he's in the Epstein files.
Look at this. Look
at the physiognomy. Look, this guy's got the physiognomy of an Epstein enjoyer.
How could he not be in the Epstein files? It's not like there's millions of men in this country who look identical to this. How do we know? Like, we don't really know for sure that they're not also in it. I mean, not everything has been released.
Have you seen him jump over?
You really think this guy just...
I was surprised that she didn't draw attention to Woody Allen because he's also in those fucking files.
He's such a genius. He went from computers to pharmaceuticals to poisoning African kids. He's just so genius. Yeah, I'm troubled the most by people who ever bought that man was smart. Poor and middle class people know we can never go on to become geniuses. It doesn't work like that. Now I want
who's we? You were a multi-millionaire fucking grifter woman. Who is we?
I kind of want everyone to just wake up from this occult spell of thinking that these people are smarter than you. They are not. Natural geniuses, which do exist, like Charlie Kirk. You have to either play.
When I think natural genius, I think Charlie Kirk. This is definitely correct. Yeah.
Ball with the elites, meaning hand over whatever it is that you have built to fulfill our ends. Let us be in control of the message. What you're doing is big. We want in. Or if you say no, you wind up dead. That's how the world works. And the military is responsible for keeping particular families in power. It's pretty much eugenics at the top and social engineering at the bottom. And we have proven over and over again as a society that we are subject to psychology. Our minds are malleable.
We have proven over and over again as a society that we are subject to psychology.
Are you not, Aaron? Do you claim to be immune to psychology
and propaganda and occultism?
Well,
they've trained us via marketing to poison ourselves.
Take that.
So that we can't have more offspring, aggressive marketing campaigns, propaganda, repeat promises of scientific breakthroughs. Scientific breakthrough. Oh my God, we had no idea it caused cancer. What do you mean she can't get pregnant? We're so shocked. This is what the military does best, okay? Psychological operations. You've seen it in this entire lead up to Erika Kirk. It is part of the reason, I believe. I don't know if you thought about this a lot like I have. Why did the military choose to have us all watch Charlie's execution?
The military chose to have us all watch Charlie's execution. Okay, hold on. But by the way,
okay, she just talked shit about Musk. I'm trying to see how she's connecting these things because the military, again, she can't possibly be referring to a forced screening, but you're, I guess, supposed to conjure up at first is a Clockwork Orange type situation where people's eyes are pried open, and I've lost the plot with where she's going with this.
Okay. Currently, I mean, first of all, everything she's saying is based in true in a very, very deep way, but in a slightly more real way, she's basically just pointing randomly at every incongruity that an average person could sort of notice. Why do all these rich guys seem like they seem like all dumb dorks? They all seem like fucking asshole idiots.
These people are
How are they all
perverts.
the rich guys? Yeah, why are these guys all obsessed with sex and weird and dumb? But they're also in charge. That doesn't make sense. And
some of them because
occult
Elon
magic,
Musk is
sex
known for his
parties
test tube
makes sense.
babies. You know?
Yeah. But he seems like a nice guy as well.
But that's what she said with the they're doing eugenics at the top and the social engineering at the bottom. So I guess it's not entirely contradictory. But why did the military choose to have us all watch Charlie's execution? Okay, thousands of people were there. Many people were filming. The video goes viral. That's what happened. So what is this,
but if you're a conspiracist like her, every event, every nationwide media event is chosen, deliberately sculpted and created, which again kind of true in some ways, but they're just not.
I guess I'm shocked that she implicates the American government in this because right now the American government is occupied by MAGA and Republicans, and she says she's not fucking political or whatever, but obviously she aligns far more with the Republicans. So I guess I'm just confused because I thought she was going to scapegoat other countries and private actors and people within TPUSA, but now it's we're dragging in the military.
But the American government, she's obviously the American government is may as well be run by lizard people. I wouldn't even be surprised if she's taken that tack before. She's not pro-government. I don't think she's been pro-government for a very long time.
I think think about that. They could have just like poisoned his drink or something, done their standard, mess with
Candace, doesn't this tell you that it's almost like they didn't have anything to do with this murder? Because if they were going to like kill this guy covertly, or if they were going to kill this guy, why would it be this like fantastic display and this thing that like gets all of this attention instead of something that's a lot more like plausible, the
love of her life was assassinated. Like that's the conspiracy is less upsetting than the reality at that point.
I guess so, right? But I've never been one to see actually like a romantic thing there.
Cultivated,
it just seemed like a friend
platonic love of her life.
Brother. It seems like
it was they were
like female
soulmates.
best friend, right? And then there's resentment there because you don't like his like bitch wife, and you always like you never trusted like his girlfriend or whatever. But you put up with it. Well, also
he was her gay best friend.
I mean, she like literally exposed him like queening out over like Nicki Minaj like and Jay-Z lyrics or whatever in his death.
Breaks and
and also
his
death obviously has probably changed the way she felt about him from good friend to pedestal soulmate, love of my life, time traveler.
That's true. You can reevaluate these things. Like it goes from like I lost a friend to like I was denied a lifetime with my soulmate, who I had like a misconnection with.
And I don't know, but no, they wanted us to watch it. They wanted to make sure that we all watched it and we had an emotional reaction, and that they could sort of harness our emotions to get behind Erika, right? Erika,
oh my God,
that was where it was supposed to go.
She's so correct. Erin, she's so fucking correct. She's so bait. But like, okay. I need to lay this out in a way that makes sense. Like everything she says is correct, right? The facts of the matter are all completely incorrect. No, listen, the facts are all incorrect, right? The reality is completely wrong. But like, if you imagine everything, there's a reason that Candace Owens is genuinely compelling to a lot of people. If you imagine everything she says in terms of like non-specific energies moving around like a big like a domain, everything makes sense, right? Like, it is so true that all of the violence and horror of Charlie Kirk has been harnessed and fluidly like pushed towards Erika Kirk to like bolster her as like a right. And like you could do this like cringe gay autistic logic shit of like, yes, they need to replace the person's job role. Charlie Kirk had a job and someone needs to fulfill this job role in the company, so now it's his wife because that was the next best option. But like, that doesn't really evoke the actual feeling of like
there's like
I'm sure
like sound bites and things and statements where he said like if something were to ever happen, like I don't think it was that obvious or something like that, but like it was decided long before that like if he were to ever step down, Erika would assume his place.
Yeah, there's all the clips of him saying like, "Oh, she's even more conservative than I am, so you better hope I'm around for a while." Like like that's true, but like. The things that she's saying are like true in it's really hard to describe, but that's the problem with magic. It's just true in like an energetic sense. Like it is correct. Like these big inaccessible
maybe we
vibes,
should consult the
like
map of consciousness to explain
the
this.
map of consciousness. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Help me unpack my feelings. No, there's just like a lot of big fluid dynamics in society, and she's describing them in completely insane way, systems of magical thinking, but they are broadly speaking true in the feelings they evoke and the social the libidin. It's like 5 a.m. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Whatever.
Neither does Candace, but that's never stopped her from netting millions of views. So don't let it stop you.
I'll just have to write about this when it's not 5 a.m.
Straighterade. If a man listens to Nicki Minaj, do you assume he is gay? Correct. Obviously.
Yes.
That's just the case. For one, if a man identifies himself as a barbs, gay. And also, not that there's anything wrong with that, but just facts of the matter. If you saw what she posted, even if I had answered no, let me find what she posted.
Watched it. She's the widow. That's why they just keep saying the thing. She's the grieving widow. She's a grieving widow. Never mind everything that she's doing right now. Never mind the lack of concern that she seems to have for this investigation. Me sitting down with her and her speaking about Charlie, and never is emotion coming up. And she's like, yeah, I like to work. But then when I see the first trace of emotion, it's about her mother, who's alive, but Charlie's dead. Everyone recognized something was off about that. The way that they are defending her is
okay. This should like totally fucking. I don't know why she did this. 2018 was such a ride. Charlie went from not knowing the difference between Jay-Z and Kanye to texting me like this on his daily runs. Everyone in politics was fake and gay, but at least we had hip hop. Okay, and then this says like it's him sending it like a screenshot of like his phone and it's playing Monster. And she says, OMG, Nicki's verse is the best part. He said, first things first. He starts like putting the lyrics and then he puts this like little emoji and like the smiling. And then he puts, when Nicki drops, I lose my mind. So like literally queening out over Nicki Minaj's fucking verse, okay? It wasn't just like, oh, I like Nicki Minaj. Literally like fangirling, okay?
Yeah.
So excuse me, sorry for thinking that like, there was something a little bit fucking queenie about that.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I could do 27,000 series, like I said about Hillary Clinton. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all. But Erika, my goodness.
Can't keep up with Candace versus Erika. Didn't they meet up and stop the beef? Yeah, that didn't last. that ceasefire is done.
There is something there. You cannot touch or speak about it because, well, they cast a spell. What's wrong with you guys? Well, anyway, let's quickly recap the military connections that we've already established in the Erika Kirk story, right? So we learned that Erika was born at the Good Samaritan.
Right. This is basically
concrete. Now that we're all on the same page.
A law of nature at this point. Yeah.
Hospital.
I love that the way that her system works is just state a thing, and once it's existed in the ether for 5 minutes, it becomes rock solid. Yeah, it's so awesome.
This is theory.
Oh my god. Why do I do anything other than this? This is so much more my vibe. This is great.
Of November of 1988. It depends on who's telling the story. Is it Erika? Is it Lori? Is it Erika's dad? A hospital graciously gifted by the Marine Corps after they were kind of caught experimenting on human brains. Because who among us hasn't been caught experimenting on?
Yeah, apparently the hospital that she was born at one point was found to like. She says experimented on human brains, but I didn't look into the claim. I wouldn't be surprised if what it is some sort of like unauthorized study or whatever that involved like cadaver brains or something like that.
Human brains unethically.
It's probably just like a study happened involving the human brain, which is at every hospital that does brain surgery. You know, like any of them.
I know, but like what obviously, and you know this, but like the suggestion or whatever, like at this unexceptional thing that may or may not have been like unethical or illegal because they didn't dot all the I's and cross all the T's before gathering data from somebody's cadaver or whatever, is that like people were intentionally killed and then their brains and organs were harvested for experimental purposes.
Youth, I guess, is wasted on the young. You should also know that far, Carl Kenneth was himself a military man. He served in the Army Corps.
You should also know this.
Of engineers. I have to tell you,
a right-wing
having looked through so many people's stories,
that is suspicious.
Very sus.
Do believe that the Army Corps of Engineers,
that doesn't happen a lot.
It's not always engineering, planes. I think sometimes they're just engineering society. Social engineering is what they're into. I'm not speaking about Carl Kenneth specifically, but that's very obviously one element
Bridges?
of our military. Now, Erika's father and her mother, Lori and Kent Franzfey, as we learned, were married in Marblehead, Massachusetts. We still cannot find a single shred of proof regarding that union having taken place, but we do acknowledge that it is the birthplace of the Marine Corps aviation. Although whether that marriage took place in the 80s, whether that marriage took place in the 90s, or whether that marriage took place at all, we will see if we can discover throughout this series. But today, I would like to discuss
that was
with you
demonic.
guys
I didn't like the
Kent
smile.
Franzfey's first.
I saw 10,000 civil servants in random small municipalities of America being harassed.
Normal statement.
In the glint of her eyes.
This is like mass delusion. This is like literally, again, this is like the live streaming of somebody who is convinced they're like a targeted individual.
To be fair, Candace Owens is a targeted individual.
True.
I don't think we can deny that.
The woman that he married before Lori, in my opinion, is one of the...
Yeah, Fuentes was like getting fed up with her making those sorts of like claims or whatever, like where I'm hold on. He was fed up with her like doing this like victim narrative or whatever, and she had gotten caught like going to like a local carnival or something like that, and she didn't have like a private security detail, and he was like, if you're really fearful for your life, why the fuck would you go to like a public event without like additional security. Like you being spotted here shows that you don't actually think that you're in any danger for like what you're talking about or like exposing or whatever. Otherwise you would like never leave your fucking house, or if you did, it would always be with this like 10 different people to protect you.
The more compelling
no, Charlie Kirk
character
is protecting her.
She's because she's carrying the flame. Yeah, I'm sure Charlie Kirk would really appreciate if she her series like slandering his wife.
I really don't know.
Well, honestly, none of this has really crossed into like slander territory like the Macron one, because that one's like a totally false premise. This one literally just stems from her being unlikable, which is not really slanderous. It's just kind of true. But so far, to the extent that she's made errors, it's not been intentional. Like the Macron was obviously like to me an intentional malicious lie. This one, not so much.
Yeah. Well, the Crowley Barbara Bush thing was a bit, it was just a totally random leap.
So much of this information is just like it's put there, and like she even struggles to really like connect it, except for there was one moment where I was like, okay, damn, she like, this was where I was like, what am I supposed to do with all this information? She just tied it up so beautifully with a little bow, where she was like,
oh, really?
You may wonder like, why does any of this matter? And it's because it just shows the extent to which Erika Kirk and her family and like the people who raised her, how difficult it is to get answers to the most basic, simple questions. And if that's the case, like what else are they lying about?
Nice, yeah.
And I mean, I was like, that instantly it's like, oh, so yeah, you like all of that was necessary to do. Because like if they're willing to lie about like small things, again, like what else is she covering up?
Very powerful. She's very connected, and she has quite a peculiar background. And ultimately, her life, despite the fact that she married Kent first, is going to plug right into Erika's life. This woman's name
also, I don't want to be
was, she died 2 years ago.
This entire style of content is like how you get fascism into women. Like, I know lots of people in real life who are Candace Owens fans.
Right.
They are all women. Candace Owens is the only right-wing content that they consume via TikTok or whatever, Instagram Reels. And all of their conspiracism and weird right-wing flavor theory comes from Candace Owens. Like
and it's perfect because people think it's like nonpartisan, apolitical content. That it's no different than consuming like a true crime mukbang.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's a magical true crime mukbang. It's like Harry Potter mixed with true crime. It's actually it will actually one shot like every Instagram girly. Yeah, it's everything. It's everything a girl could want. A romance story, magic, chosen one bullshit, and true crime. It's
conspiracy
it's
Oprah.
Dr. Jerry Franzfey. Look at Dr. Jerry Franzfey. I'm going to tell you about Dr. Jerry Franzfey. She keeps her name. She also dies in Arizona. Everybody's in Arizona. You would have no idea that these people were exes, and they seem to get along quite well. They keep doing business together. Well, Dr. Jerry was born Jerry Pitts in 1943. She was born into a very strict Mormon household. Yeah,
she's in a true
Erika's
crime
father
cadence,
was
I'm noticing.
Yes, exactly.
My wife watches this slop sometimes. I've banned her from watching it because it's bad for you. But like this is what it looks like.
Base control over your wife. We support it.
Unfortunate, but necessary sometimes.
That actually is good censorship.
First married to a
yeah, it's
Mormon
only bad for you.
Right.
There's no
he
benefit.
got together with Lori. Jerry's Mormon family is from Arizona, a very powerful Mormon family, but she herself was raised.
Oh, there was another point that she raised in the first episode where Erika's aunt lived in the same city, apparently, where Charlie Kirk was killed, and she was like, why didn't she go to the hospital? Like, and I was like, yeah, why didn't she go? Like, Charlie Kirk is killed, and why didn't Erika Kirk's aunt, not Charlie's, Erika Kirk's aunt go to visit Charlie in the hospital? Very sus. Can't imagine why that didn't occur to that woman if she even knew that it happened at all. We're just like assuming that they're not just like a fucking normie.
In Indianapolis, Indiana. Jerry also happens to be a victim of child rape. Okay. Now she's going to tell the story in a different way. She's almost going to, when she retells the story, make it sound like a love story. It's weird to me. I don't think a person should be trying to normalize child rape. Or if they do, they probably shouldn't hold any future positions of power over children. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I'll let Jerry tell it. Let's read a bit of this article from 1981 where she recounts
Yeah, let's read this article from 1981. Surely going to be relevant to the next thing that is going to come out of Candace Owens' mouth, and not just the thing she would have said regardless of whether or not this existed at all.
Observe the evidence, Aaron. Stop dismissing facts that don't agree with your feelings.
14, she ran away from a strict Mormon upbringing in Indianapolis to get married. She says, quote, I was a straight A student and was about to get the worst mark of my life, a C in algebra, Francois said in an interview. I couldn't face my parents. I loved my boyfriend. We saw an opportunity and we took it. I lied about my age. I altered my birth certificate. I then smeared it with Clarisol to make it look older. 6 months later.
I don't understand, like, what the... Wait.
Where's the child rape? Well,
okay, really? Well, hold on.
I mean, it's very likely.
We'll get there.
Okay, I'm sure. I mean, this happened all the fucking time in the 80s, but
because she just starts from here. Hold on, wait.
Worst thing in Indianapolis, her own. Well, I'll let Jerry tell it. Let's read a bit of this article from 1980.
Like, why start there? It's a short thing. Like, why are we gonna skip the first 2 paragraphs? It took years of day and night work, but Jerry Lynn Francois earned the right to add PhD after her name. During those years, she was working full time during the day and going to school at night. Now, Francois pronounce. Please.
What is that? No, bring him back. I want him
being annoying. Okay.
Where is he? I want to see it. What was the toy? I want to see the toy.
Show me the toy. Show me the toy. What? No, I'm not gonna.
I want to see the toy.
No.
What was it? Tell me what it was. I wonder what the toy was.
Okay. Now Francois, pronounced Francois, is a professor in the School of Management of the State University of New York at Binghamton. An active feminist. She'll be the. Why did she leave this out? It's notable that she's a feminist. She's like feminist in her family. She'll be the speaker Thursday night at the annual report meeting of the Binghamton YWCA. And then the reason she worked days and nights studied that she was supporting a daughter. Jerry Lynn Francois majored in life as well as psychology and management. At 14, she ran away from a strict Mormon upbringing in Indianapolis to get married. Straight A student or whatever, couldn't face my parents. So she ran off from her like sheltered religious life, but then went on to like follow in the path that she's expected to already by like, again, getting married very, very quickly and being a mother like so young, but then went on to like become educated. What's the like
one where she recounts her own history? It tells us that at 14, she ran away from a strict Mormon upbringing in Indianapolis to get married. She says, quote, I was a straight A student and was about to get the worst mark of my life, a C in algebra, Francois said in an interview. I couldn't face my parents. I loved my boyfriend. We saw an opportunity and we took it. I lied about my age. I altered my birth certificate. I then smeared it with Clarisol to make it look older.
Sorry,
6 months later.
I didn't say that Candace Owens doesn't come across as political, but the people who view Candace Owens on ingesting it as political content. Like, obviously, anyone who's tuned into politics is going to understand that Candace Owens is like highly politicized content. But the kind of person who genuinely consumes almost no political content whatsoever is going to treat Candace Owens as conspiracy slop, true crime, kind of like interesting girly pop bullshit, right? Like, it's not, they're not going to realize that they're being programmed with right-wing memes.
We asked to come home and we were welcomed. She was a mother before her peers, graduated high school, and divorced before she was old enough to vote. Okay, so just to recap, she gets married at 14. Not mentioned is the fact that she's already pregnant.
Oh my God. Are we really shaming a 14-year-old who grew up in a repressive Mormon environment for like having a strain? Like again, she's like, wow, the decision, this 14-year-old is fucking up to trouble. She literally went on to get a PhD in spite of the fact that it's not clear that she was a teen mom. It just seemed like she got married very young. And I wouldn't be surprised if she was being essayed or there was some sort of or if the boyfriend was like several years her senior, something fucking weird. But like all of this like victim blaming immediately.
Okay. She then runs away for 6 months to the other side of Indianapolis, uses Clarisol so she can get married at 14, has this little shotgun wedding. She gets married to a guy named Carl Pangirl.
This 14-year-old whore.
Carl Pangirl, spelled P-A-N.
This Lolita
is 5 or 6 years her senior. I can't really tell. Look, she's already telling us she's forging docs, so he could be 5 or 6 years her senior. And just so you know, he's going to go on to become a bishop.
Yeah, that's not a shotgun. A shotgun wedding is not when you get married as a child. It's when you get pregnant out of wedlock and then you get married after the fact.
And then
to cover it up or whatever.
In church, because marrying a child is apparently not a disqualifier. In fact, she tells us her parents welcome them back into the home. Okay, Okay,
You went
I
out
guess.
and got pregnant
Let's keep
at
going.
14.
They
Right
divorce,
on time.
and then
honey.
Jerry somehow becomes a bookkeeper. She gets into accounting. So it doesn't matter that she got knocked up at 14, that she's married and divorced before she turns 18. She's still somehow
Is her
able
life supposed to be over?
to just get a good job and begin a career. She becomes a bookie. She learns
Fuck you,
clerical
Candace.
machine.
I don't
She
understand.
overcame. That's insane. Okay, this is bullshit. Like what? You're not allowed to ever have a life if you get pregnant at 14.
I guess like she
a
was
hostile
supposed to be
environment?
like
what?
She didn't even get. She gets married at 14. We don't even know when she became a young mom, but we don't know when.
Yeah.
Didn't say. And then like
I mean, she went.
it's an issue
her
that she
parents are
goes
probably
back to
raising the
school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess getting knocked up at 14 is supposed to end her life or something.
And I would love to know who exactly it was that she was bookkeeping for, because I think it probably was somebody pretty important. Because Jerry then suddenly marries.
Yeah, somebody important's going to hire like a 20-year-old to do bookkeeping for them.
Yeah.
Or like a 17-year-old, depending on like, again, it could be anything from 14 up, because she ran away from home. She could have dropped out and started working.
Some top brass in the military. Her second husband, and we're not going to just going to give the facts about him. He's a man named Kenneth Himsel, and he's a captain in the Indiana National Guard. He goes on to become a major general. They get hitched in 1965. Jerry's now got connections. She gets a bachelor's degree in psychology. That same year, psychology is what she is about to become an expert.
Stop.
It's going to be her career path.
She's making every time she says psychology, she makes a face.
This is trickery and
in
magic.
Psychology. Yeah, in magic. Honestly.
You're not just actually like, again, like learning a discipline or whatever. Like apparently, unbeknownst to all of us, there was like widespread occultism and like mind trickery and Jedi tricks being taught in sociology departments and psychology departments across America. But only focus in on Erika Kirk's family's like use of this, and not just like, again, like having a sort of general outrage if you think that this is like the entire discipline of psychology, one of the most common majors in the United States, is like machine gunning out young people that are imbued with like magic.
They're coming out. It's like a Ben Gesserit like training program. They're coming out with the voice.
Literally.
Particularly the psychology of children. It's now 1970. She's 27 and she becomes a social worker in Indiana. And instantly in my mind, and I get it, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm pretty obsessed with MK Ultra. I don't love anybody that was a psychologist in the 70s, especially one that's connected to the military, especially someone that's connected to the military.
The psychology was getting up to into the 70s. Honestly, yeah, no good psychologists in the 70s. She's right.
Like, okay, so why don't you have this mass hysteria like for anyone else or whatever if you think that that's what's going on? I guess these programs quietly died off and she has other reasons for opposing higher education and psychology departments, but like, how do you answer that? But I guess it closes off what I found to be like an immediate sort of not contradiction, but like it was unclear to me like why she hasn't made a bigger thing about this.
Military in Indiana.
I just like to remark that I do have a psychology degree. That was also my major, and she is
just wants
so
to
far
announce
she's just
that he
spitting.
gets fucking pussy and he slays. He's so cool, man.
I definitely did not join
major.
the psychology department because it was 70% women, and I also definitely didn't meet my wife there. Works every time.
I'm not loving it. A lot of red flags here. It's immediately suspicious because MK Ultra was in full swing, and if you did not know, Indiana was a major hub for MK Ultra action. The universities in Indiana were factually involved in experimentation. In fact, Indiana was actually the place that the government manufactured the LSD to drug people with for their experiments.
So how do we know that Erika Kirk's aunt wasn't part of MK Ultra, I guess?
True.
Thank Indiana for the hippies movement.
She did something evil being a psychologist in the 70s. Like there was no way around it. There's no study you can look at from the 70s that wasn't
what else do you expect?
Fucking deranged.
What else? Well, I would expect nothing less.
Thank you, Indiana. Anyway, suddenly Jerry's big time, okay? In 1971, she heads out to Chicago and she begins working for Quaker Oats for 3 years. Now, if you're like me, I was like, well, at least Quaker Oats, we know, hired a psychologist for what? She says she was helping them with marketing. What kind of marketing?
So you know exactly for what then. And like she also said she did like bookkeeping.
Okay, the official
like,
story.
She seems to think again like psychologists are like magicians. Or they harness some sort of like supernatural power by virtue of being an educated in that discipline.
I get that magic is not real, but if you consider the 70s, if you consider the way society is structured, and you consider powerful people who go into learning human psychology and the way that is like flavored by their power at the time, like you do end up with a small percentage of people in psychology who are very interested in how to manipulate people at scale, right? Like that. So there is like kind of this
marketing
sort of truth to it.
She's like, what would Quaker Oats want with the psychologist? It's like, well, to develop a marketing strategy.
Sure, yeah, but there's like, I mean,
advertising is basically the closest thing that we have to magic. We've talked about this before. It's like a thing that a message that is transmitted that you can get all of these people to like repeat in unison or whatever, like learning corporate catchphrases or whatever. And there being like more discussions of things like branding strategies and just stuff that consumers just never thought about as they were served like advertisements or whatever, and like encouraged to participate in like American consumers culture. But like, I don't know. Like this is it just seems like such a reach to be like, unless there's like Quaker Oats is tied to like a larger parent company that's known to have engaged in some sort of like really unethical business practice. I fail to see how she's going to like land this plane, you know, as something sinister.
I am curious.
Like,
I don't know how she ties this in. Do they teach you defensive spells in psychology class? They actually kind of. They teach you they teach you biases in thinking. They teach you what your default defenses are. Cognitive dissonance is like a set of defenses to having your mind changed, which is useful even if they are irrational defenses. Yeah, they kind of do actually. Psychology is dark arts, unfortunately. It is also cringe, and every study in psychology that's ever been done is bad and wrong and cringe and not replicable. But it is also magic. Yeah, they should stop trying to replicate psychology studies. It is just magic. We should just accept that. It should just be magic school.
Like, I don't know, help us sell these oats. And if you're like me, I was literally thinking in my head, well, at least Quaker Oats was never involved in any weird MK Ultra type experimentation or anything.
Come on, Candace, don't disappoint me. Uncover some sort of class action lawsuit where it was found that they had like lead in their oats or something like that in the 70s around the time she would have been hired.
Except for that one time when Quaker Oats was actually going into mental institutions and force feeding a bunch of radioactive oats to little boys.
Okay, so this is from Smithsonian Magazine, March 8, 2017. A spoonful of sugar helps the radioactive oatmeal go down. When MIT and Quaker Oats paired up to conduct experiments on unsuspecting young boys. Okay, cool.
Oh my god, with plutonium.
This is our
even better. I thought it was going to be some sort of labor like OSHA violation. Fantastic.
For government.
Stanford prison experiment, but like oatmeal. MIT prison experiment.
Sorry, hold on. This is insane. Wait. So
then
this
link it to me. We'll pull it up.
Okay. Just skip that. Just literally control F oats on this page.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Smug missing the opportunity to say headology? What the hell's that?
Whoa.
The Plutonium Files, America's Secret Medical Experiments in the Cold War is a 1999 book by Eileen Wellsome. Who's this? Pulitzer Prize. I was like waiting to see American conspiracy theorist or something like that.
Yeah.
It is a history
Wow,
of
she immediately looks to poison the well. Look at the thought-terminating cliches of the liberal mind. Okay, alright, sure. How do I dismiss this? Scroll down to oats, goddammit. Control F oats.
Oh, right.
Right now. Do it.
Okay, oats. Okay, there we go.
It's real.
In
That's so
Nashville,
sick.
pregnant women were given, how about 14-year-old pregnant girls, were given radioactive mixtures. In Cincinnati, some 200 people were irradiated over a period of 15 years. In Chicago, 102 people received injections of strontium and cesium solutions. In Massachusetts, 73 kids were fed oatmeal laced with radioactive tracers in an experiment sponsored by MIT and the Quaker Oats Company. In none of these cases were the subjects informed about the nature of the procedures and thus could not have provided informed consent. In these books...
Your country's so awesome.
We really are. In the book, these stories are interwoven with details of more well-known radiation experiments and accidents, include accounts of U.S. soldiers deliberately exposed to nuclear bomb blasts.
Yeah.
Families who lived downwind from atomic tests, radiation exposure in the Marshall Islands, and the Japanese Lucky Dragon trawler caught in the fallout from the Castle Bravo test in 1954. Okay.
Yeah, you
I never heard
your
about
own
this.
guys for fun. You didn't hear about America nuking your own soldiers for fun?
I knew about that, but like these very specific things about like the Lucky Dragon stuff or like what the Castle Bravo stuff is, like I know vaguely what you're talking about, but if I had to provide any more information, I absolutely could not.
Fair enough. This was before anyone really understood what radiation did in detail, so they were still doing a bunch of like murdering.
Well, they knew, but we knew enough to know it was bad.
True.
Of sugar helps the radioactive oatmeal go down. Yes, Quaker Oats was conducting experiments on unsuspecting young boys. I don't know what to say. Anyway, the Atomic Energy Commission teamed up with Quaker Oats to experiment on children. Now, how long did that?
I don't know what to say. You do the rest from there.
It's totally irrelevant.
I'm just gonna put this information out there. You do with it what you will.
Go on for? Did Jerry Franzfey herself play a part in any experimentation on children with Quaker Oats? Was this even related to MK Ultra? We're never going to know
that she didn't. She's never put out a statement.
Any of those answers, put it out of your mind, because in 1975, the military orders the destruction of all of the files related to MK Ultra. So what we have today, which is already terrifying, is just a skeleton of just how far-reaching that CIA program was. But I can say confidently, I've always believed that MK Ultra was tasked with creating Manchurian candidates. I believe a lot of people in politics today went through weird psychology programs. It's my personal opinion. This is my podcast. I am entitled to it.
It's kind of true. I mean, you got to remember that this was the period that the CIA was literally developing like psychic super soldiers. Like she's
I know,
right.
But we were
there
willingly
were people in the
and
CIA
gladly electing CIA agents to the like executive. Like George H.W. Bush, aka Poppy, was like literally the head of the CIA, and he became the president. It was one term, but still.
You don't want a psychic president? Like, what's wrong with you? You want to lose?
Meets Mary's
but yeah, like there were definitely loads of people in the
that...
CIA who believed in psychic superweapons, and there were loads of people who believed you could create a Manchurian candidate. So she's 100% correct. It's just that they failed. They did not.
But this is when the CIA was still viewed skeptically, not only by the American populace, which now you can see favorability among Democrats, embarrassingly enough.
Of course.
But even despite its reputation, the American public is willing to throw its weight behind a literal Fed and elevate him to the office of the presidency, even though this was at a time where presidents still, like, the CIA used to work against it didn't necessarily work in tandem with the United States government or with the presidents.
Yeah.
Like, Kennedy and Nixon were like, the CIA is fucking after me or whatever. Like, this is spook shit.
Yeah, I actually have. I know absolutely nothing about George Bush Sr. really, and how he came to power despite.
He was a VP and then he became like a president later. But he was like in head of the CIA, and he was in Dallas the day that JFK was killed. But he was unrelated. Like he was not in any way related to like the JFK assassination. But like that's his like weird connection. Like nonetheless, he was still elected president.
That's fun.
Okay, she meets and marries Kent Franzfey while she's working for Quaker Oats. And she's a few years older than him. She continues to climb the ranks as a psychologist, gets a master's degree, a doctorate. Now she's going by Dr. Franzfey. And her and Kent
climbing the ranks is when you're forced to like continue down the path of academia because you don't know what the fuck else to do with yourself.
They move down to Paradise Valley, Arizona.
Do people have psionic powers or not? It depends what you mean by psionic powers.
Supposed to believe that. Okay, well, they're divorced.
What are psionic powers?
I don't know. I don't know what that guy means by psionic powers, but yes, you are not an individual running around the world as like a funny little sock. Oh. You are a node in the network that ripples and interacts with everything. Obviously,
sheeple.
You're never going to see each other again.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe. Should know that once she becomes a doctor, she has arrived. She is now going to work for the biggest and most powerful families in the world. Okay, this is where it's going to get really fun. Because she begins working for, I mean, not even just one of the most powerful families in the world, but it also happens to be a French family. France. I could never do a series where you're not there, France. Go. The DuPont.
See, this is what I was worried about. I was like, I don't want her to be reheating her old fucking nachos and just trying to make it all like it's all like
she's run out of material.
In an attempt to do like it's all connected shit, you just end up basically redoing like the whole Bridget Macron thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, because that would be boring. But at the very least, she's like coming up with different ways that they like intersect, but it's not a retelling and like rehashing of the same details and just swapping out Bridget Macron's name with Erika Kirk's.
Yeah.
It's just too French, you guys.
I kid you not. She starts.
So it says, Franz Faye sees her role as making people aware of other research in the field. I'm interested in gathering support for the center, whether that's through work study positions, grants, or whatever. A graduate of the University of Georgia in Athens, Franz Faye came to Radford this year from Northborough, Mass., where she served as a management and consulting psychologist for Allen Associates. She worked previously as a director of employees relations at E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company in Ponca City, Oklahoma. She is taught at the University of Houston Center for Executive Development and the State University of New York at Binghamton's School of Management.
Working for the DuPont family, becoming the director of employee relations for DuPont. Because she's so good at psychology. She gets into organizational psychology. She is tasked effectively, I would say, with finding the psychopaths that should head up the corporations that are run by the elite bloodlines. She goes into partnership working for the DuPonts. Now, in case you forgot, they're also just mass poisoning people. That's what they've done for a very long time. If the lawsuits are telling us anything about...
What's that?
Telekinesis isn't real. Sorry, someone. The chat is on a psionic
like psychometry
one today.
Or whatever.
Yeah, telekinesis isn't real. That's moving stuff with your mind. But telepathy and ESP are both
like
fine.
it's like clairvoyance. Yeah, like the supposed ability to discover facts
psychometry
about an event or person by touching inanimate objects associated with them.
So psychometrics is interesting because the CIA did find small amounts of evidence for it, but what that amounts to is that humans are very good pattern recognition creatures, and they are better than chance because their understanding of the world is better than chance. So people who are particularly tuned in can sort of make guesses about the state of the world that end up being true.
Yeah.
In ways that are like quite hard to perceive in like a factual.
Well, but then that's not
statistical analysis
a psychometry or whatever, because there's no like supernatural element. What it is actually just like associations or whatever. People being better at tapping into that than would have previously been assumed.
For sure, but this is the problem, right? Like supernatural is like definitionally like the second that we understand how psychometrics works or how ESP works or how telepathy works, it ceases to be supernatural. That's kind of what. So like, if you were to say supernatural, I would say, of course, it doesn't exist. It can't exist if it's supernatural. As soon as we understand it, it becomes natural because it's just part of the natural world. So it's like, yeah, they're not supernatural for sure. They become mundane the second you understand them. They're just things that we don't quite understand yet.
I get you.
Although we understand most of it. Rejected. Math says no. Quant. Stay mad. You definitely don't have ESP because you have autism. Sorry. You are dulled. You are dulled to the world.
To them poisoning the population, giving people cancer. Jerry's apparently a good fit. In 1983, DuPont completes the largest merger in corporate history with Conoco Oil, and they're able to do this thanks to Reagan and George Bush being in office, deregulating things, making it easier.
We're not going to mention that George Bush was out of the fucking CIA.
Private corporations to go in and do bigger
Barbara
deals.
Bush was already brought up earlier. She surely has to connect that back in.
I know. I'm waiting for it.
DuPont then moves those headquarters to Wilmington, Delaware. I just loved looking into her and just seeing that she's the DuPont woman, because I like to pause and reflect on past episodes when I don't know why everybody's freaking out about things. And I just like to consider how terrified they must have been when I'm looking into the Charlie Egyptian plains and I'm like, what's going on in Wilmington, Delaware? And I instantly hit the DuPont family. And then Erika's out there nervously at AmFest cracking like not funny jokes about Egyptian plains. She's like, no, nobody.
A woman being unfunny at a public event must be the work of the CIA.
Yeah.
Only explanation for a white woman getting up on a stage and cracking unfunny jokes and
bombing,
face bombing. Yeah.
When Egyptian planes are here. Tell you something, her jokes are going to become
I clocked
less
you with
and
my
less
psionics.
funny as
I'm
we get
sorry,
deeper
but I've
into
just
this
proven the
series.
case.
My audience
One
is
chat
like
message, and I could tell
90%
I
men,
could tell
and
they
I
were
assume
autistic.
that like half of them are autistic.
For sure, but it is uncanny my ability to clock someone's autism within a single message.
Real recognizes real, right?
Always.
Takes one to know one.
True. Hey, listen, I've developed psionic empathy, okay? All right, if that means I have to hold a container of autism within myself to understand the creatures, I will do it. I'll make that sacrifice.
Autistic is not being used as a slur on this stream. It never has been. It never will be. It's being used as a fucking neutral descriptor and in jest. 'Twas but a jest, Cheddar.
I love autistic people so much. They're great. I love you guys. That's so funny.
Back to Dr. Jerry. She is then somehow awarded an entire research center, at Radford University in 1983, a gender clinic of all things. She's a feminist, and she's awarded a gender clinic. And they begin giving lessons to the military. My question is on what? Gender?
As I mentioned, maths.
Why do we need a research facility? Oh, I know why. Right. The reason, and so you need to understand how the world works. The reason why companies might be interested in having people that will come up with BS research for them is because government and corporations have to produce completely fictitious academic reports and studies.
Does that count as reverse sexism? Like, you think it's so impossible for a woman not to be funny? Well, that's like just her being woke. Obviously. That like Erika Kirk, again, like a woman like Erika Kirk being unfunny is like indicative of some pathology, because it almost sounds like she presupposes that like all women are like funny or humorous, like naturally.
I think it's more that I think she was more indicating that like she was being like Erika Kirk was trying to like lampshade a conspiracy by making jokes about it, like ha ha ha, see, we're chill, everything's fine. Like, I think that's what she's pointing at, not the fact that she wasn't funny, but that she was like trying to like, sort of cover up something.
To justify the psychopathic things that they're doing to us.
Squatch out. Thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. Really appreciate it.
Worldwide. Okay, you got to have the experts. You got to have the psychopathic experts that will produce the reports so that people in power can just unilaterally.
I don't think she meant to say psychopathic experts. She probably meant to say psychological experts, but she was like, let's just, why correct myself? One of the same, yeah.
Force things across the population, like the COVID vaccine. Oh, well, Dr. So-and-so, Dr. Franz Fay maybe says that if you don't get the vaccine, it's because you're a psychopath. If you don't line up and get the shot, it's because you're crazy and she's an expert. That sort of a thing, just giving you an example. She wasn't involved in the COVID thing, to my knowledge, but that's the purpose, right? And Dr. Jerry Franz Fay becomes that sort of an expert with ties to the most powerful families in America and France. She also, by the way, happens to be a total and complete fraud. I am confident that Jerry Franz Fay is a fraud.
Take it from me, a fraud.
Okay? Fraud, capital F, fraud.
I think she's more sincere than anyone else on the right, Aaron.
Is there anyone in Erika Kirk's past that is not involved in some sort of clandestine government operation, conspiracy, or is just like a otherwise not noteworthy individual? It seems like just like every single person she's pulling up has like a fatal flaw.
She's a wealthy white woman.
Sorry, I'm late. Who's eating babies tonight? They're actually eating what was it?
Radioactive oatmeal.
Yeah, radioactive oatmeal. That's where we're at. Radioactive oatmeal. Erika Kirk's aunt, the 14-year-old Mormon whore, grew up to later be involved, likely implicated in
the Hormone.
MK Ultra. Oh, Gator Highlights. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Could have stayed in and watched Straighterade cover episode 2 of this masterpiece by our queen Candace, and instead I went out with my better half and our friends to socialize. Shit, fuck. Okay, that is the appropriate reaction to missing me covering this live. And like tomorrow, I already have to cover episode 3. She already dropped episode 3. I can barely keep up.
No further than this report that came out of Radford University that Jerry Franz Fay produces pertaining to Native Americans and the Appalachian Mountain. I'm just going to show you the cover of this report really quickly. So it says that who's putting together this report? The Center for Gender Studies. It lists 5 names: Marjorie Wayland, George Bourne, Richard Castor, Susan Friedman, Jerry Franz Fay. Well, not what she doesn't communicate in this report is that that's her family. Marjorie Wayland is her mom. Richard Castor is her nephew, her sister's son. This is why they just get married so much, because, and I didn't even look into the other two. I just couldn't, once I realized that the 2 of these people were her family and they're going to produce a report.
This is why they get married so much? What did she mean by this?
Wait, but also, hold on. Emerging female leaders within the closed societies of American, Indian, and Appalachian artisans. I guess they're Appalachian artisans.
I'm waiting to hear some dirt about Erika Kirk's mailman. I mean, we're finally on something that doesn't just come off as like petty or like just otherwise like insignificant. Like, yeah, if you look into anybody's like family tree or history, I'm sure you can like find weird shit or whatever. But like, this is like the first one that it's actually been something that she can like actually tie in to like a broader conspiratorial narrative that doesn't just seem like it's working backwards.
Or I just went, oh, she's like a
Like,
whole
she's found a lead, a genuine lead.
fraud. That's just effectively Mormon mafia, right? We've done a report. I guess we can go into Native American. They need feminism or something. We can go right onto the reservation. These women want to be free, something like that. But I want you to see that into your mind. Mormons conducting research. Students conducting research. Again, this is a background episode, but that's going to become very relevant as we examine Erika Kirk's ties to Eastern Europe. Because Jerry Franzwey gets involved in Eastern Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What is going on, by the way, with all these Mormon missions? Tyler Boyer, I'm kind of speaking to you, my friend. I know about your time in Romania. I've got the receipts. Now,
wait, sorry, who did she just reference? Was that
But the reason
Tyler
that
Oliveira?
Missions. Tyler Boyer, I'm kind of speaking to you, my friend.
Oh,
I know
Tyler
about your
Boyer?
time in Romania. I've got the receipts. Now, we'll dig into that. But the reason that I wanted to give you the background of Jerry Franzwey is because after this, heading into the 90s, the next thing she does in life is she gets involved with...
This all comes off like padding when she says, like, she just draws attention to it. And she's like, the reason why I had to give you information about that is like, well, because you want to stretch this into like a 10 episode series and you can't just like monologue about this woman. Like there has to be something else, right? So that's why we have to know about all of this shit.
Charter schools.
Yeah, but she's saying it in the ASMR true crime tone, so I believe all of it.
Helping them to develop psychological methods with students. Yeah, you know where this is going. Dr. Jerry Franzwey is going to be the person that helps develop the Tesseract way. Tesseract schools, the school that Erika went to that is exceedingly problematic. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that after a quick break. All right, you guys, you may have seen the...
Then she does her little ad read.
I set off your first month subscription. Also want to tell you guys about Magisterium AI because I said it before.
Jesus, 3 in a row.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Oh, AI as well?
It's a no-brainer. Visit magisterium.com/Candace.
The good AI.
I mean, it is just not an exaggeration whatsoever for me to suggest that the Tesseract School, when you look at the people that are involved, very much you can view it as almost a child psychological experiment. I'm going to introduce those individuals to you. Let's just recap Tesseract School in general. We've already informed you.
School doesn't
Erika
involve
will
child
be there
psychology?
from 1993 to 1999.
Yes, they were trying to figure out how to make these young humans learn things.
Like gender studies
sculpting
stuff.
them into adults. Yeah.
Gender
showed you
studies
this photo of
experimentation.
her in the first grade. We also then showed you this photo of Erika
She has
in
some kind of
the
leash.
second grade. Erika, by the way, I should note,
He's got like a
because we got
harness.
some
Very strange.
comments about this. She has spoken about how her mother chopped her hair off, so that is a known thing because she didn't know how to do her hair. I'm actually inclined to think that it was because her dad was taking care of her at that time. I'm not positive about that, but that would definitely make sense.
There's literally no reason to think that because she said in the first episode that when they were undergoing a separation or a divorce that her dad like waived his rights to. And he decided to use the legal representation that Erika Kirk's mom had used to like settle the terms of the agreement. This is clearly not a man who is interested in the custody of this child and was so indifferent as to like
suspicious. Aaron, that doesn't make any sense. That's very suspicious.
Probably raised by a
Why
single
would they
dad.
use-
Oh, but she did show a clip where
Why would
she
they use
did
the
say
same
that
lawyer?
like because he's a fucking lazy fuck and cheap.
Unless that lawyer was involved in the divorce.
Also true. I had not considered this. Maybe that lawyer is actually her father. And we've been led astray this entire time.
That would make sense.
Candace
They
Owens
wanted
didn't even
to
draw
keep the
attention to
lawyer
that.
close to her.
Because
yet.
these
She'll
are going to
probably
be
get
the years
around
that she has a stay-at-home dad. Third grade photo.
The only thing that she has to go off of is that Erika Kirk herself said that she was raised briefly by her father, like during the divorce or something like that. But like, if you think that Erika Kirk is like a years-long like liar and pathological manipulator, there's no reason to lend any credence to those things.
Wait, how old is she in this picture? She already looks demonic. She caught the
Third grade.
Damn, that's early. How did she get the weight? Can we go back one picture?
And inclined to think that it was because her dad was taking care of her.
The demon got in her between these two pictures. We have the timeline established. You
Stop.
can see.
This is just what happens when white people with blue eyes are like photographed in these like black and white school
Not
photos.
positive about that, but
like
that
the photo of Barbara Bush
this one's fine.
earlier looked creepy.
Yeah, but this one's
that
fine.
would definitely make sense because these are going to
This
be the
one's
years
okay.
that she
This
has a
is like a
stay-at-home
regular
dad.
strange kid. But then look,
third
the
grade
demon gets
photo.
in her. Boom, look at the eyes.
No, she looks cute.
Demon is in there.
No,
demon's in there.
I do think it looks
Demon
weird
got
that
in there.
she's like wearing the cross, but I don't think it looks off-putting or anything.
We
No, the demon
have
got in
here with Erika in this
Quite
school.
apparent.
This is without question a school that is being designed by the elites. It is backed by the Bushes and the Waltons. They, among other elite families, they are, again, kind of getting into government money in a way.
Why are they all black and white as if she was born 100 years ago? She's 37. I think almost all of my elementary school yearbooks were printed in black and white.
Pioneering charter schools. You give us the tax dollars and we'll show you a better way to use them. Government schools are failing, right? We're always in that right versus left false dialectic, but the same families are benefiting from it. We're going to use this government money. Okay. Now, of course, you're going to do all that. You need to have your elite psychologists on board to help develop these children, how you're going to test them, how this is going to be a different model. And that is why it makes perfect sense that Dr. Jerry Franzwey, who conveniently is her entire Mormon family is from Arizona. Her and Kent had a home together in Arizona and in Paradise Valley, which is exactly where this particular school was. This was the first school, and this one is going to fail very quickly. But yeah, of course, she's going to help them draft those psychological models that, at the school that Erika attends. Now, Erika might not know this woman. She may not have met her. I would definitely be shocked if she didn't know about Dr. Franzwey. Is she just doing the models? Did she sit down with the kids? I don't know. But this is going to be how they handle these students is going to be described as the Tesseract way. Now, I want you to know who else is involved with this school. Because if you think Dr. Jerry Franzwey is problematic, well, I told you already that John T. Goley is the CEO of Tesseract. He does that announcement about it with Jeb Bush, who is, supporting charter schools. Well, I told you John T. Goley, he was working with Roundup Monsanto on their launch. So I guess him and Jerry's with DuPont. That's a natural alliance, poisoning the population.
Let's go.
And getting away with it.
Drink.
But there's some other key players here. I really want you to know about this guy named Phil Bliss, who joins the board of Tesseract. Okay, Phil Bliss. Here, over there in the...
Okay, so we've constructed a little diagram here. So Phil Bliss, the board member of EAI board members, John Walton, major investor, Susan B. Silverstein, VP of development, no photo, Jim Kessler, executive director.
Corner. Phil Bliss, the board member, was involved.
I wonder if these people are aware that they're in this video. These randos.
We're getting 2.5 million views. We don't have a better program than MS Paint. Really? We can't arrange this any better.
It's an indie production.
A physical corkboard.
What more do you expect? What more do you want?
A physical corkboard, is a cheap investment for something. She's such a conspirator. Surely you would get the corkboard at a certain point. She would look great, moving around, moving string around. It would. I think it would help her case.
With Stanford University in the 70s. I'm not going to... Yes, I am MK Ultra. Okay, he was known widely during that time as a drug counselor. Okay, everyone's taking LSD. You got the drug counselors, and he is also working with Stanford's Hospital for Addiction Research, right? He then co-founds a school in Palo Alto, which is called Mid-Peninsula High School. He installs himself as the principal of that school, and that school then has a shooting. In 1996, it turns out that the student that committed the shooting had been working with Philip Bliss through his depression. Okay, fantastic candidate. I don't know. I got a lot of questions about these psychologists. As I said in the first episode, when you look at all these things that are happening, school shootings, behind everything is a psychologist and a prescription counter, truly. He also, on that same campus, by the way, he was on the board of a French-American school, so he also has French connections. But that's just
this is great. It makes sense, right? Every child that does a school shooting, strangely, has a psychologist and a prescription attached. You mean these troubled kids failed by the system with early warning signs that were not managed very well by American healthcare and mental health services ended up killing people? Really?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The psychologists Manchurian candidated these children into murdering a bunch of kids at their school.
I mean, if they'll trans them, do you really put it past them that they would have started? These would be the roots of this stuff. Kids are now getting gender. Are the super soldiers. They're getting transgender surgeries at school without their parents' consent or knowledge. It's the logical conclusion, and it only could have been enabled and done if this is where it started.
who is going to be running the school as the executive director is a woman named Jill Kessler. She's the executive director, and she says that she moved to Arizona for her husband's job.
Have broken out a whiteboard.
He is a pediatric developer.
Have you ever seen that clip of her in this documentary with like, I don't know who made it. I don't know if it was like Kanye West or whatever, but she's like in a room with like a hotel room with Kanye West, and she starts writing shit on a whiteboard that did not need to be written on a whiteboard. It was not profound whatsoever, and people clocked it. You guys, ad in less than 2 minutes. Do you want to watch ads? No, you don't. So you should subscribe to me, or cross your fingers and hope that somebody gives you a sub, or maybe you should give subs yourself if you're already subbed, or just use your Twitch Prime.
Plus, every time there's an ad, I do a funny little dance, and you miss the dance if you don't donate.
True.
You will miss the whole dance.
There is paywall content on this stream.
Whoa.
When Smugs are on.
Okay, that's all you get. That's all you get for free. That's all you get for free.
Mental behavioral pediatrician, whatever that means. Like, he specializes in children and behavior, essentially. So she is well suited. Above her is Susan B. Silverstein, who is the vice president of development. I have a very strong indication of who Susan B. Silverstein is, but unless I'm certain, I'm not going to show the face and tell you the backgrounds. But yeah, we're just going to pause on that. But we had a strong suspicion about who Susan B. Silverstein is. But like I said, they have done a very good job of wiping anything and everything about this particular Tesseract in Paradise Valley, which eventually shuttered in 2000 from history. I mean, even books.
I love how she's like, they've done everything to keep this out of my hands, when it seems like she didn't decide that long ago to make this series, and it didn't take long at all to get this info for it at all.
Book. This person wrote a book on the collapse of it. The book is just gone. You cannot find this book anywhere. I told you already that John Walton, obviously the son of Walmart founder Sam Walton,
Curious. Curiouser and curiouser.
is a major investor, and he also sits on the board. And my viewpoint is that it is fair to suggest that the school, in and of itself, was a psychological experiment, and the school completely falls apart.
So it's not even just the department or individuals within it; it's the entire school itself. This was actually
It's a psychological experiment.
It's a psychological experiment. Higher education in general, but like, Candace is the first to break this.
They made a Lost. Those children were in a Lost.
Government conspiracies like MK Ultra or whatever can come to light, but something like this did not yet for some reason.
There's accusations of financial impropriety, as well as the method which they used to...
We have a pop quiz on Bride of Charlie because I'm completely fucking lost. I mean, I'm wondering if Candace is kind of like doing a lot of this on the fly. There does seem to be some prep involved for it. Like, I mean, she was like very excited about the DuPont stuff, but I do wonder like how much prep is like going into this.
To track the success of the students, people said this is a complete scam. The way that you're doing the studies.
There's no ads for YouTube. I assume you have ad blocker or you have premium. That's the only way you wouldn't have ads, because there should be ads.
I'm not going to dance for free.
Doesn't have any control.
Let's try.
There's no control. And that would track with anything Dr. Jerry Franfe had her hands in, because she's a whole fraud. She's just, you can't just have your mommy doing experiments. Like, come on, man. You can't do this. You just can't do that. I also want to say this, and this I'm going to say without any names here, but the family that I received these yearbooks from, they had a child, multiple children actually at the school, and obviously the child is an adult today and has always maintained that he was sexually abused by very specific people at the top of this school. Obviously, I'm not going to name those people. I have no evidence of this, but I was very compelled to listen and also
now
to
she's
believe.
careful about naming people. Okay.
Now we're caveating or whatever that like this is the first claim that Candace has made that truly had no evidence in the episode 1 and 2.
That individual, because, well, child abuse and psychology go hand in hand. So even if I didn't have his
real and true, correct,
account,
all
I would not have doubted it.
Finally,
Dr. Jerry Franfe herself, by the way, was friends and colleagues with Dr. John Money, the notorious psychologist.
Oh my God, this is that guy who
let's go.
Actually did have some important research and contributions to gender studies and trans people in particular.
And then he fucked everything up.
But yeah, he ran, it wasn't experimentation, but he was engaged in obvious medical malpractice because Brenda, someone was their name, who
I don't remember the name, but
John
yeah,
Reimer,
basically,
I think it's the name or whatever of the boy. So couple had twin boys, and then a botched circumcision led the doctor to be like, it's fine. We can just do an SRS and give your kid hormones, a lot of and they can just be raised as a girl because they're going to have like sexual dysfunction and issues for the rest of their life because of what happened with the circumcision. And this person obviously so they were like forcibly transitioned as like an infant, basically raised as a girl, but like were never able, because they're not a genuine like trans individual or whatever. This caused a lot of issues with them socializing with other people, and like I like basically induced gender dysphoria, and they later transitioned back to being a man, and then they later like killed themselves, and then the other twin like killed themselves, but they had schizophrenia, something like that. It's a very sad story all around.
Roughly right. Yeah. They dumped them filled with hormones and stuff.
It wasn't even an experiment
was...
or anything like that. It was like genuine. It was genuine medical advice from this physician who did actually have published and respected academic contributions to the field of like gender medicine. But it wasn't. He was basically arguing that like gender and like these things, like the relationship to sex, is like entirely nurture, and there's no sort of like nature or biological predisposition towards one or the other, and that it would be seamless for this child to be raised as the gender that they were not.
This was kind of the major source of like born in the wrong body, which is not perfectly accurate, but this is basically the sort of case study that made that prominent in the discourse.
Of transgenderism, who then it turned out notoriously abused children. If you guys don't know who I'm speaking about, as soon as Jerry Franzfei opens the gender clinic at Radford University, or heads up the gender research center at Radford University, she brings over Dr. John Money. This is who Dr. John Money is. Take a listen.
John Money, he's one of the greatest villains in history, and he is the father of gender.
No, he is not. What?
He just fucked up. He's just a fucked up
like
idiot.
One of the great. You would think that we're talking about like mass murder or like fucking Pinochet, not a doctor that engaged in malpractice that obviously had devastating consequences, but that's like harm on again. If you're making the claim one of the most notorious villains in history, give me a break. You're like elevating him to a position that is not warranted neither by his contributions nor what he did, even if it was wrong.
I mean, John Money was like an asshole in the sense that he basically never admitted that he did anything wrong and blamed the family. Basically forever. Like he never admitted that he fucked up.
He became that by abusing two twin boys, one of whom had his genitalia basically destroyed in a botched circumcision. Money believed that sexuality was fluid, convinced
but
these
that
parents
was not intentional. It was like an accident.
that he could raise that boy as a girl and it would be fine. Long story short, that didn't work out. That boy was every bit a boy. When he was told what had been done to him, it destroyed him, and he eventually ended up committing suicide. Money was a hero because he told
it wasn't really like a revelation. I've watched a documentary on this, and the individual themselves were like, I always knew that like I was not like other kids. Like I was not feminine. Like I did not relate well to like other girls.
World that his experiments succeeded.
But also, people always do the suicide thing. But like, I think his brother killed himself first, and his wife like just told him she was leaving him.
Yeah.
And then he blew his brains out. Like they're much later in his life. It's like really hard to ascribe the suicidality to like his.
No,
the gender stuff.
They try
more
to
like
say
it was
that
related
like,
to the brother and the wife.
It was so crippling that it even impacted like his twin brother or something like that. It was like, no, he had his own mental health afflictions that were. I'm not gonna say you can't say for sure that it like wasn't influenced in some way by that, but yeah, that was not the primary drive. He was like found dead in a car in a grocery store parking lot because, like you said, he had like marital struggles and issues with depression, and then killed themselves.
Until the young man comes out and tells his story, that people realize not only did it not succeed, but he abused those boys horribly. People needed to know where this ideology.
There's like documented instances where he was like undergoing like therapy with them or whatever, and engaged in like inappropriate touching and like had them like simulate weird behaviors or whatever. But like I wouldn't even hesitate to like say that's in some way like sexual abuse or whatever. But this guy's like making it sound like something that wasn't.
Came from this guy who abused these boys, made them perform sex acts on each other.
Not just perform, like simulate, but whatever. Mincing words.
Colleague of Dr. Jerry Franzfei, I am telling you,
but
all
that's
of
like
these
the go-to story to like show to like BTFO trans activists and ideologues or whatever, even though outside of like what people on Twitter who say like gender is like totally a social construct, there's no relationship that exists to like, biology or anything like that. Like nobody seriously argues this. It's just like a horrible case study.
These psychologists are perverted. They are, I'm not saying like every psychologist that you know is perverted, but these people with the power and that are within close proximity to the elites, any incursion into history, any incursion into what happened and what went wrong into America begins and ends with these scientists, quote unquote scientists, that we rescued from Germany.
Real?
And a lot of what we know and heard about World War II obviously is a lie, and many things have been covered up. The fact that we still celebrate these people in school, like Sigmund Freud, is your biggest clue that something is wrong. Something is very wrong and rotten at the top. I want to add this. Across the board, everyone that I have spoken to says that Lori, Erika's mother, is exceedingly problematic. They acknowledge that Erika lies about a lot of details, and obviously on the basis of just the divorce documents that we went through yesterday, I can see that Lori might do some things that would not be described as...
She's on a first name basis with this woman who, like, the extent to which she, like, knows anything about her is just, like, again, she knows about Erika Kirk. She personally knows Erika Kirk. And then what she read from these, like, divorce proceedings or something.
Honest. Okay, I don't think she is likely an honest dealer. But what people have said to me is she is the person, has always been the person in Erika's ear. Like she's this type A person that tells her who to go after in each and every room. She knows who those people are, who Erika should instantly transform into, what she has to say. I mean, one of her exes was very clear. He said to me, I was warned by another person in beauty pageant world that girl will do anything to get to the top, and her mother will do anything to help her get to the top. Her mother herself, Lori, was a model, actually.
I was warned that I was dating a white woman.
Yes.
So that hunger for Erika to get to the top, there is a connection just based on discussions I have had with multiple people to her mother. And I know that's an untouchable subject because there's always this, well, she's sick now. You can't talk about her mother at all. But to get into the Erika story, you have to know who Lori Frantzfey is, and you have to know who this cast of character is around her.
I'm glad that Candace is brave enough to go there.
Erika is, without question, a climber. Okay? She is also, without question, willing to lie to make her mother look better.
Finally getting to points that we can very easily substantiate due to the like not so distant past where Erika Kirk was like clearly again, she was in music videos. She did these sorts of like pilots for reality TV shows. She did pageants. Like this was clearly somebody who was angling for some sort of like media career.
Yeah.
Or wanted to be in Hollywood or something like that.
I mean, to say I grew up with a single mother is not true. So why is she saying it? Well, people suspect probably Lori is the person in her ear getting her to say that because it makes Lori look good.
People do be suspecting this.
She wanted Erika to be famous, but let's not remove Erika from this. Erika desperately wanted to be famous. No one can deny that. Tomorrow, when we now begin in earnest to go through Erika's life, you will see she's never dated a normal guy. She's never dated a guy with a 9-to-5 job. And that's what Elizabeth Lane was hitting at when she was speaking about going through her exes. You can see like she was going to be with somebody. She was, okay, you're going
I don't even know that it's fame so much as it is like, again, like the social climbing thing. I think she's more on the money because it seems like at some point she was like, okay, this like the fame thing was like not short lived, but like that wasn't going to happen. And then she realized it's actually just better to be like, again, like a trophy wife to somebody of status and like wealthy and like being in like sort of like higher society, elite or like higher society than like personal fame.
I do think that I think it's quite clear that she's really, really happy and excited and fulfilled that she gets to be the star now, right? Like that seems like a very, very big deal for her.
To the NFL, you're going to the MLB, we can be on The Amazing Race together. You will see very clearly she is not dating a regular guy ever, okay? Her goal was to make it, and I suffice to say that Elizabeth Lane was very much on the money when she suggested that she would have done anything to be famous.
The John money?
Like I said, you will not be able to deny that when you see the stuff.
I was actually waiting for Candace to do something along those lines. She can be that corny in some of these.
We have uncovered about her and
she's not as sophisticated
missing years.
She's beautiful, Eric. I mean, at one point she's like a fallen baddie though. Now she looks insane. She has cortisol face and pillow face.
Plural of Erika's life. Very weird. Where was Erika?
Many such cases. Actually, one other case, Azealia Banks.
There's so much there. Anyway, we'll take a brief break
two
before I just
cases.
show you
Two
a clip of
cases.
Erika just lying casually. All right, you guys, let's.
Okay.
Oh boy, I think I'm fading now. This needs to get good real fast.
We're in the final stretch. The final stretch. Hold on.
Easily the most important relationship. And again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so we're going to get into this tomorrow, but the most important relationship that Erika had at Turning Point USA is Tyler Boyer. You will recall that when I sat down with her, and I want to let you know that ahead of today's episode and yesterday, one of the questions that we keep asking that we can't get an answer is, how does Erika Kirk know Tyler Boyer? She couldn't recall that in person.
It is so funny that Candace Owens has this view of Turning Point USA, and it's not brought up more that she worked for TPUSA. Her husband ran UK TPUSA. That's how he made the bulk of his fucking money.
But how did they get connected? Where does the connection start, Aaron? How did Erika Kirk suddenly just become in charge of Turning Point USA out of nowhere? What happened?
Well, why were there no signs from Charlie Kirk? Again, if there was trouble afoot or whatever, and TPUSA is this vast network that's in cahoots with all of these evildoers, then how were there no signs? They that effectively manipulated and took out Charlie? I mean, I guess that works for this conclusion, right? But then he wasn't a genius. She literally said he was a genius earlier in this, and it's well, not if he got fucking manipulated and killed by TPUSA morons.
He single-handedly won Trump 2 elections. I think you have to kind of hand it to Charlie Kirk.
But that's not. You don't need to be Mensa level genius to understand marketing. You don't. And Charlie Kirk was just not the fucking sharpest Christian in the Bible.
Aaron, stop it. He was very good at TikTok. Okay, you cannot take that away from him. You can't take that away from Candace.
Good. Yeah, he really owned those college students with no media training. He BTFO'd them.
An answer. That seems to be something that she doesn't want to answer,
Oxford,
right?
Okay?
But Tyler's a very significant person because he...
That was particularly embarrassing. I don't even know why he did that. I literally don't know. That was an op. Seriously, to put I have to assume again, Titanic ego and what comes along with thinking oh, I'm actually good at this, when you forgot hey dumbass, hey idiot, you're debating a bunch of uneducated college kids that are still figuring things out and who don't have media training. Why the fuck did you think that it would be a good idea to go to Oxford and embarrass yourself? So much of his argumentation also comes from the Bible, and he was crumbling when there are people that are I don't care about the Bible, I'm an atheist. Explain give another reason why I should care about this prior. And he didn't know what to do. It was basically well, you should care about it. That was all he had to say.
Well, I think he was used to be honest, he was used to American colleges, right? He would have blown everyone up at Stanford, but he comes to the UK where we have a genuine class system, and he's speaking to the children of aristocrats who've been studying the Bible to dismantle it since they were 5 years old. Yeah, he's cooked. He's fucked. They are. He's fucking with the blue bloods.
Right.
There's a reason that they still run my country.
Early, he set that up, right? Not a good guy, Tyler Boyer. And there was a rumor, which I will tell you what Turning Point's response was, but it was stronger than a rumor. It was somebody very much in Charlie's life who said, had reached out to me and said that Charlie told this individual that he was establishing Doge because $10 million was missing. Okay. Heard that.
What?
I went to Justin Strife when there was communication between us two, the COO.
Sorry, whoa, no, stop, whoa, hold
Millions
on.
of dollars.
Okay. But sorry, he was establishing Doge. Don't know what that means. The government program?
I mean, TPUSA was a MAGA propaganda outlet and worked closely with the Trump admin. So that could mean many things, but the Doge is already a non-existent government agency and entity that was temporarily erected for the Trump admin, and did use an office or a provisional role that the president does have.
Special.
It was the president can appoint something or someone to this position for 120 days.
Something.
Elon was this person, and I think he did exceed the tenure, but he went away. And the actions he engaged in were unconstitutional because he was messing with funds that had already been allocated by Congress, and cutting stuff. But I don't know about prepping Doge marketing materials for the government or talking points to promote the things that he was doing. I don't know what that means. There's not much prepping that goes into being allowed to have just like unfettered power briefly when you're a fucking billionaire who's like
a
being
special government employee.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
That I said I heard this.
But the reason I'm fucked about this is that $10 million is like zero money. So like, but in the context of the government, which Doge is in the context of the government, but I guess is a chunky pile of change for TPU. So, what? So how Doge go in Turning Point make 10 million? How do that? What? This
and like what is the argument that like they took like the thing with Doge and like the reason why it cost money is because if you actually want to like find waste, fraud, and abuse, you have to look at like the Pentagon and the military budget. It's not from these like USAID that constitutes like less than 1% of the fucking budget. It's not stuff like that. Even if like you're saying 10 million, literally a tenth of a percentage of the like how much revenue the government pulls in this country every single year. It's nothing. It is literally pocket change. And then it was just performative because they were firing people from things that like the money had already been allocated and paid out. So all you did was like send people, like furlough people, but like you don't get the money back. Like the money had been bookmarked and congressionally allocated for like a college, a grant or something like that, right? And the school already has the money. And if the government is like terminating something and saying like you can't, like freezes the contract, the money is fungible and they can put it towards something else. It's not like, oh, we're going to stop giving you the money. Like it was already given to them.
Yeah.
And then it's on the school to just manage it properly and not like spend it elsewhere or whatever, which they do. So like there was no money ever saved. And so like how they would have siphoned off $10 million, I'm like, how? None of this is really like liquid cash. We're talking about like payments and like wire transfers and things that are happening. Like numbers on people's bank accounts are changing. That's it. Nobody is actually being given any cash. That's not ever happening.
This person definitely knows Charlie, he knows Erika, and
I imagine someone probably just told Candace, oh yeah, Turning Point USA, yeah, that organization should run like shit. They squandered like $10 million on bullshit rolling crosses on stages and fucking about with media that failed and whatever else. Yeah, pyrotech. Yeah, exactly.
Glitter,
like they squandered that money. Overpaid themselves, rhinestoned too many jackets. Yeah.
Yeah, bedazzled too many hats.
No, that's not true. Well, fast forward to today, and they've fired a lot of people, and a lot of people are speaking. And somebody who was within Turning Point USA confirmed to me that money was indeed missing out of Turning Point USA. I can back that up 100%, which is why I'm saying it publicly, that there were millions missing out of Turning Point USA. And they were wondering where that money was going. And they specifically said that the money was missing out of Turning Point Action, which is headed up by Tyler Boyer. The reason why I'm bringing that up, and the reason why it's coming to my mind, is because Tyler Boyer has a relationship with Lori. And Lori was put on the board of, what's that company, whatever it's called, that collects data, and nobody really kind of knows what it does. Was it like AZ Tech or something like that?
Oh.
And I remember when I was sitting with Erika, she kind of brought this up, and she's like, a lot of people want to know why my mother was put on that board, but it was just because we needed a familiar name. That's what she said. Lori was put on the board because they needed a familiar name. I guess there's just not enough billionaires that donate to Turning Point USA for them to have put someone other than Lori, who we are told is very sick, by the way, and is very sick. But they put her on the board of that company. It makes me wonder
if that is about magic in so long. This has turned from to like
mundane like nepotism or whatever.
Yeah.
Like no shit. It's a fucking big old club, and they're able to like appoint friends and family to elevate them to positions that don't fucking matter and are of no consequence for like personal gain and status and benefit.
This went from like cough syrup to cocaine, which is much less fun.
True. And also why Justin Strife has a different version of events than somebody else at the company regarding whether or not money was missing. There's a lot there that I feel needs to come out. I do not believe for a single second their version of events that Charlie established Doge 7 days before he died because he just wanted to feel like Elon Musk.
And on the 7th day, Charlie Kirk developed Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, and he personally crowned Elon Musk as the head of it. Even though she was decrying Elon Musk, like, it's not clear to me, like, how, like, do you like Doge or not? Was Doge, like, a good or bad thing? Or, like, how does Musk tie into this or what?
If only he could dodge that bullet. Thank you.
Pressing play.
And use an expression. I don't buy that for even 1 second.
Only on the Straighterade stream, folks.
So I do want to
Hell
say that.
yeah.
And there is something casual about the way that Erika lies and how she lies about her background, how she lies about whether or not she's had boyfriends, didn't date for 5 years. That's not true. It's almost like she glitches and she doesn't remember. And there's an element of that to me feels like information is being downloaded, like she's remembering things and can't quite remember it. And I'm going to show you this clip because tomorrow we're obviously going to get into her pageant days
Obviously.
and how she meets Tyler Boyer.
That's the stuff that I want to get into. Like, get into the like gossipy tabloid shit. Get away from this like it's not even like true crime. This sort of like PBS like genealogy, like finding your roots shit.
And the connections in Romania. But I do want to show you this clip of her
I've
kind of.
I've seen true crime that basically functions like this, to be honest. It is just like nouns and places and in this
Wikipedia
tone.
reading.
Yeah.
Boring.
Yeah, it really is Wikipedia reading. But they do makeup at the same time.
Or
just,
they
like, do
eat
their
large
makeup while they're
quantities
doing
of
it.
fast food.
I haven't seen that one. That's probably worse for you than the
Are you
makeup
serious?
one.
You
At
haven't
least you
seen
get,
that,
like,
dude? Hold on.
The true crime mukbang? No, I have not.
Yes. Stephanie Sue. This is literally one of the biggest fucking.
I don't watch any of. You gotta remember, I watch zero slop. Like, I have no slop in my diet. I don't even have fucking social media.
Look, from top K-pop star to 13 years in prison or whatever. Like this fucking.
Did you just tell stories while eating?
Yeah, but like true crime specifically.
Can you click on one of these? I've literally never. I don't think I've ever seen like a mukbang video. How's this? Is it just? No, this is gonna disgust me. I don't want to watch this actually. Change my mind.
Okay, let's. No. We have
Hello,
6
everyone.
6
Welcome
a.m.
back to
brain.
my channel. My
I
name is
vulnerable to
Stephanie,
thumbnail.
And today we are back
I'm
with
usually-
another mukbang. Woo! I am really excited because we're making this crazy queso dip that I saw on TikTok, and for some reason she disabled her comments. So I'm like, is this woman canceled? Is something happening with this video? Does this recipe suck ass and we just don't know about it? I don't know, but I'm gonna try it because
What?
it's too late. I already bought all the-
It's like.
Is this like a?
Oh, okay, you go first with your disgust, then I'll get to mine. Okay.
I like this is a. In 3 years, this will be added to the list of eating disorders as like a digital eating disorder. Like watching
for
this
sure.
content
Like, I mean,
is
the
an
people
eating
that are
disorder.
watching this, I mean, like,
They all
there's
have
men jerking
bulimia.
off to this, obviously. There are people that are
What?
watching this living
No!
vicariously. I know. I hate to be the one to break it to you.
What?
There's
I
also
know
people
nothing about mukbang.
that are
Oh my God.
anorexic that are watching this and just living vicariously through her. She is not eating all of this food. She is just filibustering, or they take bites and then they spit it out, and you can tell because they're like cutting stuff. You never actually usually see these people swallow any of the food that they're eating. And then what?
What?
Yeah, I mean, how else
I
do you
hate that there's a
maintain this
meta.
thin with all of this food? They're putting these videos out every few days.
I really hate to like walk into a room like ASMR or mukbang or whatever, and you like look at a video and you realize, oh, I'm like 7 years into like an evolutionary process and ecosystem that's been running completely unobserved by me for this entire time, and we're at levels that are just completely incomprehensible, and I've just been left behind.
No one
like
is
they're
jerking
fake
to this.
eating
Like,
the food now.
This is literally the most ignorant statement you could have made. Do you know
I mean,
what
people are jerking
there
to
are men
everything,
in prison
for a start.
for doing far worse sexual acts? I promise you that there are men on the other sides of their computers watching this stuff and doing that. I promise you. And they know this. The other thing is, like, yes, part of the appeal is that you're this young, skinny, beautiful person and you can eat all this food and you just never gain any weight. How fantastic is that? It's like, well, because you don't actually eat the fucking food, or you purge, or you're compensating in some way. They're doing something because you cannot eat all of these calories this consistently and this frequently for the video output that they have and not gain a bunch of weight. It's just mathematically impossible. So and then they just talk about whatever it is. And
How do they talk and eat at the same time?
Revealing the truth about the
there
Titanic
massive
and the
pauses?
creepy conspiracies.
Sorry, I need to understand how they're eating and taking pauses.
Ew.
Oh, that's vile.
The sounds.
Dip. I'm gonna dip, I guess, one of these tacos. I'm gonna dip my freaking HelloFresh taco, honestly. And I'm not even saying this because I'm sponsored right now, because it sounds like I am. This is the best taco so far. So dip it.
Oh, this is like all cheese.
God, this is.
Get a little stringy.
Oh God! Oh, this is such a violent waste of food as well. Oh my God.
Wow. God.
Holy. Wow. It's actually so good.
Okay, let me try some sour cream.
Oh God,
Ooh.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh.
They're disgusting. It's just gluttonous. And
What,
like the
yeah,
original
yeah.
trend in Korea that
I
it's-
believe in God now. This is sinful. This is clearly a sin.
It should condemn you to hell if you do this sort of thing. But like, I mean, I don't.
It's disgusting here. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this slop all over the fucking table. It's hideous. It's horrific.
What did she talk about the Titanic?
Very very meekly, ordered the crew. Women and children first. But somehow, the crew heard this as women and children only. Which led to a ton of lifeboats being launched half empty.
What?
Yeah, that's why I think it doesn't make sense because there was like 1,000 something people that.
And like this performative bullshit from her like husband behind the camera. Like what? Women and they were. You're telling me that there were lifeboats in the Titanic that were only half full, as if literally one of the highest grossing movies of all time did not show this, and most people already fucking know this, even if they've never seen that movie, but they probably have.
It didn't have a lifeboat, but more people ended up dying. Just empty seats.
It's like visual. It's like she actually does baby talk, and then it's like visual baby talk or like visual baby talk as well. Do you know what I mean?
Aaron,
like the set
don't
is
have much
not.
time.
This set it literally looks
You
like a
gotta get me out of here.
Playmobil kitchen.
Everybody chat. Oh no!
He drowned. Unfortunate. 5 million subscribers, you guys, for this bullshit. 7 days ago, 1 million views. 3 weeks ago, almost 1 million views. Like, gross. But whatever.
Lying very casually about how she got into the pageant world. This is her discussing that back in 2020. Take a listen.
Was it after that? That's when you started pageants? Or when did that come about?
Right. So,
geez, she looks freaky here.
So the pageant world to me is
and this
something
must be old.
That it was an interesting season of life. It was nothing that I was ever groomed for. It was nothing that was ever on my radar.
Groomed.
I just, I wanted to play professional basketball.
Tomboy.
That was my thing ever since I was 5. Like that was I wanted to play, and that was all I wanted to do. I was a gym rat, for lack of a better term. And I remember getting something in the mail when I had come home from school one summer, and it was like, hey, you should compete at Miss Arizona USA. Someone nominated you. And I was like, I don't know who would nominate me for that, but okay. So I shared it with my mom, and I was reviewing all the different things that you have to go through. And I thought to myself, if I were to ever win this, the most important thing out of it would be to be able to make a difference with the title.
Nice.
I don't care about the photo shoots. I just want to be able to overbook myself, being able to get involved with the local communities, with the local organizations that are actually
Wow, she just did it out of the goodness of her heart, because she was just all she cared about was that. Okay,
making a difference.
Because she cared about doing like charity.
So the pageant world for me was something that was not a form of narcissism. It was more along the terms of being a steward for
like, lady, you can just engage. You can just do volunteer work, and you don't need to do any of the pageantry shit to do that, right?
My state, especially as it hit our 100th year celebration.
Basketball not being in the closet allegations. I mean, the fact that she had that like weird text exchange with that 15-year-old girl was like, and they actually, while she was 25, and she did talk about like sex with her and make strange comments about her, like compliment her appearance, like that is fucking ample evidence of maybe this woman is not straight.
Yeah, that's not right. That's not true. Erika has been involved in pageants from the very beginning. Her mother is definitely the person who pushed that. I actually do believe that Erika loved basketball. There's no question she plays basketball. But this idea that she didn't want it is just not true. It's so objectively not true. Erika, without question, and anybody who's being objective and honest and looking at her history of the people that she dated and the people that she wanted to be in close proximity to, can guarantee to you that this girl...
Yes, I know Israel-Iran thing or whatever. I'm not touching that tonight.
Wanted to be famous, like very badly wanted to be famous one way or the other. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Obviously, we unpacked a lot, but I just wanted to introduce you to Dr. Jerry Franzfey and that Tesseract.
Oh my God. I just saw this. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I don't know why my alerts aren't going off today, you guys. I'm so sorry. from, what's your username? NXA0317. It kind of, I will say, all you but was stop, okay? And I did turn off the mukbang channel, for one. But for two, like, how come you guys don't ever update your username? I see so many people donate, and the like 4 random numbers that are at the end of their username tell me that like they just let YouTube assign them a username and you never bothered to update it. Why not?
School. And tomorrow we're gonna really jump into Erika's pageant years, and when she
kind of really did drown,
I would say, hits the map. I'm gonna answer some of your comments when we come back after a short break. All right, you guys, between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel...
Another fucking ad? Jesus fucking Christ. She crammed a lot into this one.
% off your entire order. That's masterpiece.health, promo code Candace. Okay, the comments yesterday were just exceptional. I just want to shout out all of you guys in the comment section. Amazing. So funny. We were laughing so hard. Just going to read a few of my favorite ones. Okay, the top comment was, had to hide in the washroom at the Daily... Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to that one first, but I'm going to finish this Daily Wire one. Had to hide in the washroom at the Daily Wire to watch this with the other 238,000 live...
Oh, shit. The Daily Wire employees. I bet, like, this definitely isn't somebody just lying about that.
Audience, so good. Angel of Remedy writes, I want to piss off Candace so that she will investigate my family roots because I want to know where I come from. Tanner Wolf wrote, everything they have been telling us is far, far from the truth. I mean, loving the Scandinavians in the comment section. It was fantastic. We really enjoyed it. And you guys just make everything worth it because it's so fun, even though the media absolutely hates us. And I mean, it's crazy. Talk about a psychological campaign to try to get us not to do the series. You guys have no idea.
Talk about the psychological campaign that is actually being somebody who is genuinely committed to viewing every single episode and finding this interesting and getting hyped up as all of these, like, again, 2.4 million other people that think that this is significant in any way.
What they were doing. Just no idea. They were beyond. Charlie writes, we all feel what is happening instinctively, Candace. I feel you are the one who was sent to pull down the veil and unite us all against the elite global machine. They try to divide us, but together we are strong in God and truth. You know what? I used to play that game too. I didn't even realize it. That's how good their psychological campaigns are. Like,
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it.
Like, they really do make you think you figured it out if you've picked either the left or the right. And no, they are benefiting on both sides of that machine. And it is the same families that are benefiting at the very top.
The good thing, and this comports with the guy who came on that one time that I asked, like, why do you care about any of this? Like, why, even if I granted that Bridget Macron is like transgender or like a man or something, like, what does it matter? And he explained the Manchurian thing, but he like really couldn't give like any other concrete reason like why he was compelled by this. It was just more about like, well, I just don't like being lied to, and like I want to know the truth, like being interested in like knowing secret information, I guess, and like feeling like you're, you know, things that other people don't is like part of the appeal. But it's demotivating people and making them apathetic because he was like clearly sympathetic to a lot more conservative and like right-wing perspectives, but he said he was, even though he had like voted for Trump, like he didn't vote in like the and maybe he even voted in the last election, but he was like, both parties are like corrupt, both sides are the same, fuck them. So even though she is getting people to have these like reactionary views, like having them, they're getting dragged along for like a more nefarious agenda than just this like stupid conspiracism, they're not actually taking it to the ballot box. And I really do think that is the thing that makes all of the people like Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, aside from them being asked about that she gets really good numbers and they're like their numbers are like going down, that for what she's doing, because they're actually seeing it have, I think that they know that it could have electoral consequences.
All of it would have seemed so crazy to me if you had said to me even 5 years ago that, you know, the elites are practicing occult magic. And now I'm going, why are we even in school? We're just literally sitting in a classroom talking about the public school system so they can just work a number on your children and make them think that they're educated and that they should pursue working for one of these companies with the elites. That's the most aspirational thing that they can do. It's so backward. It is just so backward. Intuition Jen writes, it seems really weird and now a bit suspicious that there are so many Mormons involved with Turning Point USA. And Erika, thank you for continuing to go, Max. The Mormon thread will continue to happen. I do want to say this first and foremost. So many Mormons helped me in the Charlie Kirk investigation, and I could not have done a lot of that early research into UVU campus if it was not Mormons running around.
Really the unsung hero in all of this. It is so funny because if she actually knew any Mormons, you would know that they don't refer to themselves as Mormons. They are Latter-day Saints. They have been for years.
Getting information, and
mostly because the word Mormon is so sullied in like the mainstream consciousness, but
them acknowledging what's going on at this university. Why do I feel like the CIA is involved? Why is our president, like former CIA, she has since stepped down, but
why do I smell burnt toast? Why am I hearing
a lot
voices?
of weird stuff happening in Utah. But in terms of speaking about Turning Point USA, Tyler Boyer is the guy. He's the guy that introduced Charlie to everybody, including Erika. And Erika can't remember how she met him. That's not right. Okay. And
wait, what? Oh, the Tyler guy. I thought you meant Charlie. I was like, there's literally a video where she talks about how she and Charlie Kirk met.
Investigation needs to be done into Jerry Franzwe's Mormon family. Okay. I'm going to give you that last name again of her mother, Marjorie Ferrin, Ferrin. Now, Mormon families are always big, so this could mean something or it could mean nothing, but the Ferrins definitely married into the Farnsworth clan a few times.
I wonder how much pressure she must feel to like have to know that she has to like keep this up for many more episodes and like stretch this out. Like, I wonder if they try to construct a show like, okay, let's pretend we don't get any more tips. Can we make a series based off of the information that we have now? Or is it really that dependent upon other people like continuing to submit stuff as she goes through the like little bits of information that she has and like draws it out? Because they're encouraging people to send tips, and I have to imagine she would incorporate it into her like grand conspiracy and plot. But it almost seems like maybe they know for sure they have enough material for like 3-4 episodes, but like the only way they can stretch it into 10 is like if they get enough audience engagement and do calls to action.
And Arizona, there's stuff going on there. There is definitely stuff going on. Tyler is close with the Farnsworth clan. We've covered that. There's a lot to look at. And I can say definitively he is not a good person. And
Temple hates her so much he called her a liberal. I know. He was doing that shit on the episode that I was on with him.
Yeah, it's weird that Erika is protective of him. That should unnerve you. If that's another thing that was missing in this is just her instinct to get rid of bad people or people that were pressuring Charlie. She's like, give them main stage. These are my allies. My allies are Charlie's enemies. I don't know. None of that's normal. None of that is normal. And if I find out the Turning Point action was indeed for a fact and not allegedly, and I feel like it is like, I'm getting this from Turning Point USA, right?
Right.
It was actually missing around $10 million. 2 separate people saying that, one in their personal life saying that, and now someone in their professional life saying that. And Erika is covering for that. It's just going to get even bigger. This is just going to get, we just need to keep the pressure and get to the bottom of what happened. Jennifer Hofer writes, the young boys who were abused were David and Bruce Reimer. I'm from Manitoba, a small town outside of Winnipeg. It is a very dark story. Yes, absolutely. Of what Dr. John Money did to those twins. And there was so much evil that happened. The media did not cover it well. I pray he is in a better place. There was no justice ever served. Absolutely true. And that was in one of Dr. Jerry Franzwe's colleagues, given her background and what happened to her. And her family was just okay with it. Come back home. Okay, it's all right. If your 19-year-old boyfriend knocked you up, just come back in. This person writes, we need a day of peace and worship, a Hands Across America 2.0. We need to come together and raise the spiritual vibration of this world. Some will fight this evil with weapons. Some will fight it with spirituality. Anyone have any ideas? Let's go, Max. I am all about...
Will you do memorial for your stream friend that died earlier in the stream? I'll consider it. If you guys donate enough, maybe I can raise the funds to put on something nice for Smug.
Fighting it with prayer and truth. I am so serious when I tell you, I don't know. It's almost like they're like, they try to like cast a spell every time they lie, but it doesn't land anymore. It doesn't land, and they kind of know it doesn't land.
YouTube chat is way behind. Yeah, YouTube chat, like there's like I think I don't have low latency enabled on YouTube or something like that, so you guys are always like 30 to 40 seconds behind. Twitch is basically like real time.
The money, like we're saying no to the money. We're recognizing the influencer campaigns, the screaming, the theatrics. You cannot watch this series. Candace is a demon. Oh my gosh. How dare she look into what school Erika went into? How dare she notice that she's lying?
It's crazy. It actually kind of looks like a onesie that you'd put on like a baby. Somebody else said it looks like drapes, but this is like bizarre. I'm just noticing it.
Like, I always want you guys to just feel encouraged because none of us were awake to this years ago. We were all at one another's throats, and now we are finally turning around and looking at the elite and going, who are you? What families are you from? Why are you behaving like this?
Isn't it funny that like she... I don't know.
We're the psychologists now, right? We're diagnosing them, and they're a bunch of psychopaths. Okay, done. This is our ship, and you guys got to go. Okay, we're not doing this anymore. The peer pressure, making people terrified all the time, and you're gonna lose everything. We'll crush you. We'll do this. Goodbye.
Isn't it literally a Bible story to accept a kid back into the house/family, even if they ran away and messed up? Probably, but you can like cherry pick Bible verses all day. The reality is that like these like especially like the Christian nationalists or whatever that are and evangelicals that are like diehard Trump supporters, like Protestantism and religion is just a vehicle for them to like express their hatred for non-Christians and anybody who is not like them. It is not really about like charity and forgiveness and all of that.
Okay, just goodbye. Nobody cares about that anymore. Jordan writes, Dear Candace, you are a human being who is true to her soul. When my father died, I held him tightly to my arms to make him know that I was there for his last path, as scary as it was for him. Wow, it's so beautiful. While being skeptical, I kept my senses open and I truly felt his soul coming out of his body. Helena Dini writes, TPUSA is running a tight shipwreck. Joyce Tutal writes, shipwreck. She is America's #1 investigative truth seeker. Of course, we stand with Candace. Christ is King. Let's go. Yeah, I just want you guys to walk away and know that the elites are practicing the occult. I want you to know that it has not stopped. Yes, they are.
It's like one of those dresses from the 70s. It does kind of look like, yeah, like a more dated fashion sense, but like, I don't know, it's weird.
Panic. And we have to just acknowledge
the collar.
That thing first. Remain optimistic. In the end, God wins, okay? God, he's already won. My husband says to me, I'm like, in the end, we win. He's like, Christ has already won. That's why they can't defeat truth. They don't know what to do. They're spending so much money. They can buy everything. They can buy influencers. They can buy ad spots. They can continue to float people who would naturally have failed if we did, in fact, live in a free market society. Nobody's watching them, but somehow their companies keep growing. Yeah, that's the elites. That's their money. The factory never ends. But the one thing they can't purchase is truth.
This episode just seems like pure fan service almost. Like, yeah, she peppered in some new information, but the fact that like the way that she found a way to like go off on like the John Money thing or whatever, I'm like, there's no way that you haven't discussed this before in different expose series, documentary series, or like trying to shoehorn in everything or whatever. Like this episode, it was very obvious that it was just padded out with that. Like, oh, what can I connect it to that I know my audience likes and engages with?
And so be happy. Be happy. That's not a thing. Hope Bean writes, Bodhi Bauckham is a prominent pastor and author and a theologian. He died on September 25th, 2025 at the age of 56. His death was attributed to an emergency medical incident. I loved him. I wondered about his death. Christ is King. Yeah, I did not know those. I did not know any of that, so thank you. Paigey writes, did everyone see the alleged leaked smear campaign against Candace Owens by Turning Point USA? That isn't righteous judgment. It's bearing false witness. The Ninth Commandment doesn't include an agenda-driven exemption. Truth over fear. Christ is King. Go Max. I can tell you, I did not look too much into that because I felt that they were trying to distract us and our team from doing the work and actually creating the series.
Right.
But what I will say is I found out from employees that they were behind the attacks against me from the very beginning. And so that was quite shocking because I was obviously speaking to them in good faith, trying to understand what had happened. And then I was very alarmed to learn that
Candace doesn't pretend like she didn't already she wasn't like already cooking this shit up when she took that meeting with Erika Kirk in person.
They had so early been behind a PR campaign to dismiss me. I mean, at Charlie's real funeral.
Like the last episode added anything either. No, but like she had more information to go off of. This was actually pretty like bare bones. I feel like she had like, to get people, I guess, hooked into the series, like she must not have that much, and she used a lot of it in episode 1, and this one she like stretched just a little bit of information like for a lot of time in this.
They're on the phone with the doctor and coming up with like magic bullet theory. That's beyond weird. Don't ever forget that. That came from Erika.
The magic bullet theory thing is that like Charlie Kirk, like I don't know why the TPUSA people saw this. They just fueled conspiracy theory, but like of course it's a bunch of like religious zealots, but they were saying that like the doctor, so Charlie Kirk obviously shot in the neck, but it didn't like go through to the other side. It like got lodged in his neck. But people were like, you can't have munitions like that would like go into your neck and wouldn't make your like head explode or your neck be blown off. So how do we know that he's like really dead? And then apparently one of them was like, the doctor said he had really strong bones, and if it had been anybody else, it like would have gone through and through, but like Charlie's like skin was tough or something stupid. And so then that spawned conspiracy theories that like maybe he's not dead, or maybe it was not like this was something else, some sort of false flag thing.
That came from Erika. Superman neck came from Erika, and they're telling you have no right to ask questions. Like, what? She was running a PR campaign to help the masses believe that Charlie had like a Superman neck on the day that he was slated to be buried. I guess he wasn't buried. We don't know whether or not he was ever buried, but that's wild. That is wild, and it's not okay. And so, yeah, tomorrow, like I said,
Candace is going to tie this all up in episode 12 of Trust. I wonder how long the series is going to be. They're usually around 10 to 12 episodes.
That we will begin in earnest to go through her pageant years, which I'm very excited to get into, but I felt like this background and these players are important.
You gotta come around next week, and by next week, literally tomorrow. That like she
France
already uploaded
Faye
the
is
third one.
important, and now I can just kind of give you the timeline. We can go through and see what Dr. France Faye is doing in Eastern Europe, and then Tyler is going to get into Eastern Europe, and Erika's going to get into Eastern Europe, and everybody's in Eastern Europe with the Marines and doing good things. Always,
right?
They never do anything bad. What are you talking about? The Marines gave Good Samaritan Hospital out of their hearts. They just said, "I heart you, Catholics. Here, have this hospital." Yeah, that's how it goes. Anyway, reminding you, if you'd like to support the show, we have merch available on the website. Head to CandaceOwens.com. It is the easiest way to support.
No, the most important thing to remind you of is that if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, you should go ahead and do so. Subscribe to me if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me if you aren't already. I stream whenever the fuck I want. I can't even pretend anymore. Like I have a consistent schedule. I'm trying to stream more regularly. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is following the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. The Streamlabs tip link, which takes the least amount of money. But you can also send me a super chat on YouTube if you're watching. J-Ray N7, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, by the way, for the Elite Cult. I really, really appreciate it. And I would share it with Smug, but unfortunately he drowned earlier in this. RIP. You can also sub to me on Twitch, give subs throughout the chat, maybe be gifted a sub. That way you can get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience. Yeah. Okay. If you're watching on YouTube, you are headed to Riverboat Jack. If you're watching on Twitch, you are headed to Enemy Charlie, who is covering the Iran strikes. I would cover it if I hadn't been live for like 7 hours already. Hopefully tomorrow. So I will see you guys then. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night with me. Bye.